Good morning. I'm John
Mm.
McIntyre. This is a virtual session of the 15th USA India Business Summit and the 30th Georgia Tech Global Business Forum. We have a very stimulating session today, and we are very happy that you're joining us for some of those sessions virtually. We had an excellent day yesterday, some top-of-the-line presentations by the Indian Consul General, Consul of Switzerland, uh, President of Tech Mahindra. For those of you who were present, you had the benefit of those presentations. Today, we turn the page and go into virtual mode, and we look forward to addressing issues, themes relating to techno-innovation, of course, technological IT transformation, AI, and sustainability for this particular forum session. Without further ado, I will turn it to my colleague, Annie Agniotri, to thank our sponsors because events of that nature cannot be done without the support of many actors in the community. Annie?
Great. Thanks, John. Thank you for the introduction. Uh, Good morning, everyone. My name is Ani Agnihotri. I'm co-chair of USA India Business Summit, and I have had pleasure of working with Dr. John Mack as Georgia Tech Cyber and Jim Hoadley for last 15 years. Every year, we present about 4 to 5 events, and also an annual conference like this one. This year, 2025, we have the conference in mode. Day one was in person at Georgia Tech, and day two is virtual, where we have benefit of having audience from all over the world, from USA, from India, from Europe, and we thank everyone for joining our program. I would thank our partners and major sponsors like Georgia Tech Cyber, Georgia Department of Economic Development, State of Georgia, USA, Aditya Birla Group's Novalis Company, Georgia Pacific, Forward Foresight, Kennesaw State University, Lawrence J. Needle Immigration Firm, ICA Institute, India China America Institute, Taj Hotels, ICICI Bank from India, University of South Carolina Beaufort, Spelman College, Metro Atlanta Chamber of Commerce, Tabla Restaurant, and the uh, delicious lunch yesterday. World Affairs Council, Upstate South Carolina, Next Generation Manufacturing, USIB, etc. Our media partners are Global Atlanta, NRI Pulse, Khabar, Atlanta Dunia, TV Asia, Voice of India, and EIN press release. In the summit today, we have about 18 speakers who will be covering different topics. And uh, I'm going to read the program for you right now so you can plan budget accordingly. Our keynote session will start in about 10 minutes from now, which is by Mr. Dev Ahuja, who's Executive Vice President and CFO of Novalis Inc. And the title is Sustainability Leadership, the Case of Novalis. Our second keynote is by Mr. Bala Subramanian, who's Executive Vice President and Chief Digital and Technology Officer of UPS. And session title is AI Digitalization, Technology Transformation. Our third keynote is application of AI and IoT in manufacturing. It's a UIBS Distinguished Company session. We have three distinct speakers from Georgia Pacific, Mr. Paul Fredrickson, Mr. Roshan Shah, and Ms. Surya Kopireddy. Followed by that, we have GTGVF, Technology Leaders Remarks, Enterprise AI Solutions and Cloud Computing by Mr. Anant Adya, who's Executive Vice President and Head of Cloud Infrastructure and Security Services, CIS for Americas and APAC Infosys. Followed by next keynote session is Accelerating Digital Transformation and Self-Service Commerce by Mr. Ravi Venkatesan, CEO and Board Director of Cantaloupe Inc. Followed by distinguished guest remarks by Honorable Lisa Cupid, who is Chairwoman of Cobb County Board of Commissioners, followed by AI Governance Systems in AI, US, and China by Dr. Anshu Saxena Arora. She is Professor of Marketing in the School of Business and Public Administration, University of District of Columbia. Our second last session is Innovating with Generative AI, Powering Progress While Preserving Our Planet by Amazon Web Services, AWS, Mr. Ron Heyman, Head of Customer Solutions for Amazon Services, Web Services, and Shalini Verma, Principal Customer Solutions Manager for AWS. Last session of the day would be by Sean Fried, Director of Business Development, Medicom Group, Kimberly White, Chief Sustainability Officer of COP Government, Georgia, Aisha Baldwin of Sustainability Coordinator for Spelman College. The session title is Managing Commitment to Sustainability During Growth. So, as Dr. McIntyre mentioned, as John mentioned earlier, that we have a fully loaded program today for you to be part of it. Make your notes. Feel free to send your questions after or during the session, the chat mode. My colleague Jim and myself would be making note of your questions, and subject to time availability, we will pass those questions for the speakers to answer. Now, I would request John to summarize the overall layout of the conference of Georgia Tech Global Business Forum and also share with you some information about Georgia Tech Cyber. John.
I wanted to mention before I provide a brief summary, Annie, that the Prime Minister of India is visiting Washington in the wake of the third summit on artificial intelligence, the Paris Summit, Action in Artificial Intelligence. I also wanted to indicate that we have a presentation this morning by one of our presenters on governance systems in the US, in India, and the European Union and China. Oh, these are questions that were addressed at the Paris Summit. Yesterday, we addressed issues of overlapping questions relating to the increasing role of artificial intelligence, bearing not only on sustainability, but the digital transformation, which has been ongoing for quite a few years. And we looked at them as global drivers of growth and competitiveness from a US perspective. We had a range of speakers at different levels of analysis, from corporate speaker, from practitioners, engineers, C-level executives, and some academics. I think in terms of deriving some conclusions is that one could say that the transformation of business process with AI is moving at a rapid pace that often is not necessarily reflected in the strategy and policies undertaken by corporations. One of the bits of wisdom, which is not exactly new to us in the world, is that you should embrace the future and not be afraid of it. And that's essentially the lesson, the broad overarching philosophical lessons derived from the engineering-centered and process-centered business presentations coming out of our first day. We're grateful for a really remarkable audience, and I think we came out enriched and look forward to the second day, which will narrow down some of the questions. We're very lucky to have some top-of-the-line executives who will shed lights, not only from the point of view of their corporate structures, but also industry-wide within the United States, but also globally. Having said that, I think we probably can move forward if we are time-wise on
I think
schedule.
we would wait for Mr. Dev Ahuja to join, and then
Okay.
we can start the program. In the meantime, I request you to give an overview of Georgia Tech Cyber and the programs which we have done in the past.
So Georgia Tech Cyber is a center located within the Scheller College of Business. The Scheller College of Business is the business school at Georgia Tech, created in 1913. It's one of the old, well-established business schools in the United States and in the state of Georgia, under the leadership of new dean, Anuj Malhotra. We're in the process of expanding that college, and for those of you who know the Georgia Tech campus, I urge you to come and visit Tech Square. You will see the expansion of the physical structure of the Scheller College in alliance with the Industrial Systems Engineering School on 5th Street between West Peachtree and Spring Street. The college excels in a number of disciplines, ranging from operations research to IT to data analytics, and has always been a chosen destination for many of our Georgia students at the undergraduate, but also at the graduate level. We are very happy to be able to offer an international perspective of some of the new technologies that are changing the world, the way we live, and the speed at which we can anticipate change in strategy, change in product design, change in consumer behavior. Georgia Tech now, this may be surprising to some of you, has become, in terms of number of students, the largest university in the state of Georgia, in part due to our many excellent master's level, remote, distant virtual programs ranging from computer engineering to cybersecurity to environmental engineering to data analytics. So it's a quantum change for a university, an institute that prides itself on progress and service. And in this sense, this conference that we put on is very much in the spirit of progress and service, providing insights, but also matchmaking opportunities, as we saw yesterday at the physical conference at the Georgia Tech Academy of Medicine. I want to express our particular gratitude to our colleagues at Kennesaw State University, who came in with some of their best expertise to shed lights on some of these issues and also to support the conference. We are waiting for our speaker, Mr. Dev Ahuja, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of Novelis, well established in Georgia, but globally also. Perhaps I could give you a brief overview of Dev's achievement. As you know, as you can see from the bio sketch, EVP and CFO for Novelis. And Novelis, of course, is the leading sustainable aluminum solution provider and world leader in aluminum rolling and recycling. Of course, the southern part of the United States has a long history of achievements in aluminum, not only in South Carolina, but also in Kentucky. Dave oversees all aspects of the company's financial functions and activities relating to financial planning globally, global tax compliance, investors relations. He has an interesting background which will allow him to shed light in a very targeted way. He served as Chief Financial Officer of Alcon US, a subsidiary for Global Health Care, Novartis, and he held various positions in that regard and led teams in the United States, in Japan, South Korea, Switzerland, and India. He is on the executive board of the National Association of Manufacturers, which, as you know, is the largest manufacturing association in the United States, representing not only SMEs, small and medium manufacturers, but also large-scale global manufacturers, and sits on the advisory board of Atlanta CFO Roundtable. He is a degree holder from Border College of Commerce in Mumbai and General Management Program at INSEAD in Fontainebleau. He's also a chartered accountant. Who could ask for more from a speaker? We're now waiting for him, and I ask your forbearance as we rejoin our speaker very precisely in a few short minutes.
I do have word from Ani that Dev is joining us.
Okay, very good. So we've given him a proper introduction, so we will be devoting more time to his presentation.
Yeah, Dave is on
Dave,
the.
good morning. John McIntyre, Georgia Tech. It's great to see you again.
Dave, you're in mute mode.
Sorry, good morning, guys. Sorry.
Hi, how are
We had
you?
some tech issues. I would have joined a minute earlier, but
Well, that happens all the time, right?
yeah,
Especially the day when you have a keynote to deliver.
exactly. It just happens exactly then.
Yeah, well, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your participation and support. John has introduced you to our audience. We have audience from USA, from India, and from Europe. And we are delighted to have you back in the program and support the program. And as you know, are you ready for your keynote with Sustainability Leadership, the Case of Novelis?
Yes, I'm absolutely ready.
Sure, great, wonderful. Would you like to say a few words before you start talking?
No, I just want to thank you for this opportunity to present about us and about Novelis and the role that we play in terms of leadership and sustainability. During the presentation, I will get a chance to talk a little more about us as a company as well. So just looking forward to go through this.
Okay, great. Yeah. Jim?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You're gonna put on the screen Novelis presentation? Yeah.
Yes, I'm calling it up right now.
Okay, thanks.
Almost there. One a little bit.
No problem.
There we go.
Screen sharing on.
Perfect. So I assume I can get started.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. To get started, I am Dev Ahuja. I'm the CFO for Novelis. Novelis is the leading producer of flat roll product aluminum, and it is the largest recycler of aluminum in the world. And that is really the point of the presentation today. We play an important role in helping our customers meet their sustainability goals because of the pioneering place we occupy, not only as a market leader in our space of flat rolled aluminum, but also because of our pivotal position as the largest recyclers of aluminum in the world. So if we go to the next slide. Just as an introduction to really what is aluminum, it is robust and a durable material. And it is used, as a lot of you know already, in a number of end applications. In our case, it is beverage packaging, beverage cans. Our products include end applications in the area of building and construction, in aerospace. It is used in automotives to build car bodies, body in white, as we say. It is used for making battery plates. These are all the end markets to which we cater to. So it is an extremely versatile material, in short. And the thing about aluminum is that it is infinitely recyclable. It can be recycled forever, again and again. And it does not lose quality during the remelting and reprocessing when it is done. So that is really what makes aluminum very special from a sustainability perspective. When recycled aluminum is used versus primary aluminum, the amount of energy saving that happens is to the extent of 95%. So the whole sustainability value proposition of aluminum comes from its infinite recyclability. If we go to the next slide, please. Let's talk about Novelis. As I said earlier, we are the largest and we are a market-leading company when it comes to our area of flat-rolled aluminum producers. And I already mentioned the end markets to which we cater to. We have a geographic footprint which extends around the world in North America, Europe, Asia, and South America. You see some of the key numbers about how comprehensive our presence is. North America is our leading market. On the left, you see that of the 13,190 employees, about 5,000 of them are in North America, followed by Europe, not far behind, and then a fairly large workforce in South America and Asia. In terms of our facilities, we have 32 operating facilities across all these continents. It covers 9 countries. It covers 4 continents. And besides our operating facilities where the actual manufacturing is done, we have 11 innovation centers where we do a lot of technical development, research and development. We have what we call customer solution centers, which basically work very closely with all the global auto OEMs and in some cases with the beverage can customers as well. And the whole idea is to provide product innovation, to do problem solving for customers. And really, in short, it is about partnering with our customers to help them become better. In terms of annual revenues, our annual revenues are 16.2 billion. Our annual adjusted EBITDA is of the order of 1.9 billion. We recycle 2.3 million tons of aluminum. And if you consider that as a proportion to the total shipments that we do, which is about 3.7 million tons, that's a very, very large proportion of recycled content. Our recycled content is around 63%. That is really what makes the whole value proposition of sustainability extremely important for us and for our customers. If we go to the next slide, we are guided by our purpose, and our purpose is shaping a sustainable world together. So what does this really mean? This purpose is our North Star, and we can break this down into 3 parts. One is shaping. As a leader in the industry, we believe that it is our duty to shape the industry for the future. That is our role as market leaders, we believe. In terms of sustainability, that's really our core. It is about who we are. And for our customers, we are a very, very important part of them being able to meet their goals on sustainability. And then the third part is the phrase world together. This is about collaboration. With our global presence, we have a very good understanding of our industry across every geography. And as we partner with all our customers to meet their end requirements, and the sustainability goals, it is really about the togetherness with which we work with them. So this is really what guides us from the point of view of purpose. If we go to the next slide. Our goal is to become carbon neutral by 2050. And we have set a shorter term objective of achieving a 30% reduction in our CO2 footprint by 2026 with a baseline of 2016. We have taken on other ambitious sustainability goals, as you will see, which is a 10% reduction in energy use by 2026, a 10% reduction in water intensity, again by 2026, and a 20% reduction in waste to landfill during that same time. So our goals are not limited, but pretty comprehensive when it comes to the challenges that we have taken on in terms of driving sustainable behavior. If we go to the next slide. As the world's largest recycler of aluminum, we play a critical role in circularity, as I was alluding to earlier. And that is really what makes us a partner of choice with all the marquee names around the world when it comes to our customer base. Our customers are spread across all OEMs. Almost every single auto OEM across the world is our customer. On the beverage packaging side, we have every large beverage company in the world using our product. And then on the aerospace side, very similar. We have every single OEM that is in aerospace in our customer base, whether it is Airbus, Bombardier, Boeing. So really, it's a very comprehensive and a very marquee customer base with whom we partner around the world. So going to the next slide. So as I was alluding to earlier, we have achieved a 27% reduction in absolute carbon emissions from the 2016 baseline already by FY24, our fiscal year 24, which is really March 24. And this includes scope 1, 2, and 3. As I mentioned earlier, we have a recycled content of 63%, with 2.3 million tons of aluminum that we recycle. By FY24, we had also achieved a reduction of, talking about waste to landfill, we had already achieved about 8.8% reduction in waste to landfill. And in this, we use a 2020 baseline. So by 2024, we had achieved a significant reduction of close to 9% on the waste to landfill ratio. We donated 9 million to charitable causes. And we are investing in large-scale solar energy investments, 3 of them at this point. There are other projects like in the UK, we are running a pilot using nitrogen as an energy source. So that is a pilot that we are doing, replacing gas in our recycling facility there. So a number of initiatives in terms of driving comprehensive goals around sustainability. If we go to the next slide. So what enables us to do what we are doing? You can see that the reduction that we are looking at of 30% comes from a number of different initiatives. One is the decarbonization of our melting process. We melt metal in order to be able to really then reshape it into ingots, and from ingots into sheets. And that's an extremely intense energy-consuming process, but a part of the reduction comes from the decarbonization of the melting process, using circular energy, using renewable energy. Then the next one is closed-loop recycling systems, which means to say that when we sell our product to our customers, the scrap that they generate in that process comes back to us, and we recycle that. An example that we quote is F-150. We have over 2/3 of the share of the F-150 body with Ford. And from the scrap that comes back from Ford, from their stamping process, they can make 30,000 more F-150s because we recycle it, we reuse it, and make sheets out of it. So that scrap itself helps make 30,000 more vehicles. And this goes on. This is just one example. So that's what we call closed-loop recycling, and we have it with a large majority of our customers where the scrap that they generate comes back to us. We keep developing alloys which have a higher recycled content. A prime example of that is coffee capsules, where we have introduced high recycled content coffee capsules, which is used by Nespresso, by Nestle. And so a lot of work keeps going into R&D towards developing new alloys with a higher recycled content. And then the next thing is about keeping on adding more recycling assets and infrastructure. We have recently commissioned a plant in Kentucky with a 240 KT recycling capacity, which will cater to the automotive end use for recycling metal, for recycling aluminum. We have just added another recycling asset in Korea. We have expanded 100 kilotons of recycling capacity in Korea. So we keep adding more capacities and more capabilities when it comes to recycling. And then sourcing low carbon aluminum. That's the other way of reducing our overall carbon emissions. And we work with our suppliers, our vendors, to be able to get low carbon primary aluminum. So all these are ways in which we continue to drive to better levels of sustainability and lower levels of carbon. If we go to the next slide, this just shows how the recycled content in our products has evolved over time. You can see that going back to somewhere around 2009, our recycled content was only 30%. And from there, we have come to 63, progressing steadily over the years. And we have a clear vision of being able to get to 75% recycled content by the end of this decade. A number of initiatives are in the pipeline to make that happen. I already mentioned about new alloys development, and also we are continuing to add more capacity. We are setting up a greenfield plant in in Alabama, a greenfield plant which is a first of its kind after more than 40 years, at a cost of $4.1 billion. It's an ultra-modern, state-of-the-art plant, highly efficient, highly automated, and quite a model when it comes to the industry. And in that also, we will be adding proportional recycling capacity. So all in all, we have a clear vision, a clear goal, and we continue to do everything that will help us to get to that 75% recycled content by the end of the decade. So if we go to the next slide, let's step back for a moment and look at the aluminum supply chain and the difference between primary and recycled aluminum. I briefly mentioned that earlier, but how does it work? We know that keeping aluminum in the loop is the best way for our industry to decarbonize. And that is really, as you see this, that is really how the value chain works. We continue to partner, develop supply chains, make sure that as aluminum is consumed in the value chain, we set up all the systems to be able to get that aluminum back to us. If you think about one model example, take the case of Brazil, where we have our own collection centers. Through a comprehensive network of 23 collection centers, all the scrap comes to us. It comes back into the system, and we really buy it on the ground. It is providing a lot of employment to people there. There's a whole industry around it. And the recycling rates in Brazil are close to 100%. So almost every single beverage can that goes out comes back into the recycling chain, and we are able to reuse it. That's a model example, but in many different ways, this is what we do. We set up systems, we set up set up partnering arrangements, we work with the entire supply chain to make sure that as much as our material goes out, we get it back into the system and keep reusing it. So that is really about how we work with a value chain. Now, if I go to the next slide, 3x30 is our new company-wide vision. And this is all about advancing aluminum as the material of choice, providing circular solutions, and continuing to fulfill our company purpose of shaping a sustainable world together. And we are doing that like never before. So really, it is this vision 3x30, which is our guide. What is this vision about? If we go to the next slide, it is about accelerating circularity to meet our goal of 75% recycled content. We want to really get to a place where we provide flat roll products with emissions of less than 3 tons of CO2 per ton of our material shipped. And right now, it is at a much higher level, much higher than 8 tons a ton, 8 tons of CO2 a ton. So from there, we are wanting to get to levels which are significantly lower. This is really part of the vision under our 3x30 program. And this is really what will help us to sustain our leadership in this space as customers really value these goals that we are setting for ourselves. We become their preferred partners to be able to really help them meet their goals as well. So the next slide really is about how we want to create a whole ecosystem to support decarbonization and circularity. If we go to slide number 13. The question we keep asking ourselves is, how do we keep doing better? How do we keep improving? And how do we lead this ecosystem? We have people with us, the people who really have the capabilities to make it happen, whether it is scientists, whether it's metallurgists, engineers, working through our research labs and operating facilities worldwide. We bring the best of the people together, the brightest experts. We bring new technologies, driving innovation. Our network of suppliers and customers have become a part of this ecosystem. We work with policymakers and help them understand the role that we are playing, and also how we are continuing to grow on that role going forward in future. So in short, it is all about developing these comprehensive partnerships, having the best people with us on board who bring in the knowledge and experience besides the innovation to really make all this happen. What I did not mention right in the beginning is that we are a part of Hindalco Industries, which is a part of the Aditya Birla Group. The Aditya Birla Group is a $100 billion plus market cap, leading industry house in India, with a very wide presence across cement, across a number of other end markets like insurance, consumer finance, viscose stable fiber, telecom, and now even paints and jewelry. So we are part of a much larger conglomerate, and that really gives us a lot of strength. The Aditya Birla Group and Hindalco have provided us tremendous support in being able to go through this growth journey, in being able to make all the investments and really get to the market leadership position in which we are. That is really what it is from my side for today.
Great. Thank you, Dave. Thank you for a very impressive presentation on sustainability and how Novelis is leading. I have a couple of questions here. In your opinion, how can companies like yourself, Novelis, can generate interest in sustainability as a concept downstream with other companies who are not in the same league as you are, in terms of your maturity, in terms of your processes, in terms of your research, and how others can also buy into your 3x30 vision?
Yeah, I think that, Ani, first, thank you for the question. I think that we lead by example. And I have to say that what we are doing is actually now being replicated by everyone else in our industry for sure. Recycling capacities are coming up all over the world. every continent is seeing capacity expansions on the recycling side. We started this back in 2014, 2015, long before anybody was talking about sustainability. The whole focus on sustainability came towards the beginning of this decade, I have to say. But we went on this journey way before anybody else did. So what I can say is that we are leading by example. Our customers see it, and they become a part of the journey. We have thousands of partners with whom we deal across the world who see what we are doing. So we are already inspiring a lot of investments to be made on the recycling and sustainability side just by showing what we have been able to accomplish, and we will keep doing that.
Well, I thank you for your keynote today, Dave, and appreciate your leadership. And with this, I would like to hand over to John to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Bala Subramaniam, EVP and Chief Digital and Technology Officer of UPS. Thank you, Dave.
Thanks a lot.
Please
Thank
take
you
it.
all.
John, you're muted.
Thank you, Dave. If I may add my personal thanks. Our next presenter is Mr. Bala Subramanian of UPS. I'll say very few words about him. He's a distinguished gentleman with a lot of experience. You have the bio in the program book. Bala is currently the EVP and Chief Digital and Technology Officer at UPS. A man of considerable experience who has worked at T-Mobile USA, Best Buy, Ericsson, a graduate of Duke Fuqua School, Master of Science in Electrical Engineering, and it's a pleasure to have him here today to share some thoughts. I, of course, have a bunch of questions for him, but perhaps I should give him the opportunity to say a few words first. Welcome, Bala.
John, thank you. Namaste and namaskaram to everyone listening from India and also in the US. It's just a pleasure to join you. I mean, Georgia Tech, we've actually worked. We are one of the closest. You're our closest partners, John, from an organizational perspective. In fact, my lead for operations technology is a alum of yours. And our board member just got recognized, Rod Atkins. I don't know if you remember. So he is actually recognized in Georgia Tech too. So we have a very deep connection. It's an incredible program. I'm very proud of what you actually do for the state of Georgia, the city of Atlanta, and we are here to partner with you. And we do some of the investments there too. So we're quite excited to actually have the partnership with you. This is a great opportunity to talk about technology and AI. You know, I come from India. When I came here, I've never sat on an airplane. I've never been to an airport. That's how my journey started in 1992. And I believe it's August 15th. I still remember that. And that's how I started my career. And I came here to the University of Oklahoma. Then I actually graduated. Then life actually takes you on. And here I am. And we just invested in India. We built a organization, technology center, John. And we have about 1,000 people in the southern district of Tamil Nadu in India, in Chennai. And we're continuing to grow. I think the thing that we are trying to do is our approach is not about low cost in India. It's more about we go where the talent is. And the way we are thinking about talent across the world is when India sleeps, US is awake. And then we get like, instead of just having like an 8-hour workday, we do about like 15-hour workday. And we also go from a 5-hour work week to about a 6-hour work week just because of the time zone. So we have development centers in Europe, in US, and also in Asia, which is in India. And that's how we are actually bringing things together. So we're quite excited. And then I look forward to our conversation. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. It's great to have you with us to share some questions. So I've prepared a few questions, if I may.
Sure.
You mentioned the Tamil Nadu facility, but you also, I believe, opened a healthcare logistics center or facility in Germany to bolster your expansion into healthcare, which is a big ticket item for UPS.
Right. That's right. Yeah, and we also have a couple of other facilities. We are also in Hyderabad, and also now we have the one in Europe. We've done a string of acquisitions in Europe. Healthcare. So what is UPS known for? You will see the brown truck everywhere. We are in 220 countries. I don't know if people know, we actually transport 6% of US GDP every single day and 2% of world GDP. John, as you know, if UPS doesn't work for 5 days, that's considered a recession because 30% of GDP doesn't move. There are places in our environment where we actually have goods that actually can keep you alive for over 5 years in just a single day, the amount of goods that actually come in. And we are in 220 countries. We actually have over 500,000 people at any given. We are the seventh largest airline. At any given time, we have at least 50 to 100 flights that's still on the air. So the scale of us is very, very large. But what we do uniquely, John, is really about complex logistics. Like if I don't know if you know, for the Atlanta Zoo, we actually shipped a panda bear from China to Atlanta Zoo. Think about complex logistics. So we can pretty much do anything. We do vaccines, which is very critical. So going to healthcare, what we are really known for is how do you really do logistics that requires completely unique things. So think about a vaccine. These things have a shelf life. If you get it out in the outside, it's less than 1 hour. So you have to be able to sort it, pack it, make sure that you're able to move it into the cold storage within 1 hour. That means that everything has to work very seamlessly. We also do a lot of things. For example, one of the things which is very close to me is we had an emergency cancer drug for a child who was in operation in Dallas, and we had to get this drug from California, and we did it under 4 hours. Especially how long it takes to really get things from California to Dallas. That's all we took. We air dashed it directly from our facility in Dallas to the Children's Hospital so the child can have their cancer drug. So we do all these kinds of complex logistics. And what we do is we are also looking at this beyond the US. And I think all of the viewers probably know about the trade war that's going on. Because when trade wars go on, it doesn't mean trade stops. Commerce doesn't stop. So the trade lanes shift. So our ability to be in places where the customers are is one of the things that we actually look for right now, right? So that's kind of how I see it. It's a very critical thing for us with healthcare. It fits very good with our portfolio, things that are very difficult for people to do. We are there to actually help with it.
I wanted to thank you. These are impressive examples that ring a bell for most of us. I wanted to move, if I may, to the field of technology, emerging technologies. Of course, the conference, as you know, was focused in large part on artificial intelligence, generative and agentic artificial intelligence. I'm wondering from a perspective of UPS at this point in time, because things evolve and change, do you consider these technologies worth the risk, not only in terms of training, but in terms of supply chain, in terms of finding creative solutions? You have noted a few. And of course, this is your bailiwick, this is your wheelhouse par excellence. So I wanted to give you a chance to say a few words about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's everybody talks about AI right now, right? And Gen AI.
Yeah.
And here's how I see, I'm going to use a very simple example to see how I think about AI and Gen AI. We've been working on AI. In fact, our UPS trucks will never do a left turn. We only do 2 rights. Because if you do a left turn, you actually lose a lot of time. So if you do 2 rights, you actually it's almost equivalent to a left, right? So we do a lot of these things, and it is this something we are very known for because this is also based on AI. Because every minute we save actually is equivalent to millions of dollars of reduction. It also saves on the gas and everything else. So we've been using AI for quite some time. Just like internet was existing before browsers, AI was existing before Gen AI. I think Gen AI democratizes AI just like internet was democratized by the browser. So, that basically opened up a completely different thing because it was for the mass market. And I feel like Gen AI is kind of that area. I'm sure in Georgia Tech, John, you do a lot of research on, cognitive register chain, it's called chain of thought reasoning and others. Even before this became popular, now it's actually getting to be much more at scale, especially with LLMs. Not only, so the question about whether we are actually using AI, I'm all in. Not only are we all in, we're actually been using it for quite some time, and we're actually seeing some good results. If I can step back and tell you about how I think about the world of AI, it's not, for us, there are three buckets we look at, three pillars. The first one is AI could be used for efficiency purposes. Like, can I make you write your email more efficient? That's a very simple thing to look at. I think a lot of people will do it. In fact, most of the AI use cases, we are all trying to look at, can we actually reduce the time? Can we make your life easier? Then we can actually use the next pillar is called effectiveness, which is basically, can we effectively transform the processes we use so that AI could be actually helping you to kind of think through, and that's where agentic AI and others come in. Can it actually start to do what a human being does with a chain of thought reasoning and others so that it can do jobs much more effective than a human being? And the third one is innovation. Could we fundamentally start to get new ideas and new capabilities for the business using AI? And the second one, I'll give you a simple example. We all do procurement, John. I'm sure that you do procurement too. And there's a set of things that you do. You actually ask for a bid, you find out what you want, you ask for an RFP, you go through the process. This is a mechanical process, even though a human is doing it. Why can't you automate it? Why can't we look at an RFP? And then if you look at the contracts, 80% of the contract is very much consistent. Your T's and C's are consistent. What you need is consistent. Your SLA is consistent. You can actually have AI be able to do that entire process we call from source to pay. That's an example that we can actually use. In the operations, like when we do sortations, there are things that we do on a regular basis. Like we have to dispatch our drivers every single day in the morning. They come in the morning, they get their agenda, and they actually go to every single location. Why can't we use an AI to do it? Right? So those are the things we're looking at. And when I use an AI, now all of a sudden what we can do is, I know that there is a bad weather, then I can have the AI start to think smartly about what is the best route for the drivers to be able to go do it. Those are the things we can do for effectiveness. Efficiency play is very different. For us, it's more about how do you fundamentally transform the way we work? Like we are looking at our logistics industry and saying, what can we do differently about the logistics industry that is going to be changing, right? How can we think differently about being more closely connected with the customer? Because UPS is in the transportation management system. But if you look at supply chain, you have warehouse management, you have order management. What can we do with AI? And we use this technology called RFID to start to think differently about how can we add value to our customers on top of using AI to help us in a very clear manner. So that's on the innovation side. And another simple innovation is we are using agentic AI to kind of think differently about how we talk to our customers. So when you call us, when you want a delivery, we can actually call you back and say, hey, your delivery is within 20 minutes of your house. Would you like to? So in this way, you're not waiting for the delivery for the whole day to figure out when the person is going to show up, right? So we can actually give you that kind of data. You can also change your delivery from going to your house to a store. You can read out the delivery. Like one of the cool things we do, which is I think is very unique for us, is let's say that John, you're supposed to be in Atlanta, you had an emergency, you're in New York. You want your delivery to be routed back. We can orchestrate that for you today. How did you use your AI to be able to do it? Those are the things we can do. So those are the three pillars I see, and we're working across all those three pillars.
I wanted thank you for that. I wanted to follow up, if I may, by asking you a question that's on the mind of a lot of CFOs. That is to say, how quickly do IT, and you could say AI investments, show business value? A lot of CFOs find that IT investments are slow in showing value. Is that your experience, or is this a notion that is not worth the time?
I think the answer is both. Like I said, when you do efficiency, you can simply do it pretty quickly, right? So you can say, well, I'll give you an example on Code Assistant. You can use Code Assistant to do development and support your development staff. You can reduce your development staff by X amount of person. That's the bottom line for the CFO. But but that's okay. That you can do. So like CFO can always say, hey, yeah, I can see this actually happen. But the real big hits, like innovation, the pillar I talked about, effectiveness, that takes time. And usually I partner with, in fact, CFOs right on the other side, right? So I partner with them pretty closely. And we look at, okay, what are the low-hanging fruits that we can go after now? And how do we start investing in it for the future? Because you have to kind of do both. And it is more of like that is what we all do, right? So as a good CDTO and a CFO, frankly, with our CEO, we have to think about we have to make strategic bets that sometimes you have to nurture like a tree, and sometimes you have to make ensure that it actually works. What I use is a philosophy called MVP, where minimum viable product. We try something, it doesn't work, we go forward. So there is no ego in like I have to make sure everything needs to work. And any large program, the fallacy is you have to wait till the end. I respectfully will submit that there are things that you can see as interim deliverables to see is it really on the right path, and be willing to say, you tried it, it doesn't work, keep moving on.
Uh, of course, UPS is a very old company. It's almost the same age as Georgia Tech within one generation. So there is a process of ongoing modernization.
Yeah.
And you are really you may have two UPS or two parts of the organization working at different speeds, one catching up with the other because you're so big and you have such a long structure and history. Are you quickly adjusting to the shopping and shipping mania that's characteristic of a lot of consumers to bring delivery network really to a state of the art, and I'm sure you are because you are definitely creating the gold standard.
Yeah. So the short answer is yes. I think we've been lucky enough to be for 117 years, and we want to be here for the next 117 years. So I look at my role as a custodian of the legacy and passing it on to the next person who's going to take my seat. So as long as I do my job better and leave it better for the next person, I think I'm happy with that one, right? So we all come with that same mentality. So I think sometimes I use this metaphor like it's like painting the Golden Gate Bridge, Sean. Like you have to paint it, you finish, you turn around, paint it back again. You just have to keep doing that. That's how technology is in our organization. When we have over 2,000 facilities and this amount of scale that we have, there will be time for us to keep catching up. So what I try to do is look at our investments and saying, where are we going in the future? To your previous question, right? Really make sure that our investments are quite thoughtful with respect to the future, because by the time we roll out the investments, it may not be 3 months, it may be a year. So what I have to think about is what's needed in 26 and what's the investments that we have to do now. And we have to start moving forward. So one of the amazing things about UPSers is our culture is once we align, we will go take any hill. Our ability to rally this team to go do things that is very unique to our company, which I would submit to you. So we have to be very clear about what we want to go do and when we go execute towards that. So the answer to your question is that you have to kind of that's what we all pay to do, right? How do you really place the bets to really make value? And what I look at technology is not from a systems perspective. I look from a business and a customer perspective. What are the problems you're solving for customers? How does it create business value? And how do I use technology to leverage and accelerate that business value, thereby delighting our customers? And in some cases, it may be like a duck, and on top of the water, it looks pretty calm, that it's paddling furiously. Maybe there are certain things that I may have to do it with some legacy systems. I think that's the mindset we have. Not everything needs to be changed, but be very tactical about what really adds value for your customers.
You have an incredible on-time delivery rate of, if I recall, I think it's 97.5.
Yes.
How do you achieve that compared to your competitors, whom I shall not name?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we beat pretty handily, even if you look at the latest one, right? Our on-time rate is head and shoulders above our competition. And we do it using technology, like our systems. And then what we do, we actually look at what we are doing is looking at the network as an entity. So, how items come through the air. So if you look at a delivery, it starts from the shipper and goes to the recipient. From the shipper, it goes to the first handling. So we have to handle the package. Then it goes to our hub. Then from the hub, it goes to the delivery center, and then it gets on our package cars and go in. We model the whole thing, and we look at what's the most optimal way to go and route this so that we meet the customer deadlines. We are very, very particular about it to be able to meet the customer deadline. So at 4 o'clock in the morning, if it doesn't get into the package car, it doesn't get delivered that day. So we work back from when do I need to get this product to be in 4 o'clock in the morning in a package car? When does it need to be in the building? Then work back, when does it need to be on the trailer? Work back, when does it be on the hub? So we just work backwards and make sure that we're very clear about our numbers. And then what we do is sometimes we reroute things so that we can actually meet the timeline. So for us, we work from the customer backwards and see when we have to be able to do the changes. Now, obviously, John, you know that there are weather events that happens. We try to take those into consideration, make sure that we say, okay, if there is a snow situation in Buffalo, New York, and we will not be able to get there, what does it mean? What kind of a cushion do we need to be able to push those things? So those are the things we think about. But the entire network is driven by algorithms and network modeling. And I think I'm happy to say that our numbers look pretty good because we have a very, very sophisticated algorithm that actually runs the entire network. And the key is we look at the network holistically, not like in the individual sum of parts.
I'm curious, if I may, about two particular questions that are a little more micro. The use of drones to deliver at the local scale, I take it, and the use of, again, virtual reality to train your drivers and delivery personnel. What can you say something about that?
Yeah. I think you've done a
These
great
are not
job.
new questions, but
No,
yeah.
you've done a great job looking at our details. Yeah, so we use drones today. In fact, we deliver vaccines using drones in Africa. We are taking a more careful approach to drones in the US. As you know, there is a lot of legal requirements on drones. So we are watching what other companies, our competition is doing, our partners are doing. We're working pretty closely. As you know, we announced a partnership with a company called Beta. So we have an opportunity to start looking at drones. At this time, what we are focused on is, where does the drones fit into our map? To us, it's a delivery mechanism. So rather than saying that's the most important one, we are saying, what do we have right now with the government affairs, all the different aspects to say, when can we leverage drones? It is part of our arsenal, John, for delivery. It's not the only thing we focused on. So it is something, as and when we leverage it, it starts to become important for us and we can leverage it, we'll absolutely be able to do that. On the virtual reality, it's absolutely critical, right? So we have our pilots go into this. We have a beautiful base in Louisville when we have to train our pilots every time. So they actually use virtual reality. We're doing the same thing for the drivers, so that when they know when to brake and all those things, and we simulate a lot of different things for them so they can actually see it. Because for us, safety is everything, right? It is incredibly important for us, safety in our facility, for our drivers. That's why we have a lot of focus on this one. So the virtual reality is helping us to simulate things so that the drivers actually know how to react. As you know, from firefighting mentality, right? Sometimes when you're training, sometimes it's better to react rather than to think when you have a situation. That's kind of how we think about these things.
Before we turn it over to the audience for questions and answers, are there a few lessons or takeaway you want to give us on the future of freight as you sit at
Yeah.
headquarters here in Greater Atlanta?
I mean, it's like, look, it's you've seen what has happened in the last few weeks with tariffs and things
Yes.
going back and forth. So number one, we have to be incredibly agile. We don't know what is going to be thrown at us. And we can either complain about it or we have to be agile and take it as an opportunity. So we look at every challenge that has been thrown at us as an opportunity, and we have to be able to do that. So that's the first lesson, right? So our network and our entire system, the way I'm looking at this, is a bunch of Lego blocks. If I build it as a Lego block, whether I have to make a transformer or I have to make a Barbie doll, it doesn't matter to me. It has to be, the network has to morph itself so that it can actually be there. So that's one of the things we're doing with the network, because we have to be able to move, and with the AI and everything else, the changes that we are seeing in our environment is much faster. And remember, it's not just about trade. Trade is
Yeah, yeah.
there is politics on top of it, there is weather on top of it, there's a lot of nuances for trade. And one thing I think you and I can be very confident, trade is here to stay. How the trade happens is going to be moved based on all the different macroeconomic factors and socioeconomic factors. And we have to be ready to do it. So flexibility is the first thing we've learned. The second thing is learn, be humble, right? Learn from everyone else. Like figure out like how do we partner with universities such as yourself. Give the problems and let the answers actually come back and leverage it and be very nimble in accelerating and trying certain things and then finding out what has to happen. One of the things we are doing right now is we use the first principles, right? Ask a question, but challenge the question and the assumptions that we have. For example, do we need sortations to be for a particular time? Why? What if it's different? What happens? So I think it fundamentally starts to open that picture of what we do as an organization. And the third one is like, our CEO actually says this, right? If you want to predict the future, John, you have to create it. So what we are trying to do is when we talk about healthcare, when we talk about decisions we made, like, our strategic shifts we actually announced, like our partnership with Amazon, when we talk about SurePost, we are making those decisions ourselves because we want to create a future because that's the best way to predict the future.
Thank you. We had, in fact, a question from the audience, which I think you have answered already. Would you elaborate on how geopolitical risk play a role in UPS's technology deployment around the world? I think you have already given us some elements, but you might want to say a few more things if you wish.
Yeah, and when we deploy technology, like for example, in Europe, we work with the Works Council in some of the countries, right? We have to get the approval before you do technology. Similarly, if you look at Asia, there is certain specific things. So every country has a different one. I'll give you one interesting factoid, right? We have to deal with brokerage and cross-border. We have a phenomenal technology that we've been able to do. So John, I think I'll give you a simple example, right? So the pants that we wear are called trousers sometimes. They're called pantaloons sometimes. They're called as slacks sometimes. But remember, in customs, they get stopped. If you don't use the word pants, you can't get in. So now that imagine all the permutations, we have about 158 million permutations of words that we have to figure out and be able to connect it so it can go through customs. And this keeps changing all the time. So with the tariffs, 2 weeks back, it's like stop everything in the border. 24 hours later, nope, we're going to hold it for de minimis, right? So all these things will happen. So what we try to do is not predict what's going to happen with geopolitical situations. What I focus on is, are we being flexible? And that's what we look for.
Thank you. I teach import management, so I was quite fascinated by your answer and the de minimis part, which has popped up again. One last question before we let you go. I know your schedule is tight. Amit Jain asked the question, anything that you picked up from DHL, Amazon, FedEx, and USPS? Anything they picked up from you, I should say.
Yeah. Well, I should say we want to pick up a lot of their customers so that we can actually, grow our market share. But what we pick up, listen, first, other things I would say. One is I look at them quite a bit, but I focus on what can we do for our customers, because our unique, not everything is the same. Like DHL may have a different approach to logistics than what we do. We focus on complex logistics. We focus on healthcare. So we want to make sure that we are able to deliver that. We focus on small and medium business in the US. So we are trying to make sure that we are looking at it. I look at them like, how are they leveraging technology? Because there is nothing wrong in learning from everybody, right? The best thing about the world is it teaches us every single day. So we look for what they have done. How are they actually working on it? I look at the customer experience. I see how their customer experience is, so we can actually combine those things together. So it's in this world, like, you're not by yourself. You have to learn from others, and the more you're able to bring in, the better we can serve our customers.
Well, thank you so much. I think we have reached the end of our session. We look upon UPS as a living classroom for us at Georgia Tech, and I'm sure that's true of many other universities and research centers. We're very grateful for your time, sharing your insights, and hope to have the opportunity to meet you in person. And I'm sure you visit the Tech campus once in a while.
Yeah, I look forward to it. And thanks, John and Annie and others for having us over. This is a great opportunity. Yes, I would love to see you. I just, whenever I think about coming to your place, the traffic just makes me feel like I have to
Yes,
one day earlier to come and see you.
I'm afraid you're right. But I think we have to do the reverse, but we face the
That'd be
same
great.
problem. Yeah.
All right,
So
very
this is a
nice.
great medium. The Zoom medium is, after all, a pretty good one.
Yeah,
Thank you kindly for your time and
Thank
your
you.
insights.
Appreciate your participation. Looking forward to staying in touch with you for our future events.
sounds good. Thank you so much again. Take care.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Cheers.
With this, I'm moving forward with the program. Our next session is a UIBS Distinguished Company session, application of AI and IoT in manufacturing. And we, for the first time, Georgia Pacific team is working with UIBS and Georgia Tech Global Business Forum to make this fantastic company session presentation. I welcome Mr. Paul Fredrickson, Senior Vice President of Georgia Pacific Operations Technology Solutions Group. Hello, Paul. Hi, Paul. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. Wonderful. Hi, Roshan. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Wonderful. And Ms. Surya Kopireddy. Surya, good morning. Great, wonder. Over to you, Paul.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for kind of the opportunity to take a minute and talk and share with you today. I think we do this a fair amount, and honestly, every time we do it, I think getting ourselves together to kind of put our thoughts together and frame up where we're headed and where we are is helpful for us. So I thank you for that. For both of the organizations, I think, that have sponsored this particular event, we've got a pretty deep connection. And I think in the course of some questions that Roshan and Surya will handle today, we'll try to kind of show you how that works. Some context for the first couple minutes here, and then, kind of we'll get into the application discussion. We spent, since about April of 2018, inside of Georgia Pacific, which is kind of a wholly owned component of Koch with the K Industries, building a capability to profitably apply technology inside of our operations. Couple important words there. Profitably is one, and application is the other. And so you typically don't think of the paper industry as where some of that innovation and push would come from. I think we've been very fortunate to be a part of the two parent companies we are, Georgia Pacific and Koch, and also fortunate to be in the location we are in Atlanta, close to Georgia Tech. Our first location was Abercrombie and Spring Street, which is about a block and a half from the Georgia Tech bookstore. And so recruiting has been very easy for us. Retention has been good for us, and the relationships we've had with some of the engineering departments at Georgia Tech have actually enabled some of the work that we've done. As a company, Georgia Pacific is 3 different business units, roughly 140 facilities, primarily in North America, that we work with, and out of a location we call the Lab in West Midtown, Atlanta. We are connected to those 140 facilities in real time, 24/7. With that, of course, we get some economies of scale. And so when we talk a little bit about what we've done and how we've done it, those 140 facilities allow us to do things, cause us to do things different than entities with 1 or 2 or 3 facilities. We've also started to assimilate in some of our partners or colleagues inside of Koch. Guardian Glass has 14 facilities across 4 continents, and starting in 2020, we've pulled them into this process we'll talk about. And so they're really part of the family now, and you wouldn't see them treated or look or feel any different than the 140 facilities inside of Georgia Pacific. Little context there, about 1/3 of those facilities are making lumber, plywood, oriented strand board, wall board. About a third of them are making either brown boxes or mailers for Amazon and companies like that. And about a third of them are making consumer products. So Angel Soft bath tissue, many of the products you would see at a Costco store. So we have a pretty wide breadth of products, facilities, and locations. The underlying premise for what we were forged or forced into, I think, offered the opportunity is the simple loss of experience across manufacturing in North America. A typical control room for us might have had 200 years of service in it if you had 5 people, each with across 4 shifts. It would typically be hundreds of years of experience that would be sitting in those chairs running the operation. If you look now, same people, same number of people, it might be less than 12 years of experience. And so sort of our challenge has been, can we use technology, specifically automation and AI, to help people who have maybe some of the knowledge, but nowhere near the experience, be successful, safe, productive in our manufacturing environments. And that's really been what we've been working on since 2018, 2019. Now, to a question from the prior discussion, can a CFO see those benefits? The answer is they can. But those benefits are both accretive and non-accretive. The accretive ones are relatively easy to see. The non-accretive benefits, you have to appreciate and take into account some of the headwinds, like that loss of talent and experience. So in some cases, running equal equipment efficiencies in 2024 to what was being done in 2016 is a pretty significant accomplishment. So we have seen and continue to see benefits at multiples of our cost structure on both the accretive and the non-accretive side. In simple terms, everything we do here is really in the essence of recognize issues and help with the response to those issues via AI. Less about that with automation. And so what does that mean? It means see things early when they're small, help connect the dots of what might appear to be relatively independent issues that experience would guide somebody to see becomes a more important, more complex, more costly problem, and then finally guide the behavior. And that's where Roshan and Surya can talk to you a little bit about how we think about generative AI, and how we stack generative AI. That, I guess the new term for that might be agentic AI, but I think we still think about it as using large language models to help guide the behavior or the response for operators. Scale for us, we run about 800 autonomous vehicles around our system as we sit here this morning. We started doing that in 2000, so that's not a new phenomena for us. The pace of that has grown as, finding people to do that work has become more difficult, and I think it continues to grow. In our more complex operations, we focus the AI on what we call reliable operation, and that's simply take care of the assets, take care of the process, take care of the process control equipment. Digital mezzanine is our intellectual property. It's something that is, we believe, unique to what we've been able to create here. That is a tool that sits literally on top of the PLCs in an operating environment and pulls data in real time. That's done elsewhere. What we believe is unique is the way we integrate that with AI, with cameras, with generative AI to see things that are happening, trends that are evolving, and guide people's behavior. And then measure the same math that we do on the two above. We've applied directly to inexpensive cameras, and we found them to be, again, another tool to help us recognize and then guide response. The investment here, probably the simplest way to do it, is what started in April of 2018 at about 4 FTEs is now about 150 people that are kind of domiciled out of this building here in the lab in West Midtown. That's a combination of data scientists, IT professionals, core engineers, mechanical, chemical, electrical, I guess that would be the predominance or preponderance of it. Process control engineers too, to the extent that you think about that as a discipline. Has it created value? I think the consensus is yes. We've spent a fair amount of time benchmarking inside and outside of our industry. It is one of the foundations of a company is kind of know what's out there. And I think we find that we legitimately, with humility, can say we believe we are a ways down the field, maybe when compared to either our peers or others that we have benchmarked with. That's not because we're particularly smart or anything like that. It's, I think, more that we've been afforded the opportunity to come at this problem with a company that has scale. So instead of buying point solutions, Roshan and Surya will talk to you about building solutions, whereas the problems get more valuable or the opportunities, we can integrate different tools together in minutes with questions and looking for answers, as opposed to trying to have the need to integrate purchase solutions that take time and money. And I think the other important thing that it would be important to talk about here is the scale and the reliability we run at. There are about 650 escalations that come out of this building a week to those 140 facilities. And as operations start to depend on those as a part of their operating strategy, this building then has to run 24/7 by 365. Because when it doesn't, some of those insights that people had learned to rely on cease to be available to them. And so it has taken us from somewhat of a minimum viable product to a scaled solution to something that now is sort of integral to how most of our Georgia Pacific facilities run their day-to-day operations. So that's the context. I thought what we might do quickly is give this over to Roshan to talk a little bit about how we've approached this and why we've approached it the way we did. And then that will follow with Surya taking a run through just literally what does that look like at scale, so people get a sense for that. So I think, Roshan, if you want to take and introduce yourself and go from here, when we hand back off to Surya, we'll do the same thing.
Sounds good. Thanks, Paul. Morning, everybody. My name's Roshan Shah. I have responsibility for data science and a capability we call CSC, Collaboration and Support Center. It's an operating entity for all intents, and that's how we apply AI across Georgia Pacific. That said, to build on to what Paul talked about, we think of every opportunity in front of us where we could apply AI in terms of use cases. And it's deliberately thought of as use cases. So if we start with a problem and we can make some progress in 6 weeks or lesser, somewhere around that, then we can have a perspective around, does this actually create value for us? And if not, let's determine, are we the right group of folks? Should we be partnering, something to that effect? And the reason we put 6 weeks as a timeline is because we, dramatically care about the importance of speed, rather. In all of the things that we go down the path of, speed matters to us. And with that as a backdrop, when we think about where could we apply AI to start with, a couple of use cases. Number one would be what we call reliable operations. Reliable operations is a kind of a house that sits on a couple of pillars, 3 to be precise. The first one would be mechanical or electrical asset health, the second one being process health, and the third one being process control health. And if we dive into each one of those, what that effectively means for us is, we used to have a lot of folks who could walk around and listen to the sound of a bearing moving and be able to tell us that bearing's got this type of problem. Well, that took a lot of knowledge and, more importantly, experience. But as we no longer have that skill set in our facilities, what we've been able to do is leverage sensors, vibration sensors, if you will, thousands of them, north of 75,000 of them, that are constantly collecting data for us. And Surya will get into how we do that at scale. But from an AI standpoint, what we do is we apply machine learning models against those massive amounts of data that we produce to be able to identify what's going to fail what's the failure mode, and how much time we have. And all three of those are important, perhaps in that order. Now, the value proposition for us is when we apply machine learning models against those incredibly large volumes of data, now we can call a facility and share the fact that, hey, that particular bearing or equipment is going to fail for this reason, and you have this amount of time. When we connect that to the fact that we no longer have the experience in our facilities to be able to identify that, this is very helpful, because now facilities don't have to take an equipment down in an unplanned manner. Now they know what's going to fail. So, again, with lack of experience and knowledge, that becomes a very valuable data point for facilities to be able to keep mechanical assets running well. The second pillar of that reliable operations is process health. And what we mean by that is, when we used to have a lot of operators with, as Paul mentioned, 200 years worth of experience, where we might be lucky if we get combined of 5 years of experience, operators, not for any poor intent, but operators tend to make decisions that may not be the best decisions, because again, they don't have the knowledge and the experience. Or you might be able to replace knowledge. Experience, unfortunately, just takes time. So in that case, what we do is we deploy thousands of machine learning models that are constantly executing against real-time data that these thousands of sensors generate, to be able to help flag to us, including the facility, that would suggest something to the effect of, hey, the temperature in this particular kiln is at X, and it is increasing at a rate that may be a little too aggressive. And if we were to back off of that, or if we were to do things differently, we have a better chance of not getting an off-quality product, or God forbid, get into an unsafe condition. So in other words, being able to leverage AI and sensor data, we can get ahead of well-intentioned but inaccurate decision from a process standpoint and get ahead of those failures. To us, that has a fairly large economic impact, but of course, that has a safety and environmental impact that we aim to avoid. The third component of reliable operation is process control health. And what I mean by that is, in our facilities, we have a fair bit of automation around how equipment kind of runs itself, if you will. For maybe a analogy or metaphor might be cruise control. Well, those equipment and those settings need to be monitored, and they need to be updated based on changing conditions. So what we do is we'll apply machine learning and data on top of that data of the process control data to be able to identify, is it running the way it should be? Is it running too aggressively, not aggressively enough? Does it have the right sensor data? Is it tuned properly, etc.? Historically, we've thought of these three things: asset health, process health, and process control health, and kind of like parallel lines. What we've been able to do is recognize the impact, interdependence of those three capabilities, and we now think of that as reliable operations. And that's important, maybe for no other reason than just this. What we've learned is about 40 to 50% of our assets fail ahead of its time, infant mortality or otherwise, because of the way that those assets are run. Again, not for any ill intent, it's just purely lack of knowledge and experience. If we can marry process health data with asset health data, vibration data, etc., then we can get ahead of those failures, and we can get ahead of just even ending up on a failure curve, if you will. So that's at a large is our first use case, and again, as I mentioned, we use heavy amount of machine learning data in there. The second application.
You might take a minute and just kind of talk a little bit about the evolution of some of those asset health models, because those are organically built. Yeah. And I think there were some folks inside of the mechanical engineering department at Georgia Tech, and a couple students that I think we worked with for a couple of years to build some of those capabilities that I think are truly probably unique to just about anybody other than branches, maybe of our military.
Yeah.
And they've provided value to us that I think are sort of unique inside of the company. And I think we see that when we benchmark.
Absolutely. So to maybe dive a little deeper on what Paul just mentioned. So when we first started with this problem statement, we kind of scoured the marketplace in terms of, hey, is this something that we could buy? And very quickly we recognized the answer that either not what we're looking for, not what we need, or not at our scale, or simply just not available, period. That's when we actually started partnering with Georgia Tech, as well as going through internal development process in collaboration to build these models, if you will. And, we probably spent first 3 months and we had a version ready that kind of blew our minds. It had, certainly a large proportion of false positives and we were missing a few things. But iteratively, we were able to build some models that, frankly, till this day, we can't buy in the marketplace. And I think if not for, a couple of professors in the mechanical engineering department at Georgia Tech, and specifically remember 6 students that worked with us, I'm not entirely sure we would have met our goal as quickly as we needed to. So that's been pretty powerful and an example we hold pretty close to how we operate here. The beauty in going through that process was, as we built them, we used them, and that was valuable. Even when they were only, say, arguably 30% accurate, that's an important perspective. If we can use what we have, even at 30%, parse out the 30% that is truly accurate and matters, and if we can use that, A, we build organizational momentum, people start believing in it, and B, we start actually seeing that in the P&L. So to an earlier point around, do CFOs see value? Well, if we start using what we have, I think we can start seeing value. But as a data scientist, what was valuable for us is up to 70% that was not accurate, because people were looking at it, they could give us feedback to say, hey, here's where that's not accurate. And then we can iteratively build that better. And, today, when we look at our mature models, it's far more accurate than where we started. And again, I think Georgia Tech played a huge part in kind of helping us get there. I'll just quickly move on to maybe a second and third use case. That was the first one, again, very profitable, very valuable for us. The second one, that we've been pouring a lot of energy in is computer vision, particularly in the realm of safety as well as quality. 30,000 employees across 140 manufacturing facilities. Being able to safely operate our equipment matters. And this is where we use computer vision. I think we have north of 600 cameras that are constantly collecting data and running against NVIDIA GPUs at our facilities to be able to identify are people in an unsafe condition. An unsafe condition, is determined by, are they wearing hard hats? Are they, in an area where there's vehicles moving? Or are they in an area where the equipment itself may be energized? And if so, we have the ability to stop the equipment automatically, as well as be able to alert the employee, not in a punitive manner, but more so for training perspective. That's a safety application. In a similar manner, in computer vision, we also deploy a lot of quality applications. So if we're running our processes in a manner that may lead to suboptimal quality or speed or what have you, we're able to use relatively inexpensive cameras in conjunction with process control to be able to change our processes within 200 milliseconds and be able to avoid an unplanned event, avoid a jam up, avoid speed loss, etc. And that's probably one of our largest growing opportunity in the computer vision state. The third one I'll very quickly talk about is generative AI. Of course, it's, we as an organization have been using AI for quite some time. Generative AI has certainly made it easier for us to use it at scale. Where we find it pretty valuable for us is when we tune our own models built on top of AWS Bedrock, it lets us kind of reduce hallucination. That's been pretty important. But orchestrating that information has been one of the pillars of value proposition for us. Maybe the last point I'll mention, I'll transition over to Surya to give us a little more color in how we do this work at scale. We use generative AI as a way to guide behaviors. And what I mean by that is, I mentioned the fact that we use machine learning models to inform our operators on how they may want to, change the knob, if you will. In this case, using generative AI, we can add context in an autonomous manner, such that we can put in front of an operator and say, hey, you're doing X, please consider doing Y at this time by this rate, such that we get to an optimal condition. And we call it guided behavior. I think that's a kind of an industry term. Last point on that is a valuable piece from an operation standpoint is, in lieu of having that generative AI, somebody would have to assimilate all of that information and be able to put that in front of the operator. A, that's time consuming, B, that's costly, and C, I'm not entirely sure we'd be able to do it at scale. So the fact that we can use generative AI to be able to put all of that together and offer an operator a corrective action or guided behavior, if you will, in real time at speed, that's been very valuable to us. So those are the three use cases amongst many that we use AI on. I'll actually pass it off to Surya to maybe give us A, introduce yourself, but B, give us a much deeper look into the scale and how we actually do the things that we just mentioned.
Thanks, Roshan.
I'm responsible.
Sorry, introduce yourself again, please.
I'm Surya Kopiredi. I'm responsible for data engineering and model engineering for all the use cases we talked about. Our journey with data and processing, it started when we engaged initially with the users. And on day one, we did not process all the data, but it grew eventually. Over a period of 5 years, we've accumulated about 5 petabytes of data. On a daily basis, we process trillions of data. This data comes from a lot of assets and facilities. We have about 150 facilities, and data comes from multiple sensors, various varieties of data types. It comes from about 75,000 odd sensors. Talking through how the data moves and processes for all the use cases that Roshan was talking about, we have different solutions we've built, but most of the times what we focus on is building a solution that's scalable, reliable, because end of the day, we want to deliver the results to the users. They rely on them. For the first use case that Roshan talked about, which was the reliability, we get a variety of data. It could be waveforms or trends, which would be small data with a lot of velocity, or it could be large data sets which come at a less cadence. And we are processing this data using cloud technologies. We use AWS, a variety of services of AWS. We also use services like Kubernetes, EKS to process some of these data elements and deliver the results to the end users. For the second use case for the other use case around computer vision, this one we cannot rely on cloud because those are image processes, video processes that have to be done, and they have to be done very quickly at the facility to deliver the insights for people to react to it or for the processes to adjust and accommodate and move forward from there. So we use a combination of devices. We call them the edge devices. That's where we run all our processing to deliver those insights.
I guess one of the things you might just mention a little bit is, I mean, obviously I'm the person that's been around a long time here. So I don't know that we were smart enough to have envisioned what we would be running into as opportunities over the last 6, almost 7 years now. But I would tell you that the capabilities that Surya and her team bring have allowed us to simply walk in the morning and say, we'd like to take our asset health data and we'd like to bump it up against our process health data and see if we can figure out why we're wrecking this equipment. Run a pump off a pump curve. You can't do that for long before you tear it up. And I think her and her team's ability to take that as a question and just walk 20 feet down the hall and come back in 3 hours and say, well, we can do it. Here's what it means. Let's try it here. And so we go back to the small scale use case, validate we can do it, see if we like it. If it's like, yeah, that worked well, then we can scale it. That has avoided for us spending tens of millions of dollars on data lakes. It's also allowed us to sort of earn as we go. But compared to some of our benchmarking, and maybe this was a bit of good fortune, maybe a lot of good fortune, we haven't found ourselves blocked or boxed in by solutions that we have to write complicated APIs or other things to communicate and get our data where we need it. To the point now where that's almost the first question we have of anybody that wants to work with us is, where's the data going to reside? Can we get our hands on it? And frankly, there are only a few people in this company we really want to pass judgment on that. And you're listening to one of them, because you almost have to be able to open up a laptop and know a lot about what's going on in order to trust the answers to those questions. But for anybody that was seeking to build a capability that was going to be central to how you operate, getting folks who can really understand how the data needs to move and flow and then get released, I couldn't emphasize enough, because it's one thing for us to have problems and identify them. It's another thing to write models. But if the data behind it doesn't work fast and reliably and sort of flexibly, it doesn't matter. And so those three things, I think, are sort of unique in things that we have seen with people as large as Ford Motor Company and others that I think we've been able to take advantage of.
Yeah, the notion of data virtualization, that's been quite powerful and quite important for us. You want to talk about that story real quick?
So we don't go around trying to gather data, build data lakes before we start our modeling. We try to work with the data wherever it resides and make the insights as quickly as possible. And that talks through the journey we've been through. For some of our use cases, we have relied on data that's available from the vendor cloud. We get it and use it. For some, we just do use it where it resides, like for a computer vision edge cases. The data resides at the edge. We use it and process it there itself to get the insights. So that way we are reducing the time to build a data lake, get all the data, build in all the pipelines to make sure things work. And manufacturing data at the volume at which and the velocity at which it comes, it's very hard to ensure we are getting the right data at the right pace. So it helps having that data virtualization, be able to consume it quickly and get insights quickly so the users can benefit from it sooner.
So if we've kind of covered a little bit of the why and the what and the how, I guess one of the hows we thought we might take a minute to talk a little bit of is the talent position we have here. You know, if you go back to that 150 folks that are sort of resident here, I would say half of them probably have a connection with the Georgia Tech University, and another 40 to 50%, you know, with some form of historical heritage, with a background around the country of India. And so I think we've got an environment where, you know, as we think about some of the purposes of the group that's sort of sponsored this event, you can come down here on most any day and, you know, the environment has to be an environment that people want to work at. I think it has to be a place that folks are motivated and challenged and inspired to work. And it has to be a place where, you know, that isn't just a hiring point. It's something that continues through, you know, their career, through years, so that it's one challenge followed by another challenge, followed by another challenge, or retention is not very good. And we've been very fortunate here, I think, again, through some benchmarking. Our regrettable losses out of this organization are still something you can count on about two hands over the 6 or 7 years. And so I thought it might be good, Roshan, maybe you and Surya, each from your own perspective, talk a little bit about the talent position, how we got here, and how we've been successful kind of with keeping the talent focused on opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a critical point in all of this. Without kind of talent, we are not going to move very fast, of course. So a key component of being able to recruit and retain talent, beyond the fact that we're fortunate to be right next to Georgia Tech, it's been the fact that we've been able to offer these folks with valuable problems that they can work on, that it's, you know, it's a challenging problem. They feel they're part of a team that's working on solving for this. And it's not readily that we could just kind of go download, if you will. So it's intriguing problems that folks can work on folks want to use it, and then we're able to actually see it be used when we walk into our facilities, when we obviously see that in our P&L, and the fact that people are recognized for it. That's been, in more than one way, a breath of fresh air for us to be able to fortunate to have this lab, if you will. We're in this environment with about 75,000 square foot of area. And much of that is kind of an empty warehouse where we can go and try different things. Sitting in many organizations where folks don't have the ability to go from thinking of an idea to going and buying a few parts and being able to trial that. I think all of us at some point kind of experience that in grad school in a lab environment, and then we kind of lose that in a corporate culture. And what's been very unique for us at GP and Coke, it's we're empowered. We obviously think about it through the lens of net present value and how does this all translate into business opportunities for us. But being able to try it, being able to empower folks with various backgrounds and educational backgrounds, cultures, if you will, to be able to say, here's an actual business problem. How would you go solve for it? And let's do that right here, sitting across a large warehouse where we can go and plug some of these devices in a safe environment, and be able to try that out. That's been very valuable. Folks like that. We have robots here. We have self-guided vehicles. We have vibe sensors connected to pumps that we can go and try to break it, try to emulate what a failure may look like, partner directly with our facilities to say, here's what we're seeing. Does that seem reasonable? And they kind of spend time over here. The ability to do all of that with the diverse group of talent we have here, I think is unique, and it contributes to our folks who want to be part of this, who find fulfillment in it, and kind of stay over a long period of time. And that, again, I think is very unique. I want to talk a little more about the humans in the loop piece. Sir, anything you want to add to that from your team?
What I've experienced is the changes we've seen with people, process, and technology. When we started, the technology we were looking for and the place where Georgia-Pacific was marketed and branded, it was different from where we stand today. And that's what we've seen people experience as well as they move along with us. So when we started initially, when I had conversations with people at Georgia Tech, they were not even familiar that Georgia-Pacific would be operating at the scale on the technology platforms of cloud. So it was different compared to how long we've come. Now with the partnership, there's a lot of awareness on what we do. We use a lot of cloud technologies, everything that's available in AWS, latest and greatest we've used and incorporated, and we've been able to successfully use that to our advantage to build the solutions we've built today. And everybody on our team, I think, have experienced that, because it's not like a stale problem. We have a problem, we solve it, and we are done. There is more value that can be created every day, and everybody is involved in that value creation. That's where people find fulfillment. And they have access to the technology as well to build the solutions. Like GenAI is out in the market. We are experimenting with it. There's computer vision that's going. We are experimenting with it. And we are using it, and we have users who are benefiting from those. So end of the day, you find that fulfillment when you build a solution and you have those users to use it, adopt it, and they are finding those things meaningful. That's where it makes a lot of people feel fulfilled.
You talk about wanting to, have everybody involved in the outcome of building a car that gets out on the road and runs, as opposed to some people build door handles, some people build windshield wipers. And so I think we've tried really hard to keep people connected to the outcome, not just a specific subset of the problems. I guess the other thing you might mention, one of the two of you, is I also think we get a lot of AWS's attention for experiments and trying things, because they believe if they bring them to us, we will actually put them up against a real life problem out in the wild, not a hypothetical problem. And so some of the stuff that we've seen come to us from them around, agentic AI, around large language models and how we use their large language model tools, I think they've sought us out because I think they're confident that if there is a fit, we'll tell them. If there isn't, we'll tell them.
That's right.
If there is, it's going to get some reps in out in the wild, I think.
Yeah, that's a really good point. To actually illustrate on that, one of the, when GenAI first kind of came into the marketplace, and everybody pretty excited about it, AWS partnered with us to say, hey, do you guys have a problem where you could apply? And we were kind of scratching our heads thinking, it's a large language model. We kind of work in manufacturing where we have a lot of sensor data that produce numbers. How do we work on that? And we partnered with AWS, and within 90 days, we were able to build some capability inside of the four walls of AWS collectively, such that we can apply large language models against numbers. And that's a very unique new advantage that I think AWS and Georgia-Pacific, we were able to create. What that means for us is typically when you want to apply Gen AI against a problem, you better have Word documents or files where you can consume and ask it questions. Ask it questions that would give you answers in words versus being able to say, well, I noticed an example might be, I noticed my kiln is not running optimally. What might be going on? And instead of you getting a theoretical or a literature, we actually get, well, it seems like you're running this process at this set point, and you should be running it over here. And if you were able to increase this gradually over the next 2 hours and get it from X to Y, you will get to a very specific, you'll get to the desired state. Now that may seem trivial, but to be able to take AWS's large language model and apply that against real-time IoT data and get very specific corrective action in the context of our equipment, that I think remains a competitive advantage. And if not for kind of the cultural advantages we have in being able to work on real problems that matter, I'm not sure that we would have gotten the attention that we do from the likes of AWS. To this day, I think we kind of get the feedback that would say Georgia-Pacific and Coke are some of the largest users of AWS in an industrial form. And as a function of kind of everything we've talked about, that we get a lot of support and partnership from the likes of AWS. I'm not sure if you would add to that.
One of the things that we challenge about AWS is when they get the concept, we adopt it, we are able to do the MVP, make it work quickly. But then we also have the scale of data and the scale of use cases. That's where they probably would not have experimented until they come to Georgia-Pacific. That's where the partnership has been very successful, where AWS had to evolve to meet the challenge and make the solution scalable. And we were able to use the concept and innovate pretty quickly from the MVP phase to a full blown out solution where we can leverage it across all facilities. So it's both a win-win solution for them to be able to find somebody who's eager to adopt, who's able to leverage the technology, the innovation, and create value. And for us, we've been able to work with a partner who's flexible enough to take the feedback we've provided and make changes quickly so we can go as fast as we want to once we see a successful solution.
Absolutely.
So the what, the why, I guess if I maybe take 2 minutes and finish, and then we'll hand it back for any questions. The enterprise has been in place since early 2018. Across our 100 facilities now, we're fairly heavily integrated just about everywhere. It's easier to keep track of those that we're not than where we are. Started to move this outside of Coke. Outside of GP to other parts of Coke. We've actually started to talk about taking this maybe even outside of the four walls of Coke a little bit. The value, I think, is measurable. It's measurable both in accretive and non-accretive terms, and I think we feel very comfortable that it's advantaged for us against the headwinds of loss of experience, which is hard to replace. You can augment knowledge, but experience is different. And I think if you said where are we focused next, I think that the focus for me is how do we integrate more discrete models and more discrete tools into more holistic solutions for our operating teams. So if we look at 5-unit operations that kind of flow together through a pipe or connect through a conveyor, the question now is, can we start to stitch some of those sub-processes together into an overall unit operation and recognize the problems, guide the response, and ultimately close the loop and just write back to an APC. And so we've got some opportunities for that. It takes what would be a standard advanced process control or APC and starts to make it maybe more nuanced, more capable. And so I think if you look at us over the next year or two, and we really don't try to project out much more than that because this world changes so fast, I think it's starting to stitch some of the smaller solutions together into more holistic solutions so that we can do even a better job at recognition and response, stabilize the operation, make it easier for our people to run it, and ultimately make us more profitable. That would be kind of our overarching direction and mandate. And, you know, we try to measure those things in small steps that we can ensure that we're moving on. I think Roshan said this earlier, and I'd end with this. Our greatest enemy in this building is speed, because the gravitational pull to kind of slow down and do things, especially as we've grown bigger, requires, I think, a constant vigilance and a push that says, are we moving at the pace that's consistent with our opportunity? If we are, that's good. If we're not, then we need to kind of understand why. And oftentimes we look in the mirror and we find it's ourselves. You know, we've grown to the point where we've kind of taken a bit of the edge off, and it's sort of with leadership teams down here objective to keep their eye on that and make sure that we're pushing to profitable speed, not reckless speed. So I think that's what we would have to share with you today.
Fantastic presentation, Paul, Roshan, and Surya. It is really very heartening to learn how a big enterprise like yourself is getting engaged in these aspects of AI and technology solutions. We have a couple of questions, and I would like to invite John also to join me here. John?
Yep.
There? Yeah. Yep, yeah,
Yes.
good. So my first question to Paul, you and the group is that how much of these applications of AI and IoT your partners, your vendors have been able to adopt, absorb, or adopting? And what is the process? Because I'm sure there are hundreds and thousands of vendors you're working with. So where are they in terms of these processes?
In terms of devices, I mean, I'll just be honest and transparent with you. In terms of devices, there are vendors who I think understand what we're trying to do and want to be a part of it. And with that alignment, we get engaged with them on the front end so that the way that data moves into Surya's world is understood and it's reliable and we can deal with it. There are other vendors, not a trivial number though, where we really challenge the business model, because they may sell the sensor or give away the sensor, but what they really want is the ongoing annuity of, looking at that data for a supplier or for a customer, writing an API to pass the data back to the customer. And we're sort of at odds a bit with that because of our scale. It's not because we necessarily think we're smarter or better, but with 140 facilities, we figure out how to deal with rotating equipment in one facility. We've got 139 other opportunities. And so I think the supply base sort of bifurcates or separates pretty quickly, to be honest with you, between folks who see that as part of their business model and some that don't. And some very good suppliers that we work with that we like just say, we don't. And we're okay with that. Where we get in trouble is where we're thinking one thing or they're saying one thing and we're finding ourselves not in the same place. But it has narrowed our supply base, I think, is the honest comment I would give you for people who feel like what we're doing is something they want to be a part of. Would you guys see that any differently?
No, I think that's very well said. Maybe one I would add to that is, there is a obviously, with the advent of AI at scale, everybody wants to kind of jump on that because that's kind of the way of the future. What we end up finding at times is solution that may not be any better than what you might be able to do just by spending some time on Stack Overflow or on Google. In instances as that, what we found is when we are upfront in terms of collectively where we are and where we want to be, what partnership may look like, such that we could, co-develop it, if you will. I think having honest conversations about that early on has been helpful. Otherwise, what we kind of end up getting into, unfortunately, is we'll go into a partnership to go build something, and then we recognize, okay, well, we may not be where we thought we were, and that's okay. We just need to, kind of figure out collectively where we want to be and kind of drive towards that. I think that where we've had those conversations early on, that partnership has been phenomenal. We talked a lot about what we're doing with AWS, and there's a whole host of them that we work with that, that partnership has been very good. So we can develop or, configure something collectively.
And my second part of that question would be, is that you are under the family of coach companies, right? Now, how do you take your lessons, your learning lessons, failure lessons to other partners of, coach family enterprises?
So there's a pretty structured forum across the Coke enterprise that meets about every 6 weeks. And, we try to be just as transparent as we possibly can to answer your question. And generally my principle is we start with what hasn't worked, because everybody's inclined to talk about what has. And so we tend to talk about things we tried that failed or missed opportunities. But across the enterprise, that is done with a lot of discipline on a pretty strict calendar. And we take it pretty seriously, because we learn things, of course, from others, and we want to share what we've tried. Again, primarily what hasn't worked. Now, our businesses are somewhat different, so not everything that we do in GP is universally applicable, but we pretty much know what is. So computer vision would be an example. Things we're doing with computer vision fit pretty well across most of the other Coke companies. And so that information, we get something, we like it, we share it. We get something, we say, well, that wasn't any good, we share it. And we do it multiple times a year, many times a year.
Yeah. Good, thanks. John?
Yes, I have a more generic question, if I may. Great presentation, of course, and I hope it can be used in various classrooms and seminars later. It's a sort of, it's a question I asked earlier today to UPS. How quickly do IT investments show business value from the point of view of a CFO? Because often CFOs, at least in the literature generically about IT improvements, enhancements, find it very slow in showing value.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find that to be the case in your corporate structure? And how do you handle it? And how do you plead your case internally?
So one of the reasons we're so focused on speed, John, is for that very purpose. If we're working on something that takes a year or two to show up, our term for that is it's a lifetime achievement award. And we don't do those very well. And so part of what we try to do is pick problems that are definable and measurable. And if, the surrogate for if I can't see it show up at the bottom of my P&L, and let's be honest, in a big company our size, if you think about our NIAT at the end of the year, you got to move something 8 or 9 figures if you're really going to definitively say you're going to see it. But what we can do is we can identify the performance metrics, KPIs, whatever term you choose, that give people confidence that it is either accretive and valuable or non-accretive, but still valuable. And I don't want to be working on anything down here if we haven't defined the problem clearly and we don't know what we're measuring for either success or failure, because that's a dangerous place to be. I'm not going to lie and say we haven't done it once or twice, but we do it with full awareness and disclosure. And it's a dangerous place. It's a dangerous game to start, because if gets away from us, then a year from now we'll be saying, well, we did all this wonderful work, and somebody will say, what was it worth? But the short answer is, our mantra is kind of, if we can't find measurable value in 90 days via our KPIs that everybody agrees to, then we may be working on the wrong thing. Or it's so small that it's really not going to turn into anything material.
Yeah. Right. I had a related question, and I think you have actually dealt with it, but I wanted to clarify it in my mind. I guess you have an education function or a training function, upstream and downstream, with your users, with your customers, clients, and with your suppliers network. How do you systematically address the question of training? It's almost a bit of a preaching kind of situation in a sense, but also there are technical aspects and harmonization of systems that are at play, I would imagine.
That is all true. And again, being honest with you, I think at times I feel like we're intentional about that and we're ahead of it. And at times we look up and we say, yeah, we missed that. The way it usually plays out to us is we're engineers by trade, by general qualification in many cases. And so we're reluctant to want to talk about things until we know it's going to work, right? I mean, this notion of fail fast sounds cliche, but engineers, my experiences, don't like to fail. And we sure don't like to talk about it if we fail. And so I think trying to figure out how to build a communication strategy around where we're going, both internal to the company, but equally important external, has been something that when we started off, it probably didn't matter that much. Now that we're the size we are and we're kind of impacting the facilities, we have to be very intentional about it. I would give us probably a B letter grade on it, but we're cognizant of it. And I think trying to figure out how to get further in front of it, because otherwise we get surprises. And most often if we're surprised, it's because of our lack of communication. Yeah. So I think you're on a topic that is on our list of how do we slow down our thought process, not our results process, so that we are further in front of this, both with suppliers, partners, employees. I mean, it's the whole show.
Yeah. Let me speculate. I suspect your suppliers of core materials have a different mindset than your users, who may be ahead of the game. I mean, in some cases.
Yeah, I think you're.
I mean, in the game being, implementation of IT systems.
I think you're 100% right. And in a strange way, if you go to the other extreme, our employees, while we agonize over the loss of experience on the one hand, on the other hand, everybody that walks into a facility today, if you give them one of these and put the right information on it, they're all over it. They know how to use it. They'll tell you what works and what doesn't. And so part of the challenge for us too is to be able to think about the opportunity and not just the problem with the loss of experience, because there is an opportunity there. And if all we focus on is the problem, first, we demotivate a bunch of people. And second of all, we miss it. And so I think even in a very traditional industry where, we take in bales of waste paper or trees or chips.
Yeah.
Going out to our suppliers and helping them understand what we're trying to accomplish and why goes a long way. And sometimes we do a good job of that, and sometimes we're behind the ball.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
For our end users, though, when we build our solution, we try to make them as intuitive as possible, so they have the answers and they don't have to go through a lot of documentation and training to understand what is being delivered to them. We are using Gen AI and technologies as such to make it very easy for them to understand, so they don't have to go through a huge training session to consume the applications we're building for them.
Thank you. So, John, we have a question in the Q&A box from one of our audience, and I'm going to read it for the group. Question is from Mr. Mishra. Pine trees trunks with their long fibers are generally the raw stock for GP and other paper and paperboard manufacturers. It is fortunate that the pine can be replanted and reaches full maturity in 12 to 14 years to be reharvested. But these stocks are dwindling, as in pharmaceutical industries. Is GP doing AI-based research to genetically formulate the long pine fibers as an alternate source of raw material?
Boy, there's a lot in that question, and it's a good one. So, yeah, the short answer is yes. If you think about wood baskets, the hardwood wood basket is shrinking, and it's moving to South America, where the growing cycle is probably 7 to 8 years for things like eucalyptus, which is an important raw material in consumer-related products. The softwood basket, you had the growing cycle almost spot on. And then the question really becomes, what are the alternative fiber sources for long softwood? It's not Western brownwood for sure, because that growing cycle is quite long. There are a number of folks, both inside of the company and outside of the company, that I think are studying that very carefully, because of course, a softwood mill is an enormous investment, and it's an enormous cost, and making sure that you're thinking about where that market is going is important. The use of softwood pulp, especially in all the different forms of absorbent fibers, adult incontinence, you name it, is a market that's very strong. And I don't think people have found necessarily a synthetic surrogate for that is acceptable yet. But there is a ton of research that goes into that topic for sure. And we're certainly a part of it.
Thank you. John?
Well, let me ask you a question on the recruitment side. You have praised Georgia Tech. Thank you. And it's directed at many of my colleagues in various engineering schools and industrial systems engineering, as well as our business school. But what do you look in a new prospective candidate for a job in your particular division or in your particular area? What are the
You want to take
features?
this?
Yeah, I'm sure
You want to
I
start, Sue?
noticed you had an MBA as well as a Master's of Science, I think in mechanical engineering, if I read right. I'm not sure in your case.
Yeah, no, mine was chemical, but
Okay.
why don't you take that, Surya, and then we can hand it back to Rose. These two would be the most relevant ones to answer that, I think.
Yeah.
For us, we've hired a lot of folks from Georgia Tech and other colleges for data engineering and modeling engineering. What we look for is people who are enthusiastic, who want to come in, learn, and contribute to building solutions. We provide a challenging environment, so people who can align with those and deliver value. That's the kind of people we look for, people who can align to the vision and work as a team. The technology stack, I think, is pretty much aligned with what we use. We use a lot of cloud technology, Python programming, and all of those, which are basics that are taught at Georgia Tech. A lot of grads who come out of Georgia Tech have all those acquainted. What we look for are more of the qualities of people coming in and working with us successfully.
Yeah, that's very well said. Inside the four walls of our company, right, what we refer to as principle-based management. It's kind of like our management philosophy, if you will. So from that standpoint, we look for folks who are good fit in that regard. But for in a simplified manner, what we look for folks who are willing to dive in and work on a problem, right? That's first and foremost. Second, folks who have the humility as well as a technical competence, right? Beyond kind of what you'd expect from a virtues and talent standpoint, but for folks who have the humility to actually jump in and say, I work in an environment where there are a lot of very smart people. And, I've heard this saying, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Smart people, you can find a lot of smart people that you can work with who can work with others and be able to bring them along, right? Have the humility to bring them along. I think that's kind of the unique skill set. And for us, we look for, folks who are energetic, who are compassionate, who actually want to get moving and get something done, yet do that in a collaborative manner. I think that's a skill set that we look for And we've been, again, fortunate in that area. I'm not sure, Paul, if you'd add anything to that.
Yeah, I mean, there's the classic initiative, motivation, and stuff, but I do think both Surya and Roshan hit on a part. You're not going to find an office anywhere in the 75,000 square feet. And so, somebody who is locked in with headphones, heads down, I mean, there's a role for those type of people who are extremely smart as, lockdown individual contributors. We're much more fluid than that. And I guess we sort of believe that maybe the whole is greater than sometimes the sum of the parts. And so people have to be willing to work with others, have the humility and the diversity of thought to value others. We joke about the fact that some data scientists couldn't necessarily tell you the difference between a chlorine atom and a hydrogen atom, but I'm good at that because I can. But what they can tell us around anomaly detection and correlation and causation is so valuable that if you don't have an appreciation for what everybody brings to the party, and that, right. Look, for a bunch of engineers, that's a hard thing sometimes for us to do. But when we get it right and you see it working, you literally just want to feed coffee sandwiches and get out of the way, because pretty cool stuff happens.
Right. So I had a related question, which actually has come from one of our audience, Professor C.P. Thackeray. The question is, how concerned are you about GP's ability to continue to recruit diverse talent from different countries/cultures and remain competitive with proposed radical changes to our immigration laws? And please read this with the statement which was made by you, Paul or Roshan, that about 45 or 40% of your technical staff has some sort of relationship with India, either generation 1 or generation 2.
Well, I would tell you, like everybody else, we're watching it pretty carefully. I mean, I think part of what's gotten us where we are is the diversity we have and the way people from different kind of backgrounds and cultures come together against problems. We're probably not going to be the ones to kind of stand up and say, we don't agree with this, we're going to do something on our own. But we are paying pretty close attention to it. And, I think to the extent that as a total enterprise, we see it the same way. I don't know that we're doing a lot right now other than paying close attention and listening. It's certainly not causing us to think we want to change what we're doing. I guess it's causing us to kind of watch and, hope that at the end of the day, we get to the right place.
Right. And as head of OTSG, what is your next frontier in terms of AI and these set of technologies for IoT? What's your next, where do you think you would be, or what would be your next challenge to deal with?
If I broke that question into continuous manufacturing and discrete, right? So discrete is the converting operations we have. Continuous would be the transformation of, let's just say, fiber into paper. I think on the discrete side, it would be how close could we push to sort of a lights out operation. On the automation side, between automation and robotics, that's the easy part. I think it's the variability and vagrancies in our raw materials and some of those things that humans are so good at seeing, but as computer vision gets better at defect detection, I think we would do that not as a cost savings, we would do it as a matter of survival. But I think trying to integrate those tools to let people work up to a higher purpose, and then if we can't find people we can still operate, would be my first comment. On continuous, I really think it's back to this problem recognition, problem response, and continuing to look at, instead of little pieces, more broad pieces of our operations. And then when we're comfortable, but probably not to start, we would just close the loop and run right back and write some of those recommended actions into our process control tools. So, think about a very complex APC or advanced process control. We could do that now in some of our facilities with some of our unit operations. I think Roshan's models are accurate enough, precision and recall good enough that we could do it. I think the question is, do we wait till we can see a broader part of the unit operation, or do we start to do it in little pieces? I think that the future then is taking AI and having it actually drive a level of control would be, what I would offer, so that you don't just use it for recognition and recommendation, you use it for control.
Great, thank you. John?
I have no other questions other than a thought that your unit, excuse me, your unit sounds like it's on the tipping edge, or on the tip rather, of the process of modernization within the corporation.
It is, and the two bump into each other frequently, right? As we think about modernization or recapitalization, the tendency is to recapitalize what you've always had versus what you might want. And I think again, good question. As we get into some of those big decision points, the question is, how far do we want to push the envelope? And we have those discussions. The good news now is we actually have a relevant point of view about what the future might look like, whereas before we were very dependent just on our supply base to tell us that.
Well, thank you very much. Ani, you want to close the session?
Sorry, John, what was that?
I think we had set aside 11:55
Right.
as
So
the ending.
we are waiting for Mr. Anantadya to join us.
Okay.
In the meantime, you can have one more question with Paul and group.
Do you have facilities overseas? This is, of course, I'm a professor of international management, business, and strategy. So obviously, this is a question that comes to mind. And if so, where is your global footprint in terms of not so much selling, but operations?
So Georgia Pacific, no longer has a really global footprint, but Koch Industries does. And so early on, when I
yes.
those Guardian facilities, they're in places that they're all over the world. And making, think about industrial glass, so building glass, paints glass. Molex has facilities all over the world, as does Invista. So Koch as an enterprise,
Where is Anand?
big global footprint.
Yeah, well,
You are a very impressive company, and you are really part of the Georgia landscape. We, of course, as you know, the Institute of Paper Science and Technology moved from Wisconsin to Georgia back in the 90s. I'm curious, I'm not aware of the nature of the relationship, but I assume you are pretty closely linked with the Institute of Paper Science at the corner on 10th Street.
Yes, you would find, I think we've got probably 4 or 5 links, John, that are pretty tight. One is, there's a T&M technology and management program that I think we've been a pretty heavy sponsor of. A lot of those folks end up in our supply chain space. The Institute of Paper Chemistry, for sure. We've actually got a number of folks that are down in your computer science program and your data analytics. So I think we have 4 or 5 pretty good touch points. And I can't remember the mechanical engineering instructor. I think he left.
Dr. Kurfus.
Yeah, what was the name?
Kurfus, I want to say.
Yeah, there was a Dr. Kurfus and a couple of his students. I think he's now moved out to someplace in
manufacturing. I think the Manufacturing Institute. Yeah.
So I think when we find specific problems, we've got a pretty good pathway to get to very specific people that, would be kind of interested in those problems. And it's not just on the data science side, it's probably 4 or 5 different places.
Yeah. And the paper industry, of course, is one of the key industries in Georgia. as forestry. Do you see it impacted? It's really going beyond the scope of the presentation, but do you see it impacted by possible tariffs on the US side or on the other side?
I don't really know. I'd have to think about that. I don't know that I would have a straight up answer for you on that one, to be honest with you.
Only one that maybe is we export cellulose beyond North America, beyond US. So
Yeah, we do. I mean, I think that, yeah, certainly subsets of our business do move products. Probably some of the, the interactions and discussions around Canada and their
Mhm.
forest products industry would
Yeah.
be main to the things we're paying attention to.
Well, that's really a question of broad strategy for the corporation. And
That's right.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot by asking that question, but it comes to mind, of course, in terms of trying to understand, assess the impact of potential tariffs on the Georgia economy and some of its key firms.
Yeah. No, those questions started, probably about the 22nd of January, just in terms of
Yes.
where does that touch us? What does it mean for sure?
Yeah. And we haven't touched much on the sustainability, the crossover between AI and new emerging technologies and sustainability. Broadly speaking, of course, sustainability has so many meanings. You could view it as ESG, or you could view it as decarbonation. But is this part of the agenda that you're pursuing in some ways? You pay some attention to it? Do you build it in the equation as one of the variables?
Georgia Pacific across all businesses for sure. And
Yeah.
there is a specific group of folks who, that is their full-time job. We have not really had much of an impact or engagement yet on that subject, with the possible exception of water and water consumption.
Yeah.
That is a place that, a pulp and paper mill is a large user of water.
Yeah. Yes.
And so that is a place that we've been engaged down here with our team in terms of both opportunity and optimization, and just sort of problem resolution and what's possible. But it's really just been in that space. The rest of the sustainability initiative is driven by a different group over back at Georgia Pacific Corporate. And we've focused 95% of our time and attention has been focused on, as Roshan said, health and safety, reliable operation, productivity.
And are there any lessons take away from your AI-related practices that could apply to the other side of the company in sustainability? In terms of models, in terms of approaches, in terms of technologies, in terms of data gathering?
I think the one thing that, and I'd let Roshan or Surya jump in here too, again, the notion of buying point solutions that then put four walls around what you can do with either data or models, to me is always a watch out. We've had to take a few point solutions down. The fact that our data now kind of sits all available to us, whether directly or through virtualization, I think allows us to kind of not have to be overly precise about our work plans and what we're going to work on in 6 months or 8 months. Because when we think about it, if it's valuable, we can get our hands on the data. I think on the commercial side, I think some of those same opportunities are things we've shared with people around, hey, be careful if you find yourself headed down that path, because it can feel good in the short term and you can wake up and regret it, midterm or something like that. I don't know, would there be other places you would think about, Roshan, different ones?
No, I think the example you had around, a whole lot of point solutions, you spend an inordinate amount of time piecing it together if you can't even do that, versus having flexibility around, the solution that you may need, I think is key. And that's all predicated on the fact that anything we've done with data science, AI, machine learning, we answer one question, which leads to 4 others. And if you are, if you're hardbound against technologies or capabilities, then that leads you to not be able to answer the subsequent questions. And that just kind of is, not ideal. So having the flexibility is crucial.
Great. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Roshan.
Impressive presentations. We are very grateful.
Yeah, and we look forward to staying in touch with our future programs. Would like to actually take offer of being at Georgia Pacific Auditorium next time, which unfortunately we had to change some plans. But thanks again and appreciate and have a nice day. With this, I would request Anant Adya to come to switch on the screen. Anant?
Thank you
Yes,
again.
I'm live. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I hope you can see me. Perfect. Yep.
Anant?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't see your camera on.
One sec. Let me.
Yeah, Jim?
Here we go.
Okay. Can you see me now?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Anant, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
There's some sort of an echo, but
Can you okay? Can you hear me
that's
now?
fine. Yeah, I can. There's an echo, but
You currently have 2 separate logins that might be causing the echo. You're logged in twice.
okay, yeah. I joined through browser. Okay, got it. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Can you see me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Um,
Thank
thanks
you.
for joining us. I know you have a very hectic schedule. You've been traveling constantly.
No
And
problem.
where are you today? In which city?
I'm in Dallas today.
Okay, great, wonderful. So we have a presentation from you. If that's okay, we'll
Yes.
straight jump into it. Jim?
Sure.
In the meantime, would you like to say a few words about Infosys and what you are doing in US?
Sure. So I'll quickly introduce, of course, Infosys. As you all know, it's almost a $19 billion company. We are focused on technology consulting and services work in the information technology space as well as the technology space. We obviously are a very well-known brand as well as a tech services company, and pretty much are visible across all the Magic Quadrants and leadership rankings, as well as our brands of Cobalt and Aster and Topaz, which are the flagship brands. So our strategy at Infosys is very simple. We are focused on what we call as digital first, cloud first, and AI first. That's basically our thought process. My name is Anant Adya, and I am the Executive Vice President and responsible for cloud infrastructure cybersecurity at Infosys, which is one of our service offering or the service that we offer to many of our global customers. Number 2, Cobalt, which is our cloud brand. So we have all our cloud offerings under one brand called Cobalt. So I lead Cobalt for Infosys. And we have 37,000 of our employees who work in Americas, which includes United States, Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Peru, Costa Rica. So I'm responsible for delivery in America. So I'm the head of America's delivery. based in Dallas, and been with Infosys for 17 years now. So very glad to be on the call, and thank you for the invitation and thank you for the opportunity. Ani, you are on mute, Ani.
Sorry. We wanted you to be in the program in person, Anant, but it didn't work out.
No problem.
Schedule-wise, but would love to welcome you in Atlanta and Georgia Tech in our future programs.
Absolutely, totally. And apologies for not making it in person, but surely next time. So
Definitely.
what I wanted to cover today is I wanted to talk about the enterprise AI solutions and cloud. At Infosys, one of the things that we say is cloud and AI are pretty much synonymous, right? I mean, we have to work together, and cloud cannot exist without AI, and AI cannot be successful without cloud, right? So there's a lot of interdependencies, as we say, and that is what is our narrative in terms of what we are trying to do with cloud and AI. Quickly moving on to the next slide. So essentially, one of the things we are saying is there is a lot of discussion around enterprise AI, right? I mean, if you look at AI in general, it is split into what we call as consumer AI and enterprise AI. While consumer AI is pretty sort of famous and a lot of usage and a lot of adoption by the general population and by a lot of consumers like you and I, enterprise AI is going through its own set of sort of adoption, I would say, journey or adoption challenges. And essentially, the way enterprises are looking at AI is in three broad buckets, right? So one is how can they leverage AI for the work where somebody can assist them. And when I say somebody, I'm talking about technologies and agents and bots and those kind of things. So how can you use assistance when you are analyzing a lot of data, or you want to take make the information accessible to you through vast databases and stuff like that, and also take decisions based on how you analyze the data, right? I mean, taking decisions and taking actions. I think that's one aspect where they're looking at AI. The second area where they're using AI in a big way is to augment the work that is being done by humans. And this is where we are talking about a lot of work will be done by machines or bots or AI agents, as we call it. And humans will get involved only when critical actions have to be taken or critical decisions have to be taken. Essentially, these augmentations that we are talking about is where repetitive and mundane tasks can be carried without any human intervention with more efficiency and accuracy, right? So that's the second area where enterprises are looking at AI. And the third one is autonomous operations, as we call it, also autonomous work, which is where you are looking at how can we basically use AI to focus on outcomes and focus on business outcomes, right? So I think these are three broad areas, right? So how can you use them for assist? How can you use them for augmentation? And how can you for automation? So one thing which is very clear is, and we say this all the time, is AI is not about replacing jobs or getting rid of jobs, but AI is all about how can we amplify the human potential to do more, right? So that's essentially how AI is being looked at in the enterprise side. Quickly moving on to the next slide. So essentially, if you look at what are the challenges, right, the enterprises are facing. So number one, which is extremely important, is the visibility of the process itself. I think no AI is successful unless you understand the entire process and the entire journey, entire customer journey, as we call in some cases. How do you basically make sure that you understand the business process, you understand the technology process, and try to bring them together when they are predominantly working in a very siloed way, right? I think that's the first thing that has to be addressed in terms of how you become more digital, how you increase the digital density in the way processes are being run in the company, right? So I think that is number one. Number two is the business agility, as we call it. So I think, there is a lot of process overhead when it comes to how decisions are taken in the business, right? Whether it is approvals or workflows or the decisions that has to be taken in terms of, rollout and time to market and all of that. So there is a lot of standardization that is required when it comes to creating agility in the way businesses are run. So I think that's the second challenge that the enterprises are trying to fix. And the third one, which is the most important one, is getting the enterprise data ready for AI. As you all know, there is a lot of data in enterprises. There is structured data, there is unstructured data, and there is data lying in multiple databases, in documents, in Excel sheets, many places, including papers and digital, non-digital documents. And essentially, how do you get the enterprise data ready for AI is the third big challenge. And last but not the least, I think it's also a big decision in terms of what are the models from a technology standpoint that need to be leveraged, given that right from hosting the applications and the workloads and the infrastructure to how do you basically bring in responsible AI into the responsible and ethical AI into the way you do things, right? So I think these are some of the challenges that we are seeing, which enterprises are trying to address. Quickly moving on to the next slide. So essentially what we are doing, right, at Infosys. So we were very early on, we came together and said that AI and cloud, along with of course the other ecosystems like applications and business process, and all of them have to work together. So we created something called we actually created something called a fluid and timeless enterprise, right? So essentially, if you look at any enterprise today, it is very fixed and it is not agile, and there is a lot of issues with respect to digital density and the way work is being done, the way processes are handled, the way business is agile and adaptable and stuff like that. So we created this reference architecture, which is our thought process, which is called creating a fluid and timeless enterprise. So what do we mean by fluid? So fluid is all about making sure that it is adaptable, it is agile, and timeless means that it is not created for either first year or either for 3 years or 5 years, but it is timeless, which means it is created for the future, and you don't have to really reinvent the wheel as and when your business is changing, right? So essentially what we have done is on the left side is all the challenges that the enterprises are facing. And on the right side are all the outcomes that the enterprises want to deliver, whether it is about experience or it is about growth and profitability. It is about being resilient, and it is always about trying to innovate and create more opportunities and products and experiences for the consumers, right? So if we look at what we have done in this reference architecture is, if you look at from top to bottom, it's all about enterprises trying to become more autonomous, which means that they have to derive the value from AI and other things that they're doing. For that to happen, you have to go to the layer which actually generates a lot of data, which is all the intelligent applications. So you can't get AI happen without getting enterprise data ready for AI, which is the second layer. And for you to get the enterprise data ready for AI and for you to run intelligent applications, you need to have a robust technology foundation, which is cloud. So essentially, that is what we are trying to say. So for you to get the enterprise ready for AI, you need to have a very robust foundation of cloud, which is why cloud and AI are actually working together, right? And when we do that, we're essentially saying that security, privacy, and sustainability has to be embedded in the design. So essentially, our message to the enterprises is that you need to rejuvenate the way things are being done to become more digital, to become more connected, to become more integrated in your process. And once you do that, you need to start innovating in the way you do things, in the way you take decisions. And once you do those two things, you can then start looking at how can you become a pioneer in your industry by leveraging the power of AI to derive business value. So that's essentially what we are saying, that we want to create a future-ready enterprise with unlimited potential adopting cloud and AI for the enterprise, right? So that's our model and our message. Moving on to the next slide. So this is essentially what our thought process is, right? So how do you move from experimentation to enterprise scale deployment, right? So today, if you look at it, there is a lot of POCs, there's a lot of proof, like, pilots and, some of these experimentation that is happening with AI. But the adoption, while it is happening, it is not happening at enterprise scale, right? So it is very important for us to see how you can move from experimentation to enterprise scale deployment. And that is something that requires three things, right? Number one is access to very powerful AI tools, because you have to be very fast. Your speed to market is very, very important, and you can't just do it with people, but you have to bring tools and technologies to make that happen, right? So access to a very, very powerful, robust enterprise AI tools is the first thing that is required. Number two is how can we basically build something which can scale, right? So a scale is something which is very, very critical, right? So when you build anything, whether it's a product or you build an experience or you build a technology solution or you build an app, there is always a question that comes in that, how will you make sure that, it can scale? Today, maybe it is being used by 500 users or 1,000 users. What if, 5,000 users have to use it, or 25,000 users have to use it? So it's very important to build these solutions which can scale, right? So that's the second most important thing. And the third one, when you do this, it's not just about bringing the right tools and technologies or building solutions that can scale, but it also has to be cost effective, right? I mean, because economics plays a very big role. So how do we make sure that, it's cost effective? So these are the three things that are very, very critical for you to move from experimentation to enterprise scale. And that can happen with the power of cloud, because cloud can make all of this happen. Today, there are a lot of tools that are available on cloud. There is a lot of scale that we can bring on the cloud. You don't have to really wait for infrastructure to be deployed or applications to be deployed or network and security to be implemented. All of this can happen within seconds with the power of cloud. So I think that's essentially what we are trying to say, that, if the enterprises have to overcome the challenges and, move from experimentation to enterprise scale deployment, cloud is imperative for that. I mean, cloud has to be there, and cloud can make that happen for you. So that's essentially what we're saying. And quickly moving on to the next slide, I think this is essentially what I wanted to quickly focus on is across all industry segments, right? AI is bringing a lot of value. So if you look at AI, it's not about automating some incidents or tickets or looking at call center, contact center. While AI plays a big role in that space, but there are a lot of these AI use cases that we are talking about, which cuts across multiple industries, right? So, like, for example, the first one is the customer service chatbot, right? So one of our clients in the healthcare space, who is in the payer space, have been able to improve the efficiency of the call center, contact center agent by bringing AI-powered chatbots into their call center, contact center framework, right? So essentially, the amount of time that they are taking now to respond to the patients who are calling them for claims processing or claims approval has actually improved by 40%, right? So I think this is one very, very critical area when it comes to customer service, especially in the healthcare space or in the hospitality space or in any other areas where there are retail consumers like you and I, right? So I think that is helping us a lot. Number two is manufacturing. So if you look at manufacturing, one of the big issues for the manufacturers is the machines and the control systems and the plants and the equipments that are used in the plants, right? So how can we get more predictive, and how can we prevent the issues from happening in the first place so there is no downtime in production, right? So I think that's the second thing that we are seeing a lot of use cases. And the third one is, of course, personalized marketing, right? The marketing today is very, very broad-based. and it is actually like carpet bombing, if you ask me. But there are a lot of these personalized marketing that is actually working very, very effective. It's very effective for retailers and for a lot of folks in the consumer tech industry, and e-commerce businesses are utilizing AI to sort of drive sort of the consumer behavior and target those consumers, right? So I think that's the third use case. Finally, go to the next slide. Summarizing, I think essentially, if you look at what we are trying to do is AI, of course, is changing every day. There are new technologies, there are new solutions, there are new sort of use cases that are coming. We also recently saw DeepSeek being launched by China, which was built with a few $1 million, unlike a lot of them who said that it takes some hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars to build and adopt AI. We saw what China has been able to do. So I think this technology is changing every day. There are advancements in AI which we have to basically keep tab of. I know we need to make sure that we become more smarter and more quicker in terms of how we basically use AI in our enterprise. Second is it is absolutely important to use cloud to make AI consumable, right? I think it will give you efficiency, it will give you scale, it will give you availability, it will give you cost sort of benefits. So I think using cloud will make it much more easy. And last but not the least, I think a lot of things will not just happen in the big data centers and in the cloud, but there is also a lot of work happening at the edge, which is at the place where there is work happening, right? Whether it is manufacturing plants or retail banks or a store that is being run. So those kind of things, right? So I think this is what is a summary. And obviously, we, like every other enterprise, is very excited about this place. The last statement I would make is at Infosys, we believe that you have to eat your own dog food. So we almost 2 years back started focusing on how we should become enterprise AI first within the organization. So we have adopted AI in many of our functions, from HR to finance to marketing to core operations. So we are becoming AI first and then going and telling clients how to do it. So I think that's essentially my message. And I wanted to just pause and see if anybody has any questions.
Great. Anand, thank you for a wonderful presentation. I have one question. What percentage of your client are going forward with AI adoption in their functionalities and operations, and of which industry is leading towards moving towards AI?
So if you ask me, when it comes to experimentation, POCs, almost all our clients are actually leveraging AI and doing POCs and pilots. Close to 30% of our clients have actually taken use cases into production, right? And the way we look at use cases, they are broadly in 4 buckets. One is summarization, as to how you can summarize the documents, and how can you summarize the content, and how can you summarize the data. That's one use case. Second is generation, where you can generate content and generate code and generate anything that you want to sort of do, whether it is PPTs or images or music or any of that sort. The third use case is experience, which is all about how can we drive better experience. And the fourth use case is operations. So most of our customers, the adoption is mostly in generation, experience, and operations, right? So these are the 3 broad buckets. The industries that are leading this is, of course, number one is retail, CPG and logistics. That's the first industry. Second is banking, which is financial services and insurance. And the third one is manufacturing. So these are the 3 big focus areas. Of course, there is healthcare and, of course, high tech and communications. They're also doing a lot, but these are the 3 leading industries for us.
Great, wonderful. Well, Anand, I want to thank you. We have our next speaker also lined up here, but I have a request. In about 5-6 months, we are going to be doing a big conference totally focused on the AI side. And due time from your busy calendar to be present in Atlanta in person, would love to
Absolutely.
remarks further.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Ali. Look
Thank you.
forward to meeting you. Yeah. Bye-bye.
John, Ravi, welcome.
Thanks, Ani. Good to be here.
Hi, how are you? Thank you. Thank you for joining us and waiting for a couple of minutes. We had an overplay of time. John, are you there? Okay. Well, I am going to introduce you while we wait for John to join. Ravi is the
I am here.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Make sure.
John, how
I
are
was
you?
speaking into the Ethernet. This happens once in a while.
Yeah.
Ravi, great to see you again.
Yeah,
And
likewise.
really looking forward to your presentation. It's always so dynamic, impactful,
Yeah.
and it leaves an imprint in the listeners.
John,
see.
correction. Ravi has been traveling, and today he's gonna be discussing with us, the accelerating digital transformation in self-service commerce. So there's no presentation from Ravi. It's a conversation with us.
Good. So Ravi is CEO and board of director member of Cantaloupe. He's also well known in the Atlanta community. Currently, really for his presentations to many of the forums in Atlanta, the leadership, technology, and wellness on leadership and technology and wellness topic. It's really a pleasure to have you. You should say a few words to set the confines of your emphasis and presentation or dialogue today.
Sure. John, first of all, glad to be here and happy to share some insights. The topic of digital transformation of self-service commerce is kind of near and dear to my heart. Just as context for the audience, Cantaloupe is a public company. We are NASDAQ listed. We lead the market in North America for self-service commerce, which happens in person. So this is not e-commerce, but self-service commerce in person. So think about any place where you make a payment and you get a product or a service without a store clerk helping you. So it could be a laundromat, it could be a vending machine, it could be a kiosk-based marketplace where you grab, scan, pay, and go, but you're helping yourself. It could be a digital cart where you pick up products and there's AI-powered camera scanning. It's all those types of use cases are the space in which Cantaloupe plays a role. And I've had the pleasure of leading the company through our own digital transformation, but also being very disruptive in the industries that we serve and bringing both operational efficiency and an exceptional consumer experience there, right? So to answer your question, John, and set some confines around it, my emphasis today is going to be kind of look at a trifecta. And the trifecta is, what is the consumer experience and how do you make that frictionless and how do you optimize it? Because today the consumer experience is actually not that great when it comes to self-service commerce. And I'll clarify why that is and what goes into it. So the first leg of the stool is consumer experience. The second leg of the stool is all around the operational efficiency. And think of that as the back office. What needs to happen in a supply chain? What needs to happen in warehouses? What needs to happen with field services that are people driving product around all over cities and the country and delivering things to different locations to make sure that that last mile is effective, right? And then the third part is just technology innovation and disruption. What's coming up now that's going to make the world of commerce look very different in the next 2 to 3 to 5 years than it has been historically. So those are kind of 3 areas I'd like to focus and maybe share some insights and answer some questions around. Okay. Any reactions or comments, John, before I kind of dive further? You're on mute, by the way.
If you could elaborate on the consumer, somebody actually muted me. If you could elaborate on the consumer experience a little bit. We have had presentations relating to AI and marketing yesterday. That would be a very nice follow-up to round off the conference topical area. You're basically positing that the consumer experience is not that great. In what sense? What can be done to improve it? And are there models other than yours that you wish to mention in passing?
Yeah. Yeah. And look, for me, I always like to look at what technology can do and, what businesses can do by seeing how it impacts people in their day-to-day, right? And so the story is from the field, so to say. And I'll share a couple of them with you. One is, I was talking to a friend of mine, investment banker, really smart individual in New York, and the day after Thanksgiving needed to grab a pack of batteries, right? Because something wasn't working in the house, a toy wasn't working in the house for the kid. So heads out to a nearby Walgreens, takes a full hour to just go in there, get a pack of batteries, come back home. Well, you ask me why? One, the store set up poorly in terms of just the layout. So it takes time to find the product. Two, everything is locked up now because retail theft has been ticking up. It used to be 2-3%, it's now 5-6%. And that's a world over phenomenon, not just a US or a North America phenomenon, right? And then the third factor is labor shortage. So there aren't enough store clerks to go around. So now you got somebody who's gone, they're trying to pick up a product which is locked up, and they're waiting 20 minutes for somebody to come and unlock it and give it to them. This is to just get batteries. I can tell you the same story about trying to find razor blades and trying to find, I can go on and on and on, right? The way retail is working in person especially is bad, which is why people prefer e-commerce, but e-commerce has its own set of challenges, which we'll get to in a second, right? So not everybody is as at ease and as comfortable and as fluent with using the changing paradigms of how different sites work for e-commerce. So it's not like that's the easiest thing to use either. So that's a little bit on the friction that's there on consumer experience. Second story, if you've recently been to a department store or a larger store and you've tried to check out on the self-checkout lanes, where you can grab, scan, pay, and like essentially scan and pay, what you will find is that the queues are longer and the system is not optimized. And the reason is the shopping has now changed from 100% being the end consumer to now almost 60% of the shopping is done by professional shoppers. So think of your friendly Instacart person or somebody else who's doing. So there's a lot of shopping that's happening, which is professional shoppers. And the self-checkout experience is not optimized for them, for high velocity, high volume product. It's optimized more for a consumer who would go and pick up a few things and check out and doesn't mind spending 15 minutes there or 10 minutes. So that's the other. These are things where businesses change, the paradigm of how things work have changed, but the infrastructure has not kept up, right? So those are two stories that give you kind of where the consumer friction comes from. And then I'll get to, how the solve works and how the operational efficiencies and the technology innovation can help. But any comments or questions so far, John?
No, you have defined the challenge. What are the solutions that you can evoke, and what are the solutions that your company brings to the table?
Yeah.
To reduce the time expended, the energy expended, and can you offer a cost-benefit ratio that's tilted in the benefit side for your potential customer?
Yeah. So, and the answer is yes, yes, and yes. But here are the specifics, right? So number one, I think the way commerce has historically been done, there has always been a problem of product identification at scale. And to say that in plain English, the reason self-service commerce is so hard is because, whether it's a pack of bread or milk or, potato chips or whatever it is, the way the product is identified has historically been barcodes, QR codes, RFIDs, all these types of technologies, which are slow because you are now scanning invariably, right? It doesn't matter whether a retail store clerk is doing it or a consumer is doing it themselves. They're scanning, and that scanning is not always super reliable. I mean, think about your own experience as a consumer. How many times you've gone to a store and you brought a bunch of products in and you're trying to scan, and that one product is just not scanning, and you do it like 3 different ways and then call somebody for help, right? Well, guess what? Now, with artificial intelligence and computer vision having finally reached a level where they are smart enough to detect a product and very, very accurately, that offers one solve. The other solve is load-bearing cells, which can be placed on shelves, which are smart shelves, and that can detect to a minutest level what product is placed on the shelf. And I'm talking about you can put a single Tic Tac on a shelf and it'll detect that there is a Tic Tac on that shelf, just based on the weight. So the combination of weight detection technology and computer vision with AI has now solved for the problem of product detection at scale. One of the products that Cantaloupe offers, our company, is called Smart Store. And the Smart Store is an example of this type of experience. You will find them now in transit locations, in hospitals, hotels, assisted living centers, all kinds of places, fitness centers, and they're selling all kinds of products. They're selling, pickleball rackets at a fitness center. They're selling military equipment at a military base and all kinds of things. And the experience is as follows. Consumer walks up to the storefront, which is locked by default. It's glass front. They tap a card, it unlocks, they pick up their product and walk away. It's that simple. The tap of a credit card is the payment, and then it unlocks, they open, whatever product they take out is automatically detected and shown on a screen that they see. So they get immediate visual reinforcement of, hey, you took this product, and if they change their mind and put the product back in, it disappears off the screen, so they know they've returned that product. So it's a super frictionless, seamless experience. So that's the solve. It also reduces theft. In all the places where we've deployed it, what we've seen is theft goes from, in some cases, it's as high as 10%, and it goes instantly to 0%. So again, our solution is one example. There are many examples that I can go through, and I'll go through a couple of other industry solutions as well. But the concept is that we're now using computer vision, AI, and weight detection to take friction out of the buying experience. And that, to me, is a perfect example of digital transformation of self-service commerce, right? That's kind of the bringing it back to our topic. I'll pause for a moment if there are any comments and then go into a couple of other use cases.
I wanted to ask you a follow-up question. You mentioned military bases, which usually have PX or BXs, but assuming these were done away with, you would offer then the Smart Store. But the Smart Store would offer a limited range of products, or it would be targeted at a subpopulation that would have typical, predictable demands, right? So how do you expand that to a multiplicity of product as opposed to have a hospital context-specific situation where obviously people are not going to be buying milk or eggs or tennis rackets? I don't think so. Or a military base where the product needed are more typical and really fit a profile.
No, it's a great question.
Yeah.
It's a great question. And that's where I think AI is coming to play in a big way. So today, we can, I'm again going back to our Smart Store example, but you can apply it to many other such products. You can sort of flip it into operator mode, like for the business, and say, hey, I now have a new product, and you can take pictures from multiple angles and key in certain parameters, and voila, your new product is now ready to sell at that storefront, right? So there is a way to train the AI model to learn new products, which has become better and better. In the early days when this sort of product came into being, I remember you used to have to take a product and take pictures from 100 different angles, and you used to have to take 300 pictures before it could reliably recognize that product, or weigh it from multiple angles as well. Now it's a 1 minute process to train the system on a new product, like literally under a minute. And I think it'll get better and better as we go along. So to the extent that you can kind of show a product and key in a couple of parameters around it, or even speak the input for those parameters.
Is the smart shelf as an innovation better suited for specific product lines, like, for example, an airport and perfumes or cologne, which is not an unusual purchase in an airport context? Would you do better with product specificity than a multiplicity of products, like you would have your smart shelf just offering a range of perfumes, either as gifts or for use or whatever, for arriving or departing passengers?
Yeah, so the technology has now reached a point where you can do all of it, where you can have a more homogeneous product set or a more heterogeneous product set, and it works equally well. I'll give you a couple of other examples, and I intentionally want to use a product that's not our company. So, to be fair to kind of the industry and the transformation that's happening. So there's a product called MashGen, a company called MashGen, and the product they've innovated is called a digital cart. And the way the digital cart works, you'll see them at airports, you'll see them at stadiums, you'll see them in various locations. It's basically a flat kind of plate, and there is cameras around it, which are AI powered. And you have products that are out in open shelves. So you bring the products that you want, a basket of them, and you just put them on the shelving essentially. And because the cameras are all around it, it immediately detects everything that you've bought. And then you just tap your card, check out, and off you go. So what it does is it prevents the need for scanning. So that's another type of, the difference between a smart store and the digital cart is smart store is great for low trust environments where you want to make sure that there's no theft happening. And the digital carts are great for high trust environments where you know that theft is not a risk, or maybe you have one store clerk watching over 5 of these smart cards or digital cards. And so in those types of circumstances, it lends itself to high velocity of checkout. It's also great for professional shoppers. So you're going to see them, and this company has deployed them already in 7-Elevens and places like that, where you have high velocity purchases happening. And so you don't bottleneck the process because people have to scan products.
Yeah. You mentioned a trifecta: consumer experience, not that great, operational efficiency, supply chain, but I don't think you gave us number 3, or if you did, I missed it.
And number 3 was the technology innovation. What has been made possible by AI and what has been made possible by sort of some of the newer stuff that's come in. And I want to paint a picture for what the future, commerce storefront is going to look like, which will be hybrid. And even the lines are blurring between what we consider e-commerce and physical commerce. So when you turn the clock forward kind of 3 to 5 years, you're going to have these experiences where people can order ahead, people can sort of partially place an order on a kiosk, they can pick up in person. So those worlds are really blurring. And that's kind of the third leg of the stool.
Yeah. Would you say that Japan is ahead of the game in terms of these related technologies?
For sure. It's been a market where, especially for smart vending, they've created machines that can, anything from ramen noodles to high-end cosmetics to pharmaceuticals. They've kind of created these robotic machines that can vend anything, and they can do it indoors or outdoors. I think Europe and North America, we're just catching up with that trend. And now you see a farmer's fridge at the airports where you can get fresh food, and it's, off a machine, and it's easy and convenient. So those types of paradigms are coming in. But yes, Japan is certainly very advanced when it comes to this.
Well, let us say you expanded that to luxury goods, jewelry, watches, and related. Is that a possibility? Because you reduce theft is one of the selling points. Is it already taking place for luxury goods?
A
For
little
example,
bit.
you enter a store like Harrods in London or Galeries
Yeah.
Lafayette in Paris or Bloomie's in New York,
Yeah.
and you're just interested in watches and you don't want to really mingle and go from one floor to another and be caught in the trap of a luxury store. So
Yeah.
you go to the display machine and you look
Yeah.
at what's offered and you proceed. Is that a possible?
I think it is possible, and it's a phenomenal idea. We haven't got that yet, right? It's still early days for this paradigm of true digital transformation in the self-service commerce space, but that's coming, and those products are great candidates to kind of fit into this paradigm. The other thing which is interesting is the consumer preference. Every consumer wants friction taken out of the purchase experience, right? Because you want that to be easy, and the more businesses can take friction out, the more consumers are going to purchase. They're going to do better, right? That's just 101. The second aspect is, especially Gen Z and the newer generations of consumers, they have higher level of privacy concerns. I'm way less sensitive to who is watching what I buy and who knows what I buy and who's watching me buy it than my niece who's 16 years old and who really doesn't want anybody knowing what she's purchasing, right? So there's a little bit of that. And the self-service commerce equipment-based approach where there's no store clerk involved, where there's the checkout is frictionless, it also addresses that privacy concern.
Yeah. But I mean, you are using a card with some identifiers of one kind or another. So in terms of techno innovation, are you doing, is your company doing a lot of research, field research or technological related research? What kind of
both.
what's the thinking what are some of the leading ideas?
Yeah, both, right? We focus a lot on the consumer behavior and the consumer experience, but we also focus a lot in terms of operationally what can we do in the background to make things more efficient for the business, right? Which is kind of the second leg of the stool. And there, what we do is we look at how can supply chain go all the way from a manufacturer to a consumer and the workflow be integrated across multiple businesses. And to just, boil that down, if you think about, let's say, a retail store that's selling clothes, right? A small boutique. Now, you could have a complex supply chain where and it could be multi-country as well, that there's some manufacturing happening in Bangladesh, for example, and the clothes are being shipped in containers across the sea, and then they are brought to a port, and then from the port they get to a warehouse. From the warehouse they get to a distributor, and then from the distributor they get to this retail store. When you get an end-to-end view of this supply chain by enabling it technologically and optimize it in a manner where ultimately the product reaches the store and gets stocked in a manner where people who are stocking it are getting there exactly when there is enough stock that's been depleted. So they are not wasting a trip because shelves are already full, nor are they getting there when the shelves have been empty for 3 days and they've lost sales. That optimization really helps businesses. So that is vertical specific software, including like what Cantaloupe provides, that is able to cross the boundaries of businesses. So it's B to B to B and cross partners through integrations and kind of optimize the workflow across warehouses, across distributors, and across retailers, right? So that's the second aspect of what makes that commerce, what's true digital transformation for that commerce to happen.
What about tailor-made products where you would be ordering from an originator of the product?
Great question. Because if you think about the consumer experience, again, there is this trend of mass customization is what I call it, right? So you can create mass market products and yet customize it to all the way to the preferences of a single individual. And it's applicable for food, it's applicable for shoes, it's applicable for clothes, any products, right? But if the technology is seamlessly knit across that supply chain, then I can go to this app or site and say, you know what, I want my shoe to have a high arch and I want it to be, a softer sole and I want this combination, click, and it flows all the way through, and they're manufacturing and they're not over manufacturing. So again, I think that end-to-end kind of, I don't want to call it an ERP system because it oversimplifies it, but enterprise software that's vertical specific, that can then create this seamless experience all the way through, right?
Do you have resort to generative AI to come up with upstream, downstream applications to your core?
Yeah. And I think that's a good place to kind of summarize and bring all this to
Yes.
home. That's the third leg of the stool, which is, AI, particularly generative AI, has really changed the game. And now we are able to create models that are more self-learning, more adaptive, and are able to kind of automatically tailor the offerings and the flows to consumer needs, and then flow it all the way through across the back end operations of a business. So, that's the real transformation. And I think 3 years down the line, you'll see whether it's ghost kitchens for food or whether it's, micro manufacturing for furniture or, custom design shops for interior decor products, all these. Now you're going to have a situation where, the supply chain is not getting in the way. You can have manufacturing where it makes the most sense, design where it makes the most sense, production where it makes the most sense, and flow it all seamlessly. So in that sense, yeah, generative AI is a big game changer for how enterprise software is going to work across this. So I think it's an exciting future that we are headed to, and ultimately the consumer wins, and ultimately businesses get more efficient.
Yeah. What is the view of the major grocery stores such as a Kroger or a Publix or other chains, because they have a few machines set up outside the perimeter, outside of the cash register machine?
Yeah, I think retail layouts are going to drastically change. People are going to have to really rethink how that layout works, how the consumer goes through it. So even from a physical structure, if you think about it, the traditional kind of retail store experience hasn't changed in a couple of centuries. It's now ripe for disruption and ripe for change with all this technology coming in. So I can see an experience where it's more digital lockers, more smart stores like the ones we do, more digital carts, and all of them set up in convenient locations around a store, and multiple avenues to kind of come in and out, and not have to go from one end to the other. So I think the storefront of the future is going to look very different from how it looks today.
Well, we have reached the end, and I knew you would give a great presentation, and I have a lot more questions because you're a disruptor, so it's always nice to listen to disruptors. Gives us a sense of what's coming. Thank you so much.
John,
what is the website for your company? Because I think we have some listeners who asked.
Yeah, it's cantaloupe.com, and cantaloupe just like the fruit.
Yeah.
But cantaloupe.com is our website, and you can find a lot of information about these products and the design.
Thank you so much. Very grateful. Much appreciative. Have
John,
a great afternoon.
Let me say thank you to Ravi also, but I would like him to address one question which we have in Q&A. Ravi, you there? Yeah. Ravi?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
So the question is from Amit Jain. How's cost benefit with weight bearing smart racks for hosting such SKUs and any extra hardware to process detect cards?
Yeah, it's actually really, really good. The benefit comes in two ways. One is just the sheer cost of not having to have a store clerk. But the more important benefit is because the consumer experience is so frictionless, in places where we've deployed smart stores, their space to sales ratio has got optimized to an extent where, if that location is doing, I'm making this up, a couple of $1,000s in business, it starts doing 3 times that once they deploy this technology. So it's a win-win from both angles.
See, great. Well, as usual, your presentation, your remarks are fantastic. We got very good views about it, and we thank you for your time, Ravi, and look forward to staying connected for our future events.
Well, thank you, Annie. Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Great to see you.
With this, we are moving to our next session. We have Honorable Lisa Cupid, who's a chairwoman of Cobb County Board of Commissioners, with us. And we have requested her to give her remarks centered around Cobb County and what wonderful work she is doing. She has been recently re-elected, so congratulations. Ma'am, you are mute right now.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us again.
Yes, it's certainly my pleasure. Thank you for having me. This is my second year here with the U.S.-India Business Summit and also the Global Business Forum here at Georgia Tech, which is my alma mater. So it's certainly a pleasure to be back. I wanted to talk today about just some great accomplishments that we've had here in Cobb County, and once again to encourage you to consider Cobb County as a place to invest in your ideas and in your businesses. And, we'll start off by sharing that last year has been a tremendous year for us in Cobb County. We have continued growth. Cobb County continues to be the third most populous county here in the state of Georgia. It's a premier destination for businesses and for people to live. We have wonderful communities. We have a strong economic system that is from cradle to post-secondary education with stellar schools here that we have here through Cobb County and also our Marietta school system. And we also have had a number of businesses choose to remain in Cobb, as well as we've been able to attract a number of businesses. And I'm looking forward to share more about that in the next coming slides. So, about me, my approach for those of you who I have not had the pleasure of meeting, I am in my 13th year in office here in Cobb County, have lived throughout the Cobb County area in East Cobb, West Cobb, and South Cobb. And I want to ensure that our success reaches all areas and all communities of the county. And that's through a climate of integrity and inclusiveness, intelligent decision-making, being innovative, and investing in our county. And just a few accomplishments that we have had in Cobb County when it comes to integrity. We try to do the right thing, and when we don't do it, we try to get things back on track. And I'm very grateful that something that's helped buoy us in maintaining our integrity as a county is having 27 years of AAA bond rating. That shows that we have been good stewards of our money and our resources, and that we have a climate where if businesses want to partner with the county through any of our development authorities, they're also able to take advantage of that bond rating. We've also renewed our 10-year service delivery agreement with our 6 cities that we have had in Cobb County last year. We just added a 7th city of Mableton. And that 10-year agreement allows us to receive monies from the state of Georgia. We've also overcome hurdles. We've put forward a transit referendum on our ballot, and even though it was not successful, we are grateful that we were able to move that forward. When it comes to innovation, and if we go back to the prior slide, we've been able to bring forward new programs that we've had here in the county. We've launched microtransit, even though our transit referendum did not pass. We do have an on-demand transit system that is expanding. It's our desire for it to be throughout all of Cobb County, but it's expanding in the South Cobb area, which allows people to pick up the phone like an Uber or Lyft and schedule a ride through different areas of the county, but for certainly lower prices. We've also integrated technology in many of our departments to make doing business with the county better. We've prided ourselves in intelligent decision-making here in the county. We launched a database to help our citizens get better resources that's online when it comes to social support services. We've also launched a community assistant response team to help support our police officers so that they can spend most of their time fighting crime and we can have others who are responding to non-emergencies. And when it comes to inclusiveness, we have improved our voter participation across the county. We are obtaining awards throughout the county for broadening our services through Parks and Recreation and in our senior support services. And Cobb County is becoming more diverse. If you look at our census data, it will show that Cobb County is now a majority minority county. We can go on to the next slide. If you look at the next slide, you'll see some of our top employers that we have here in the county, which we take a lot of pride in. Some familiar names like Home Depot and Lockheed Martin. We also are home to Wellstar Kennestone and Wellstar Cobb. And just this past year, Wellstar Kennestone Hospital became a level 1 trauma center, being just 1 out of 5 here in the state of Georgia. Kennesaw State often vies for being one of the top 3 most populous universities, and we're grateful to have that here in Cobb County as well as Manhattan Associates, which some of you may be very familiar with here in our county. A neighbor to Manhattan Associates here is GE Power, and we also have other businesses like Assurance, Stellantis, United Distributors, and these are just some of our top employers. I didn't name some of our more recreational employers, like some of you may know, like the Braves. They're located here in Cobb County, and we even are a training ground for Atlanta United. Move on to the next slide. Something that we also highly pride ourselves in the county is being a highly educated county. By looking at the slide, you can see that about half of our adult citizens have bachelor's degrees, which is pretty remarkable. And that drives the interest in ensuring that we are offering stellar education, not only through primary education and secondary education, but with our universities. We have about 8 universities and colleges here in Cobb County, 3 of them, which you may know, Kennesaw State, again, Chattahoochee Tech, and also Life University, which is the top producer of chiropractors here in the country, but they also have an array of other degrees. We also have great school systems, again, with Cobb County Schools, Marietta, and top private schools here in the county. A little bit about what's going on with economic development. We set pretty high goals for us in the county every year. And I'm fortunate to share that last year we've retained or created over 3,000 jobs here in the county. And we've had $644 million of investment. And we had 98 projects that we worked, and our active projects that moved forward through our economic development process were about half of those, 51 projects. We tout about 17 project wins, and you can see on the right, we consider both our relocations to Cobb, but also our expansion of our businesses as project wins for us. And those are listed here on the right. These businesses array across different industries, including technology, biosciences, and also including businesses outside of not only the county, but the country. And when it comes to project activity and recruitment, we are pleased to share that we attract businesses throughout several different industries, but also throughout several different areas of the county. Our primary job center in the county is going to be that Cumberland area where Cumberland Mall is located and the Braves. And we have had a strong business interest in developing in that area of the county. But you can see here by looking at the slides, we've also had significant investment in Marietta and in Smyrna, also in South Cobb. Our town center area is also a strong business climate for us. That's along Barrett Parkway up I-75, and they account for about 1/5 of our business investment. And then you'll see another 1/5 located throughout other areas of the county. Our strongest area of interest when it comes to business relocation and development is in office and professional services, but you can see that we've attracted businesses across multiple sectors, inclusive of manufacturing, technology, entertainment, healthcare, logistics, supply chain. And our bread and butter in Cobb County is in the food and beverage and retail service because Cobb County is such a strong tourist destination. Some notable international firms we have listed here include TKE, Manhattan and Associates, which I also shared, Glock, Travelport, Heidelberg, and many more. But just wanted to let you know that investing or having investment of international firms is not new for Cobb County. It's something that we pride ourselves in and that we make ourselves open to. We've had a number of communications even over this past year with different businesses from Argentina, from Japan. Japan, in fact, this last year celebrated 50 years of having a Japanese school here in Cobb County, and that attracts businesses to want to have their employees here, not only in Georgia, but in Cobb, because they know that their children will be able to maintain their educational goals that they not only have here in the States, but also in Japan. But you can see a number of different businesses. Our Select Cobb, which is of our chamber, they've also encouraged businesses to also go to different business events that have been in other countries as well as, and we have been having events to encourage different investments for businesses in Cobb and also businesses, again, looking outside of not only the county, but the country. We can go on to our next slide. So for any businesses that come to visit us in Cobb County, we like to share that we have an array of services that we provide, primarily through our Economic Development Department. And some of you may have had the opportunity to meet Sabrina Wright, who is our Economic Development Director. We have an array of incentives for very large businesses that are bringing a certain number of jobs or investment. But we also have small business grants that are available to small businesses that may be looking to pivot their business model, and even entrepreneurs that want to start businesses in Cobb if they can just show evidence that they've gone through some type of small business training or have some type of spreadsheet to show us some economic promise with their business. We've also, in response to our businesses communicating with us about their desire to stay in Cobb, we've improved our business permitting times. Certainly, we've seen that wane over the pandemic, and with investment that I helped to initiate during the budget process 2 years ago, we've been able to reduce our business permitting times from about 6 weeks to now around 10 days. Our Economic Development Department also has helped to support businesses staying and relocating to Cobb through business concierge services that can be set up either through their office hours or through appointment times. And we've also gone on site visits to businesses to learn about their array of offerings in a little bit more of an intimate setting. We can share with them the services that they have and talk through different partnership opportunities. And our business department, or excuse me, Economic Development Office has also held a number of industry events to share with them what they provide, to talk about issues across different industries in Cobb County, and to share how we can help address it. And I'm grateful that we do that not only with Cobb County's Economic Development Department, but in partnership with Cobb County's Chamber and with the state of Georgia. Something that I'm very excited about is a discussion from this last meeting last year to see how we can possibly have a tech village with Indian companies in Cobb County. And I'm very grateful for the ongoing discussions with Ani Anahotri and our Economic Development Office, and also with my Chief of Staff. I think this is a great opportunity for us to grow in our technology industry here in Cobb County, but to strengthen our partnership with our international businesses, inclusive of those in India. And so I'm very much open to learning about how we can move that forward, and know that we have ongoing discussions that will be had as this year continues. So with that, that primarily concludes my presentation. I rushed through that because I promised Ani I would save about half of the time for Q&A. But if you look at the next slide after, I know we just pulled that, there's contact information for my office, and you'll see contact information for me, my chief assistant, Sanam Azim, and also for our economic development director, Sabrina Wright.
Thank you, Chairwoman. That was a very well put together presentation, and it covered lots of areas where Cobb County has done an exemplary work and continues to do under your leadership and under your board's leadership. And we, Georgia Tech, Cyber, and UIBS is delighted to have you in the program once again.
Thank
And
you.
I would start with some questions
Mhm.
with regard to the growth which your county has seen, and you mentioned that you have been with the county for about 13 years. You mentioned.
Yes, sir.
13. You must have seen several 100% or whatever growth from the time you started 13 years back
Yes.
at 2025. What has been your leadership challenges as a council, not only as the chairwoman, but also before that in your other positions? Yeah.
Thank you for asking. So I'll share a couple of things. Some challenges, perhaps personally and then broadly. Personally, from moving to Cobb County in the 90s to now, I see increasing diversity in the county. That's reflected in our data. That has not necessarily been reflected in the leadership that's been here in the county, and also our approach to service and ensuring that our service levels are high across all geographic areas and across all diverse communities here in the county. And so, when I started, I was the only minority commissioner, and I had lived in East Cobb, an affluent area, in West Cobb, but I've also lived in South Cobb in the Six Flags area and seen the disparity. But not everybody who I've served with has seen it or necessarily been sensitive to that. And so those are things that I've had to push is if we're really going to tout we're a great county, we've got to ensure we're not leaving any community or any person behind. A little more broadly, and this is perhaps a challenge with any large organization. Like Cobb County, we have 4,500 employees. We serve 800,000 residents, many businesses and stakeholders. When you're a large organization, change tends to be slow because you have to move everybody with you. And we pride ourselves in, I would say, operating through systems and traditionally. But if we want to keep up and maintain our strength as a county, we're not only the third populous, but we lead in a lot of different metrics. But to lead, that means you have to go forward, which means that sometimes you cannot be as paced as we have taken pride in. So oftentimes I find myself pushing against us looking back and saying, we're great, because we have to continue to be great. And we can't just be great overall. We have to be great for everyone.
Great. John?
Yes, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Yes, thank
as
you.
a Tech alumna. And I have two questions, if I may.
Yes,
The
sir.
first one is an extension or expansion of public transportation,
Yes.
question mark. But the second one relates more to the central themes of our event, today event, is do you use artificial intelligence in the running of your services or in anticipating, forecasting where you noted where you made a choice in terms of growth? Would artificial intelligence of any kind, generative or otherwise, be of help? And I know you're an engineer by training, so that's not a hard question.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for asking. I'll start off with transit. So we put forward a transit referendum last year. It did not pass. I think about 35 or so % of our residents supported it. And it did not move forward for a number of reasons. Economic climate, for one, we could have done better educating people. And again, we just had a lot of consternation with the shifts we were trying to make, which I think just were very difficult in that climate. But we still have been working on projects to expand transit before then and after the referendum. So 2 years prior, Cobb County entered an agreement with Gwinnett, with DeKalb, and Fulton County for I-285 express lanes for the top end. So from I-20 in Atlanta near Veterans Memorial to I-20 in DeKalb County, they'll be adding express lanes to that area, similar to what's up I-85, but with the inclusion of bus rapid transit. So I just had a presentation from Commissioner McMurray of State of Georgia's Department of Transportation, and that project is being moved along in concert with current expansions that they have here for the I-285 interchange with I-20 on both sides. So I'm very grateful for that investment, and that's a significant public-private partnership. We've also are expanding our microtransit system. That's that on-demand system that I shared is in South Cobb. But we are also looking to pivot because we see that there is a strong interest in that. We're looking at all of our routes here in the county and seeing where can it be supported with that kind of system here in the county so that we can get people from point A to point B more affordably. People often think of transit as a poor man's or way of getting around, but this is a desirable way for many. And this is not just about income level or need, but also desirability from our young persons, many of them who don't drive, who are under 16, like my 15-year-old, and also like our, 14 and 16-year-old who don't have a car yet. And then, many of our citizens are aging, so that's also an interest. When it comes to AI, it is being utilized in our county in different ways. We are looking to have a meeting internally to the county, similar to what we had in sustainability, and I see Kimberly White is here. We had a meeting just to understand how are different departments utilizing AI. And my desire is for us to also have a public-facing meeting with respect to AI so we can hear from different experts and different citizens and different businesses about how they're utilizing it and how they perceive Cobb County can. One way I know that we're utilizing it is during the pandemic, we had a call center that we used just for vaccinations, and we ended up pivoting that call center to be a call center for all of our citizens through a 311 number. And but our communications department has created different phone trees and different scripts utilizing AI. So if people have different needs, they can be routed to the different department or routed to different sources of information where they can get assistance. And that helps to decrease the burden on our staff because even though we're a county of 800,000, we operate very lean compared to our other county counterparts. I know AI is being utilized in many different ways, from anything from transcribing meetings, but I'm pretty sure from an operational perspective from our departments, they're utilizing it. It could be in our fleet department or transportation or in our IT department. But I will have a better sense of what that is when we have all of our departments come together and discuss it.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know if you have any other questions.
Yeah, John, I have a few questions.
Go ahead.
About, we have some attendees.
We have a few minutes left. Yeah.
Yeah. So, the one question is, and this is directed to you, as to what did you study in Georgia Tech?
Mechanical, right?
Yes, I was a mechanical engineering student at Tech, and I was there between 95 and 2000 in the years where you didn't graduate from Tech, you got out. So I got out in about 5 years.
Right, exactly. Now, one question which I have is that, looking future forward,
Yes.
you recently got a mandate for being in office for 4 more years. And let's say in about next 4 to 10 years, what are your projections in terms of going on the path of growth and standing out in Georgia, standing in the nation? And do you assimilate your immigrant companies, foreign companies? That ties up with what we have been discussing.
Thank you for asking, Ani. I'm very grateful to have another 4 years in office. Once you get that first term under your belt, now you can really take what you've known and learn and put it to use to move things forward. Um, so some things that I have interest in, yes, is in Cobb County growing. We are growing because we're a desirable county. And sometimes, it's very difficult for those of us in suburban Atlanta to have conversations around growth because people say they don't live in Fulton County or Atlanta because they wanted to get away from growth. But if you're in Metro Atlanta and one of those top 5 counties, just by sheer desirability of Atlanta, but by our own desirability, you're going to grow. We have strong schools, we're going to grow. We have top businesses, we're going to grow. People want to live near good schools. They want to live where they work. We have great amenities here in Cobb. We have a well-run county government. Our desirability puts us on the map. And so, while we have conversations around growth, we need to be mindful to do it in areas that are already highly developed corridors. That's where we'll concentrate most of our growth. But there are also areas of opportunity. During the time of the 1950s, and I'll just be forward, during those times of white flight, when people were coming from Atlanta, South Cobb grew very quickly. And now you're seeing the aging of a lot of quick development where they're ripe for redevelopment. So there are areas there, I think, that would be great opportunities to consider business investment. Also, similar to the Lockheed plant area, they're growing, and I'm grateful. Lockheed is doing a lot to invest, not only with new planes, but they're bringing a lot of their highly skilled employees from California in the tech space to the Marietta area as well. But Lockheed is a lot smaller of a business operation than it used to be. And so there's a lot of land, I think, and opportunity to develop around that Fair Oaks, Marietta, and what I call the Osborne Marietta district. It's just there, you have to be very sensitive about flight paths and how development occurs. But just looking on the ground, again, seeing the aged infrastructure and seeing the business opportunity that's close by, I think there's a way to be mindful of the height of development, the type of development, and still put it proximate to where we're going to see a lot more investment and a lot more growth on the technical side. Even Georgia Tech's Research Institute is on the campus where Lockheed is. For me personally, I want to see us better support our universities in the Cobb County space. We have Kennesaw State. Not many counties can boast that they have such strong universities that are here. And we have other schools that are here. We should be creating a pipeline where people don't just come here to go to school, but they stay here to work, to start a family, because they've had such a positive experience. And I think we also need to take advantage of that intellectual resource that we have in our universities with our professors, with our PhD students. How can we take that brain power and utilize it to make Cobb County government better, to perhaps look at Cobb County as as a bit of a project and be a space where we can be innovative, right? And we talk about innovation being first. If you have universities and people who are always thinking and getting new ideas, we should be a natural space for being able to take advantage of that. And that gets to the space when it comes to technological innovation, which I'm glad that you spoke to me about. We do have some technical companies here in the county. We talked about it, TSG, which wasn't on my slide, but also Manhattan Associates. We already have places where strong Indian investment is already occurring in that tech space. So there's a way to piggyback off of that. You could piggyback off of the areas like the Cumberland the Cumberland CID, which is a community improvement district, and the community improvement district in the town center area, if you want to be where businesses are. Or for me, my heart is always around equity and bringing areas up. And those areas that are ripe for redevelopment or development, I think could be spaces, as long as they're in those commercial areas where they're not going to have a conflict with residential. I think those are areas where investment is going to be welcome by businesses that are in that area, because you help to buoy those businesses, but also through incentives that we have that target certain census tracts here in the county, and also by people that need a place to work in the county. And so I'm hoping that those areas could also be on the radar as we have interest of international businesses coming and investing here in Cobb.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. John, you were saying something?
No, I'm saying this is a great presentation. It's inspiring and it's reflecting the achievements of Cobb County. I always enjoy going to Cobb County. I live in Atlanta, so it's a pleasure for me to travel there.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you very much, Chairwoman Cupid. We really appreciate it. And
Thank you.
wish you the best of luck in the changes you're bringing about, whether it's in the internals or the external environment of Cobb County at large. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Again, it's an honor for me to be here. I appreciate your interest, and please consider me a partner.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Welcome. Look forward to staying in touch with you.
Thank you, Ani. Thank you, John.
Have a good day.
You too.
John, over to you.
Yes. So I see our next presenter is already online. And allow me to say a few words about who she is. We are rejoining the central theme of the two-day conference, particularly the branch of that program, artificial intelligence. And we've talked on and off over the last day and a half about governance. And we know that there is a new governance structure for AI that has been propounded by the new president. And so in order to address the issue of country-level governance, comparing three different large countries, we have the pleasure of having a colleague in Washington, D.C., Anshu Saxena Arora, who is a full professor of marketing and social robotics at the School of Business and Public Administration at the University of the District of Columbia in Washington, D.C. She's also founding director of artificial intelligence, social robotics, a laboratory at UDC, University of the District of Columbia, funded by the National Science Foundation, numerous publications in the field of AI and social robotics. And she's going to talk to us about the evolving governance, AI governance structure across the United States, the European Union, and China, using a paper in which actually I'm a co-author and which she presented in Paris, France, last November at our China Goes Global conference in late November. So it's a pleasure to greet you and to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Dr. McIntyre. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to be, on a call with Dr. McIntyre and making a presentation for this group. So thank you for having me. Thank you. Let me quickly share my screen here. Can you all see my screen at the moment?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect. Well, once again, a very, very good afternoon, everyone. The topic or the title that I'll be presenting today is Developing Global Artificial Intelligence Governance or Regulation Framework Impacting the United States, China, and the European Union. As Dr. McIntyre has already introduced me, I'm Dr. Anshu Arora. I'm a professor of marketing and robotics and the director for artificial intelligence, social robotics, and behavioral research lab that we have at the School of Business and Public Administration in the University of the District of Columbia in Washington, D.C. Now, as a part of the lab, you can see on the right, I have some robots here. So I work very closely with these robots, the Now robots and the Pepper robot. And these robots are actually used for working with the DC public school system in Washington, DC, especially with high schoolers who are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. So that's what we do as a part of the lab that we have at UDC. With me, my co-authors on this research are Dr. Amit Arora. He's a professor of supply chain management at UDC. Dr. John R. McIntyre, of course, the professor of management, cyber director at Scheller College of Business, Georgia Tech. And Dr. K. Siva Kumar, who is a professor and chair of marketing at Lehigh University in Pennsylvania. And just a few words about UDC. So University of the District of Columbia, or UDC, happens to be the only urban land-grant public university in the nation's capital. And we also happen to be an HBCU, which is historically Black College University. With that said, the research that I'm about to present today has been supported and funded by several grants from the National Science Foundation and also from Cyber of Georgia Tech. So again, I'm very thankful to be here, and thanks, Dr. McIntyre, for having me here. All right, with that, let's get started. So let's talk about the entire AI landscape, the AI policy, AI regulation landscape. And let's talk about China's AI policy. China always has been a proactive actor in the field of designing and developing AI laws and regulations. So as you can see here, we have a timeline for the China's AI policy regulation landscape. This started in 2017 when China came up with the next generation AI development plan, or AIDP, that became very, very popular. And then, of course, they came up with the cybersecurity law in 2017. Then they came up with next generation AI governance principles, and then followed by data security law in 2021, the next generation AI code of ethics in 2021. They have a personal information protection law in 2021, management measures for Internet Information Service algorithmic recommendations in 2022, the management measures for Internet Information Service deep synthesis in 2023, and the interim measures for management of generative AI services in 2023. So as you can see here, China, as I said earlier, is a very proactive actor in the field of AI, designing AI laws and regulations. In 2021, China actually came up, or actually promulgated, a set of rules and regulations for regulating, the recommendations, the algorithmic recommendations, or the recommendation algorithms. And then a year later, they came up with a set of rules and regulations for regulating deepfakes. And believe it or not, within 6 months of ChatGPT being born, China was the first country in the world, within 6 months, to come up with the law or the draft measures for generative AI services. So that was a big deal from China's perspective. China's Internet Watchdog, the CAC, or the Cyberspace Administration of China, along with the 6 other PRC authorities, issued the highly anticipated interim measures on the management of generative AI services, which took effect on August 15, 2023. And while the entire world was talking about the European Union and the EU AI Act, China was the first country in the world to impose the licensing regime for AI services. So that was a lot of deal that was happening from China. And again, believe it or not, within 2 months of ChatGPT being born in the US, China was the first country to actually started requesting Apple and many other global companies like Apple to remove about 100 ChatGPT-like apps from the Apple Store as tighter regulations set to take effect in China. So that is a broader sort of a timeline for China's AI regulation. Now let's talk about the European Union, the 2024 EU AI Act. Again, let's look at the timeline for the EU AI Act here. So in 2019, there were initial discussions on AI regulation that began within the EU. In 2020, the European Commission published a white paper on AI outlining key proposals and soliciting stakeholder feedback. In 2021, the EU AI Act was formally proposed. And then in 2022, the European Parliament and Council engaged in negotiations to refine the act, addressing concerns from various stakeholders. In 2023, the final amendments were made and was approved by the European Parliament. And finally, the EU AI Act came into existence on March 13, 2024, when the European Parliament approved the EU AI Act, which was enforced on August 1, 2024, and this act is applicable in 27 European Union member states, covering all of the AI systems impacting people in the EU, regardless of where the systems are developed or deployed. The act does not replace, but overlap with the protections offered by GDPR, or the General Data Protection Regulation, although the former scope is more expansive and not restricted to personal data. So while GDPR, or the General Data Protection Regulation Act of the European Union, is all about data privacy, data protection, our EU AI Act from the European Union is more about talking about the consumers, consumer fairness, consumer privacy, consumer data rights protection, along with impacting businesses and the governments. So that is the EU AI Act of 2024. To put it more broadly, and to understand this act a little more broadly, we have to talk about the levels of risk which are offered as a part of the EU AI Act. So here we have Level 1, which is a minimal risk, which is more to do with the AI-based spam filters and video games. Then we have level 2 risk, which is a limited risk again. And this is where the transparency is very important. This is where the chatbots, the AI-enabled deepfakes, emotion recognition systems fall into this category. And again, ChatGPT or the generative AI services also fall in this particular category. So this is a limited risk. And the important thing here is the transparency, where while the human is interacting with the machine, the human needs to know that he or she is interacting with the machine and not a real human. So that's where the transparency is very, very important. Then we move on to level 3. So the level 3 risk here are high risk. This is where we have the AI-enabled health or education or employment, justice, immigration, law, safety. Those are the things that are more important in the high risk. And here a human oversight is needed under the level 3 risk or the high risk, and also the high risk conformity assessment is required. And then we have the level 4 risk, which is the unacceptable or prohibited risk. In this risk, we are talking about the AI-enabled social scoring of humans, which is completely prohibited. The facial recognition of biometrics, the dark pattern AI, and the manipulation, all of this is restricted, prohibited, and unacceptable under the EU AI Act. So just to give an example of the social scoring thing that we're talking about here, this is very similar to what we have in China, where we have a China social credit system. And for those of you who know, the way this particular social credit system works in China is that we have, the governments are scoring the citizens for maybe paying their debts on time, so they get a positive score for that. If they miss their payments, then they get a negative score. If you're doing a jaywalking on the streets, you get a negative score. And if you're paying, again, your things on time, or you're contributing to charity, you get a positive score. And overall, the cumulative scores will determine for the citizens as to where their kids go to school to, or whether they are able to travel, or whether they are able to qualify for getting a loan or not. So that is all a part of the social credit system that we have in China. But if that is using the AI or the AI-enabled social scoring, then according to the EU AI Act, that's completely prohibited and unacceptable. So that's what we have as the EU AI Act timeline here. Now let's talk about the United States AI Executive Order, or the AI regulation in the US. So here it started in 2016. The Partnership on AI was established, fostering dialogue and ethical AI practices among tech companies and nonprofits. In 2018, the American AI Initiative was born. In 2019, the Algorithmic Accountability Act was introduced, aiming to hold companies accountable for biases in automated decision-making. In 2022, the Biden administration released the blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights. In 2023, the increased state-level interest led to at least 25 states considering legislation to regulate AI technologies. And then finally, again, in 2024-25, we are still carrying on with discussions focusing on refining AI governance. And to talk about it in a more detailed way, on October 30th, 2023, the President Biden at that time came up with the executive order on the safe, secure, and trustworthy development and use of artificial intelligence. As a part of this order, we have the 8 guiding AI principles, which is AI must be safe, secure. It must be promoting responsible innovation, competition, collaboration. It must result in equity, civil rights, protecting interests of users, privacy and civil liberties must be protected, management of risk with regulation and governance, and promoting innovation and competition with effective leadership. So that was a part of the executive order from President Biden in 2023. Now, as of recent times, on January 23rd, 2025, President Trump came up with this executive order. And according to the Trump administration, the United States has long been at the forefront of AI innovation, driven by the strength of our free markets and entrepreneurial spirit. To maintain this leadership, we must develop AI systems that are free from ideological bias or engineered social agendas. And hence, Biden's policies act as barriers to American AI innovation, clearing a path for the United States to act decisively to retain global leadership in artificial intelligence. So as of now, we don't have any federal regulation in the field of AI. So as per the executive order, and as you can see here under Section 4, it says, within 180 days of this order, the Assistant to President for Science and Technology, along with other federal bodies, will come up and develop and submit to the President an action plan to achieve the policy set forth in the Section 2 of this order. So again, we are talking about removing barriers to American leadership in artificial intelligence. That's the executive order as of January 23rd, 2025. But this means really that there is no federal regulation in the United States when it comes to AI policy or AI regulation in the US. All right, now let's move forward. So here, what I want to show you here is basically a sort of an analytical framework that we can use to analyze these various AI policies, which are there across China, the US, and the European Union. And this is where we talk about the dynamic pyramid model. So here we have a dynamic pyramid model. This is given by Zhang in 2024 in her book called High Wire: How China Regulates the Big Tech and Governs the Economy. And in this book, she talks about structure, process, and outcome. So she talks about hierarchy, volatility, and fragility. And importantly, from China's perspective, for China, there's a need to maintain authoritarian information control. The digital sector of China is responsible for about 40% of GDP, employing about 200 million people. So hence, the big challenge for China here is how to maintain the competing interests of information control, political stability, and the need to boost AI development for economic growth and overcoming US tech rivalry. So with all those perspectives in mind, let's have a look at this dynamic pyramid model from China's perspective. So in this model, as you can see here, we have hierarchy. Now, China has a very centralized hierarchical system because obviously it's a state-run, the state actually sets the national priorities and the national goals. So we have the leaders and the regulators in the top, and the firms and the participants are at the bottom of the pyramid, right? So the Chinese tech firms have no resistance. I mean, when it comes to making policies by the leaders and regulators, there's very little resistance from the Chinese tech firms in that particular space. Unlike the US, where the US tech firms will fight tooth and nail for making sure that there is no policy that can stifle AI innovation. So that's the reason where businesses form a very important part in the US, whereas if you talk about China, it's actually the government forming a very important part and not really the businesses or the consumers. And if you talk about the European Union, it's all about consumers. It's all about consumer rights protection. So we talk about these key stakeholders across the world regions. In China, it's the government. In the EU, it's the consumers, and then in the United States, is the firms and the businesses, right? So we have these very key stakeholders across the world regions that really dominate this AI regulation landscape. So coming back to this particular model, the dynamic pyramid model and the hierarchy, and using China as an example. So we have the leaders and regulators. They come up with the rules and regulations for regulating a particular sector, and that impacts the Chinese firms who have very little say in really the making of these policies. So there are lacks of checks and balances. There's a very inefficient information transmission, and this results in a lot of volatility in the market, especially in terms of the cycles of regulatory easing and tightening, which results in volatility in the market. So if there's a policy that comes from the leaders and regulators that impacts Chinese tech firms, this results in volatility and resulting further in fragility, which means that the businesses and the investors, they are risk averse. There's the private companies retreat. And then we have the state-run organizations or the state-run institutions benefit as a part of the entire dynamic. And just to give you an example, in December 2023 or 2023 in China, the gaming sector, came up with a lot of regulations. So there was a gaming regulator. He came up with a set of rules and regulations for regulating the gaming sector in China in December 2023. While the rules were not very strict, but the way the market reacted was really bad. And the market sentiments was so bad that about $100 billion were wiped from the market capitalizations of the Chinese tech firms like NetEase and Tencent. And because of that, there was a lot of, there was so much of volatility, there was so much problems in the market. As a result of that, the Chinese government and the regulators, they had to step in. So firstly, they sacked the gaming sector regulator. And then obviously there was a dramatic policy reversal that happened because the market sentiments became that bad. So as a result, this fragility impacted the hierarchy too. So this becomes like a vicious cycle. And that's why this particular dynamic pyramid model becomes very, very important from the point of explanation of AI policy regulation, especially from Chinese perspective. All right, going further here. So now let's look at how China is approaching the non-compliance in AI sector for AI technologies. So here, what I've given you in this picture here is you can see how different countries are actually looking at AI non-compliance and how are they fighting the individual businesses for non-compliance for AI regulation. So the Cyberspace Administration of China, the CAC, fined Didi, the company, the ride-hailing company, in 2022 for about $1.2 billion. And this was because they had violated the cyber security law, the data security law, and the personal information law. And as a result of that, there was a lot of unauthorized analysis of the passenger travel information. And because of that, China actually, had this $1.2 billion as penalties given to Didi. So that means China has been taking non-compliance in AI very seriously, just like other countries in the world. And looking at the European Union and how European Union is approaching AI non-compliance, again, they are looking at it from a very serious perspective as well. So the EU AI Act sets forward a three-tier structure for fines against infringements by the AI system operators. And again, this is based on the level of risk. So remember, I talked to you about the EU AI Act and how we have level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and level 4 happens to be the unacceptable or the prohibited risk. So the heftiest fines are actually imposed for violations related to the prohibited systems or the prohibited or the unacceptable risk, which could be as high as 35 million euros or 7% of the worldwide annual turnover for the preceding financial year, whichever is higher. So again, that's the huge penalty for the businesses if they're non-compliant for EU AI Act. And again, the lowest penalties for AI operators are for providing incorrect, incomplete, or misleading information. And that is, again, for the lower level of the risk that I showed you for the EU AI Act. And this could be as high as 7.5 million euros or 1% of the total worldwide annual turnover of the company, whichever happens to be higher. So again, EU has been approaching AI non-compliance very seriously, especially from the perspective of the consumers and protecting the consumer fairness, consumer rights, and so on. So EU is all about consumers. And here, let's talk about how US has been looking at approaching the non-compliance in AI tools. So until now, obviously things have changed, with this year. And we still don't have a federal AI regulation or a real executive order in place. But in 2022, HelloDigit, a fintech company in the US that promotes automated savings, was found to be violating the Consumer Financial Protection Act by the Consumer Financial Protection Board. And because of that, they were fined $2.7 million for using a faulty algorithm that caused overdrafts and penalties for its users, promising reimbursements if there were overdrafts, and deceiving customers by pocketing earned interest when they say they wouldn't. So obviously this company was fined at that time for $2.7 million. Obviously things have changed as of now. But having said that we don't still have a formal federal regulation in the US as of today, just an executive order, and people are still working on it. We do have state level legislations in the US which are very strong. So that is one very positive thing, especially from the US perspective, because we do have, states like Colorado. The Colorado AI Act happens to be very popular and very strict. Even we have Utah AI Act, which is very popular. There is ELVIS in Tennessee. And ELVIS basically means Ensuring Likeness, Voice, and Image Security Act. And this is for protecting the rights of, the artist, especially from the misuse and misinformation of AI. So again, we may not have a federal regulation for AI in the US, but we do have state level regulations in the US, which are very popular and which are very effective for the AI regulation space. Now, if I have to summarize this entire thing or what I just talked about for the US, China, and the European Union, so from the United States perspective, we have a pyramid which is market-driven innovation. So it's businesses who are the key stakeholders in this US AI policy governance. And here it's all about not stifling the innovation. It's all about making sure that the businesses are innovating in the space of AI. So it's market-driven innovation. We do have self-regulation by the industry with flexible government intervention. And there's a case-by-case enforcement. There are general ethical considerations, but less prescriptive governance compared to the EU. And obviously, it becomes a very bottom-heavy pyramid where businesses have a huge say in the US AI policy governance. So that's from the US perspective. If we're looking at the EU AI policy governance, it becomes a very balanced pyramid because here we have the consumers who are very important. So remember, the key stakeholders for the EU AI policy governance are the consumers. It's all about consumer rights, data protection, consumer privacy. We have stringent AI regulations in healthcare, law, and enforcement focus on human rights and ethics. So this is from the EU AI policy governance. And finally, if you're looking from a China's AI policy governance, you can see it's a very top-heavy pyramid because here we have the government or the state setting the national goals and priorities for AI. So here the government becomes a major key stakeholder for China, focusing on security, societal management, and economic leadership. Their ethical frameworks for social stability, AI's role in governance and public management, and hence everything is fostered at making or fostering AI innovation with the goal of making China as a global leader in AI development while aligning with the state priorities and the national goals and national priorities. So again, it's a very top-heavy pyramid. Government plays a very important role here. One of a very important point of discussion that we have, especially from China's perspective here, is we have a pro-growth faction in China versus a pro-regulation. So I talked to you about the CAC, or the Cyberspace Administration of China. They are the pro-regulation, so they are there to regulate everything, whether it's the recommendation algorithms or it's the deep fakes, or we're talking about the generative AI. The CAC, the Cyberspace Administration of China, plays a very important role. So this is all about pro-regulation. But then there's also pro-growth faction in China, which is actually by the 7 ministries in China that play a very important part, which includes Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and so on. And these ministries made sure that, whatever laws or rules or regulations are in place in China, they're also pro-growth. So for example, as I was telling you earlier, that within 6 months of ChatGPT born in the US, China came up with the draft measures for the generative AI services. Now, obviously, those measures that came up were actually by the CAC, and they were very strict. But when the 7 ministries look at that, and they came up with a watered-down version of the law, and just remember, we talked about imposing of the licensing regime for generative AI services. Now that became a watered-down version because what happened was initially the licensing regime was applicable to everything, but then they came up with a version where they said that if you're making a large language model in a lab and it's not impacting the general public, then it's not subjected to the licensing regime. So because of that loophole, now Microsoft sells Copilot AI services to Chinese companies, and there's no licensing regime needed. And again, the reason being, it's all about pro-growth in China because that's helping Chinese companies to innovate in the space of AI. So that's where the pro-growth versus pro-regulation faction is very important from a Chinese perspective. Again, in China, we know that US has been doubling down in terms of imposing export restrictions for NVIDIA AI chips. All of those things are happening. We have seen this, the DeepSeek from China, which is the low-cost, low-energy efficient model. But all of this is happening, again, because of the pro-growth versus the pro-regulation faction in China. The last thing I'd like to talk to you about is paying for content. So again, I know I'm a little running out of time, but one thing I'd say is that the US, the New York Times has been sued by OpenAI, Microsoft, and Perplexity for not paying for content. But now the US companies, even though there's no regulation in the space of AI needed, they are having the paying for content as a part of the business model. While in China, that's not the case. So even though there is a regulation in China, the companies are not paying for content, whereas in US, we are paying for content as a part of our business model. So that's all from my end. Thanks for listening. I know I've overshot my time. I'm sorry about that. But I just want to give you a comprehensive picture of the AI landscape. So over to you, John. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anshu. I really appreciate the overview. It's, of course, a hot burning issue. We are running out of time, but if we had time, I would ask you the question, which I don't expect you to answer. Is there a chance for a universal regime at some point that would transcend these 3 blocks?
I'll just answer this question in 1 quick minute, John.
Yes,
Yeah,
Yes,
we're
go
having
ahead.
this AI summit. It's such a popular question. We're having this
Yes.
AI summit in Paris right now, where the world leaders are
No, it's
there.
over. Yeah, it just
Yeah,
ended. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And there, if you see, US and UK are the only countries which have not gone for that comprehensive AI regulation, which other
That's
parts
right.
of the world are actually trying to talk to. So
Yeah.
to answer your question, it is something that can happen in the future, hopefully, but as of now, it doesn't seem the case to be.
Thank you very much. I think we are reluctantly going to let you go. How's the weather in DC?
It's wonderful. It's so far so good.
Okay.
So it snowed yesterday, but all good. Thank you.
Good to see you. We'll talk
Good to see you
later.
too. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you. Have a good
much.
Yeah, thank
Cheers.
you. Cheers. Bye.
Many thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move on.
Yeah.
And the next session
Yes.
is with our friends from AWS. And I think I see them. I see Ron,
Yeah.
and I see Shalini. So allow me to introduce you, if I may. I know Ron pretty well. He's a very generous man, has given of his time to the Georgia Tech enterprise several times before. So the session here is titled Innovating with Generative AI, Powering Progress While Preserving Our Planet. And to address the manner in which AWS, Amazon Web Services, deal with the issue, we have two very trained, competent experts and leaders in the Amazon Web Services complex. The first is, if I may, in the order of presentation, Ron Heyman, who is the lead for customer solutions in the US strategic sales. Ron has a lifetime of experience, and I will not recount his biography because it's available in the booklet, printed booklet and booklet online. And then to also address the similar range of issue is Shalini Verma. She's a principal customer solutions manager, and with emphasis on high-tech electronics semiconductor vertical. 20 years of experience, MBA Finance, BS Mathematics, currently focusing among customers on the semiconductor industry or customers. And it's a pleasure to have you both. I believe, Shalini, you are in California. And Ron,
Yes.
correct me if I'm wrong, you are in Atlanta, greater Atlanta.
I'm in New York today, but live in Atlanta.
Oh,
Yes.
I knew you wouldn't be here. Okay, so the floor is yours. We have, unfortunately, limited times to address these complex issues. We have about 30 minutes, give or take. So again, appreciative thanks for sharing your wisdom and your insights in this complex subject matter.
Sounds good. Did you want me to share my screen? The presentation, did you want me to do that?
You can do it, or I have it as well.
Okay, if you can share, then I can just get it going.
Okay.
That would be better. Perfect. Okay, thanks for that kind words and great introduction. So I think we can skip over to the next slide. So I think John talked about my role, and Ron actually oversees many of our customers. But specifically, I've had the pleasure of working with customers in the high-tech, electronic, and semiconductor space. And these are the who's who of powering the Gen AI revolution, right? Whether they're providing GPUs or accelerators, or how data transfers at that high speed between the chips, and or like design tools, you name it, right? I have had the pleasure over the last 3.5 years working at Amazon, working with these customers. So on a daily basis, I'm able to see how we help them accelerate their innovation using AWS. But at the same time, I know these customers are very conscious around carbon footprint, because this is an industry. The chips, as you know, require high amounts of energy, high amounts of water, and they're very, you know, they understand the challenges and complexity of, you know, and they understand that they have to take steps towards lowering the carbon footprint for a brighter future. Actually, their partnership with Amazon has been amazing. In fact, you know, we have our own point of view of sustainability. That's what I'm going to talk about. But overall, in this session, what we aim to cover is how our customers leverage AWS, which is Amazon Web Services, the cloud part of Amazon. How do they leverage AWS to fuel their innovation? At the same time, how AWS partners with our customers to make sure that while they're doing this level of innovation, specifically around AI, Gen AI, where there's so much of consumption of resources, how do we make sure that we help our customers to have that brighter and greener planet? So we'll start by talking about what is Amazon's point of view on sustainability. We'll talk a little bit about generative AI services, and then the specific actions that we are taking to make sure these workloads, when they run in AWS, are going to help lower the carbon footprint of those workloads. So with that, I want to get started. Just letting you all know, where did our sustainability journey start? So back in 2019, Amazon co-founded the Climate Pledge along with Global Optimism. The point was very, you know, there was one single goal, and the goal was to be net zero carbon by 2040, 10 years ahead of the Paris Agreement. And the idea, and Amazon became the first signatory of this pledge. Amazon also realized that it cannot meet this goal by itself, and it leveraged the Climate Pledge as a platform where it invited other customers to come and join them, right? So that each one of them is taking such pledge, and collectively we are able to accelerate and find opportunities to decarbonize, you know, our business operations or operations for our industry in such way that we can become net zero carbon by 2040. So if you can go to the next slide, very happy to share that today, you know, Amazon stands with 500 plus signatories, and you can see they're all companies across the globe. Each one of them have taken a pledge to be net zero 2040 by, net zero carbon by 2040, which is 10 years of the Paris Agreement. Now, another important aspect is that Amazon also invested, you know, once it signed the pledge, it said, like, it's not an easy task. So how are we going to do it? So it set aside $2 billion of funding towards, you know, identifying technology, identifying solutions, and helping, you know, companies which help to identify or help to, you know, help solve for our you know, problems around, you know, reducing the carbon footprint. So if you go further down, you know, we have achieved a lot since 2019. And this is some of the data from our report from 2023. You can see that when it comes to electricity consumed, which is a lot to do with scope 2 part of the carbon emissions, we are 100% electricity consumed. 100% of our electricity consumed is met by renewable energy. We are the #1 corporate purchaser of renewable energy for the last 4 years. Having said that, you also see on the other side, so those are some of the great things we've done, but having said that, you also see on the other side that we are only 3% reduction in absolute carbon emissions, right? So there's still a long way to go, but we are constantly looking to invest into technologies. We're constantly looking into our operations, into our value chain, and identifying opportunities to decarbonize. So if you, some of the examples, and I'll give you just a couple. The one example I want to talk about, many of you may know of Amazon.com, the retail side, right? So in US, you see a lot of electrification of vehicles, but that is also extended across the globe. So that is one way of how we are, lowering our, carbon reduction when it comes to transportation. But we have so many programs across all of our business units that it is helping us to meet our net zero goals. If you could go to the next slide, I just wanted to give real quickly, when we talk about, being able to match 100% of our electricity from carbon-free goals, this is what it means, and it translates to that we have 600 plus renewable energy projects, so many gigawatts of renewable capacity, and today we actually are 100% renewable energy across our businesses as of 2023, and that was a few years ahead of our goal. Our goal was to meet that in 2030, but we were able to do that. So Amazon has an eye. Amazon is very much interested and very much part of their strategic priority to make sure that we continue to have a cleaner planet. And so I am right now going to hand this, I'm going to hand it over to Ron, who's going to talk about how we innovate on GenAI. But later on in the presentation, I want to talk about some specific actions that we are doing that will help our GenAI, our customers and their GenAI workloads that they run on AWS being more carbon efficient. So back to you, Ron.
Thank you. Yeah, if we could go ahead and advance the next slide. And then one more, please. All right. So when we think about generative AI, really, over the last 3 years, we've seen some significant changes in the approach. So in 2023, a lot of our customers were really looking at proof of concepts. How could they use generative AI with their workforce and in their environments? In 2024, we really started to see our customers take these ideas and move them into production. And in 2025, we believe that this will be the year of realizing business value for our customers. And so if we can go to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about what we're seeing. All right. So across our customers, we're seeing kind of 3 general categories of focus for generative AI. The first is enhancing customer experience. And so a lot of this comes down to understanding customer experience and leveraging things like chatbots to help our customers navigate what could be complex FAQs or information from a customer to a channel. And so that's been an area where we've seen really that first initial step of focus is on chatbots and virtual assistants. The other area we're seeing a lot of improvement is in boosting employee productivity. In the presentation, we'll talk a little bit about some of our focus on boosting employee productivity. But summarization is probably one of the key areas where you can take large volumes of information and quickly summarize down to the core information. I know that that's something that we use on a daily basis here at AWS, because we're an environment where we do a lot of writing. We don't do presentations internally. Most of our documentation, most of our presentations are 6-page narratives that we use with appendix items. And so being able to quickly summarize and use that information and use LLMs to help us, determine what the best parts of the data that we need is something that's really helping to innovate and to drive efficiency in our business. And then the last part is optimizing business processes. So this is everything from documenting processes to detecting fraud, and that's really kind of a key area where we're seeing customers adopt our technologies. Let's go to the next slide. And so when we think about investments, we talked about business productivity. Amazon has invested in Amazon Q for Business and Amazon Q for Developer. And these are 2 solutions that are really helping our customers find ways to find value in the data that they have and increase the productivity of workers. If you think about the development lifecycle, and some of the mundane tasks that our developers are asked to do, like document code or to upgrade code from one version to another to reduce tech debt. These are things that Amazon Q for Developer is able to help automate for customers and reduce the time quite significantly for them. And so I think these are areas that we're going to see broad adoption in 2025, and we've seen it in 2024. The other area where we've invested quite a bit is in tools for building generative AI apps. And so Amazon Bedrock is the solution that we have for that. And we have, through Bedrock, over 100 models that our customers can choose from. And this includes DeepSeek, which was talked about earlier, also Anthropic, and we have our own set of new tools that we've just recently launched called Nova that can be selected from Bedrock. We believe having choice is a really important because not one large language model is going to work for every solution. So being able to go and use Bedrock to identify what the right solution is for your generative AI apps is really important, and that's how we're doing that. The other area we've invested quite a bit is in building and training models, and so Amazon SageMaker is what we use and what our customers use to build and train models. And we've invested also in silicon. So we have Trainium and Inferentia, and those are more energy efficient. I believe Shalini is going to talk a little bit about that, so I won't steal her thunder. But this is Amazon built silicon that we use, and it gives quite an ability for our customers to have variety and choice when it comes to how they're going to solve for inference and training when they're building models. Let's go to the next slide. All right, we'll skip that because Shalini will talk about that a little bit later. All right, so we talked a little bit about Bedrock and some of the options there. One of the things that I talked about earlier was the choice of foundation models, and I think this is really key. We've invested in our own models, but also bringing a lot of customer choice to the models that you can pick, and then allowing customers to use that through an API. We allow you to customize models, and then we have retrieval augmented generation. And what that does is allows you to provide your own documents that the model can train on, so that it takes both the knowledge that it has from the foundation model, but then also the additional information that you've provided those documents, and allows it to be more accurate for your own environment. So your business or your university, whatever the case may be, you can use these additional documentation to further kind of train the model. And then agents and agentic AI is something that you'll hear quite a bit about in 2025 that allows you to execute multiple steps. And agentic AI is going to be something that you'll hear quite a bit this year. And then the other part that's really important is security, privacy, and safety. And we'll cover a little bit about that in a couple minutes. Next slide. All right, so this is probably one of the most important pieces of the conversation is responsible AI. Being able to explain how your model came to the conclusion that it did is a really important capability that Bedrock provides. And I think is something that's important because we've all heard of hallucinations. This is where an AI may come up with its own answer that's not rooted in facts or data. And so to be able to ask it to explain where did you get this data, and to allow you to be able to see that chain of thought of how it came to that conclusion is really important. Also, governance and privacy and security. We talked a little bit about that in the session before for this one. Being able to select a governance model that works for you and your business is something that we can do with Bedrock. And then fairness, being able to make sure that you understand the data and to make sure that data represents specific groups is another really important part of what we build into bedrock as a set of tools so that you can enable that in your business. Let's go to the next slide. All right, I'll turn it back over to Shalini to close out on sustainability.
Yeah, so I think now that we understand, right, like the various solutions that we provide to our customers with respect to generative AI and how they can then innovate, in ways that Ron described, we want to also take a step back and understand, okay, while we're doing this, how do we do it being a responsible citizen of the world? So as we scale our use of AI, it's important to also minimize the environmental footprint. At Amazon, like I shared, right, we have a commitment, we have a goal to be net zero carbon by 2040. So it is integral part of every strategic decision we make. So Amazon's and AWS, so I'm going to now talk specifically around AWS versus all of Amazon, right? Our approach is to increase that efficiency, whether it's like energy efficiency, water consumption, or how we're building our data centers, how we're designing our data centers in such way that we are able to serve our customers better. We are able to meet our goals around the net zero carbon, but also help our customers in achieving that goal and really towards this, future and better, planet that we talked about. So if you can just go to the next slide. Typically, when we look at sustainability at AWS, we think of it in three ways. What is the sustainability of our own cloud? And once our customers, they move their workloads into the cloud, how can they continuously optimize these workloads to even then further lower the carbon footprint of those workloads? And then we really think, and we have proven out with our customers that, technology is an integral part of like helping customers reduce their, or meet their sustainability targets or accelerate their sustainability targets. So really, we talk about the third pillar, which is sustainability through the cloud. Now, I'm not going to focus on the third pillar. Like we've helped a lot of our customers and like how they need to achieve, their ESG goals or, renewable energy targets and or, increase, circular economy and so on and so forth. But we are not going to focus on that for today's conversation. Today's conversation is how can our customers run the AIML workloads in the cloud in a very sustainable way. So then moving on, if you can go to the next slide. And one more after that. So typically, when we talk to our customers, right, like, or let me step back. We actually, a new study was commissioned by AWS and it was conducted by Accenture, which shows that an effective way to, lower the carbon footprint of the workloads is by moving the workloads from on-premise infrastructure into an AWS data center. And why is that? There are four pillars that are described. So when you're running something in an on-premise environment, you have limited scale. You don't have the scale at which we are implementing, as an example, renewable energy projects, right? You're not able to really scale your hardware possibly to the way we are efficiently using our hardware or how we're efficiently investing into cooling technologies. So AWS, the study really what it showed was, the data centers in the cloud are up to 4.1% more energy than on-prem. And by moving these workloads in the cloud and then further optimizing it, our customers are able to achieve up to 99% lower workload carbon emissions on AWS than they would do on-prem. So if we can, and I'll explain this a little bit more because I have some details that I can talk about. So if we can skip to the next slide, please. I just mentioned like there is like our data centers are 4.1 times more energy efficient than on-premise. There's a study, there's a link on the bottom of the slide. You can read it. It talks about, the study conducted by 451 Research, and it talks about the breakdown of like, hey, data centers in US, their percent compared to on-prem in Brazil, APAC, and EMEA region. So I'm not going to repeat it, but there's a study, but that it's based off that research that's why we say that our data centers are 4 times more energy efficient. Now going to the next slide, please. Now, what we did was just looking into one of our data centers into the US and Canada region. This is North America region, right? We're able to achieve 93% lower carbon emissions for compute heavy workloads. And specifically that is around because we're able to, optimize our hardware by 32% times. So basically improving the efficiency in how we manage the workloads to make sure our servers are not underutilized. Then the technology we have implemented around power and cooling, that's efficiently increasing that efficiency by 31%. And then of course, we talked about, carbon-free energy sources and all being the largest purchaser. So that adds to that, efficiency by 30%. So all of that helps to actually reduce and lower the carbon emissions for the compute heavy workloads in US. So if you go further down and maybe to the next slide, please. Yeah. And I think we can actually, let's just skip this slide and just go to the one after. Because this is really, I want to spend a few minutes and talk about it. It completely has a holistic picture around what we are doing in different areas. So specifically, I think it's important for us to understand that as AI workloads become more complex and data intensive, they now require new levels of performance from systems that complete millions of calculations every second, and requiring high levels of memory, high levels of storage, and networking infrastructure. So all of these components require energy as like a component. And right now, energy is almost like a limiting factor when you think about how you're going to run your AI workloads. So when we are on-prem, data centers struggle to keep pace due to the inherent limitations in driving scalability and energy efficiency that I talked about a little bit earlier. Whereas in AWS, we're continuously innovating to make cloud more efficient to run our customers' infrastructure and business. So specifically when it comes to, the data center improvements, one of the things that we have done is through engineering, right? Like how are we effectively distributing electricity in the data center? How are we implementing these cooling techniques? Those are some of the ways in which our data center operations are trying to find ways to reduce the carbon footprint. So AWS optimizes utilization to minimize idle capacity and continuously improve the efficiency of our infrastructure. So an example, is by innovating to improve evaporative media practices, we're able to reduce energy usage of associated cooling equipment by 20%. So this is in contrast to on-premise. Similarly, when we look at how we cool, right, how we do the cooling, we have now innovative ways in liquid cooling. So one of the things actually I found very fascinating was how we are using our environment to help us support. So apparently, to increase efficiency, AWS uses different cooling techniques, including free air cooling, depending on where you are in the world, depending on the weather. So we are actually using the environment to really help. This is all like everything, right? Like it's so fascinating to how we can leverage the environment without implementing, other sources. to really cool down our data centers and the servers and so on and so forth. In fact, AWS latest data center design seamlessly integrates optimized air cooling solutions alongside liquid cooling capabilities for most powerful AI chipsets like the NVIDIA Grace Blackwell superchips. This flexible multimodal cooling design allows us to extract maximum performance and efficiency, whether running traditional workloads or the AI models. So all of this, if you see, that's how we are able to provide the 12% more compute power per site. Further, so I talked about electrical, I talked about cooling, increasing that efficiency. And then the last thing I want to talk about is the reduction of embodied carbon. So remember, we had this $2 billion funding we set aside for finding new solutions, even like funding companies which help us to meet our decarbonization goals. So one such investment is around a company which allows us to provide that lower carbon concrete. So actually leveraging that lower carbon concrete, we have leveraged that to design our 43 new data centers. And as you can see on the screen, it helps to reduce embodied carbon in the concrete by 35%. So we're looking at data center design, we're looking at like how we're building, we're looking at like how we're powering and using electricity, looking to renewable energy sources, every possible ways to continue to improve our infrastructure, while also making sure we have like all these customer workloads, how can we efficiently distribute them to reduce their idle time. So if we can go to the next couple of slides, I think a couple more and then we should be done. So Ron touched on that, right? We have two accelerators, Inferentia and Trainium. Inferentia is for AI inferencing and Trainium is around the training of the new models. So these are built in such a way. So AWS has been very cognizant of the fact that we need to, every solution that we're providing to our customers energy efficient. So these both provide 60% less energy than comparable. So Graviton is another, general purpose compute. It provides 60% less energy than comparable Amazon server instances. Trainium 2 is 3 times more efficient than the previous generation Trainium 1. So overall, net, what we're trying to say, leveraging our custom built accelerators. These are designed by AWS. We are able to help our customers with much higher energy efficiencies as well as performance. So providing that choice to our customers, hey, here's another way that you can use and run your AI workloads to really lower that carbon footprint. If you can move to the next slide. Yeah, we are continuously, looking to see how can we embrace a more circular economy, how can we partner with our value chain to extend the life or how can we extend the life of our equipment, and how can we look at our value chain to really include more recyclable materials, to find more bio-based materials to really bring that infrastructure in AWS so that it helps not only us to meet our carbon goals, but also our customers. Next slide, please. I know we're running short on time, so moving fast. So yeah, I think pretty much that is what we wanted to talk about. We are doing a lot in the way we are designing our infrastructure, in the way we provide custom built silicon, as well as solutions. And we have 200 plus solutions. We provide these solutions in a way that customers can further optimize, so in such ways that they can reduce the carbon footprint. So I'm going to pause here and see if there are any questions. I know we're 2 minutes over, so I don't know the protocol.
Thank you, Shalini. Thank you, Ron. It's impressive how much you're doing. I think you're doing more than at least most companies we have heard of in the last 2 days. Yeah. And you're addressing it both from a systemic customer-driven point of view, but also from a a corporate as a whole approach. We don't have much time for questions, but one quick one. Will you reach the goal by 2040?
Yeah, we absolutely intend to. Like I mentioned, we had a goal of being 100% run on renewable energy by 2030, and we were able to accelerate it to 2023. So we are showing progress to that. We have a goal of being water positive by 2030. We are already achieved at 41%. So we are very bullish on our goal, and I think we are very serious about it. Like I mentioned, right? Every time we talk about sustainability. I don't know, Ron, if you had anything else to mention.
I'm just going to say that we have some of the smartest people in the world working on it. We're really partnering with our customers and our partner ecosystem, not only to help ourselves achieve that goal, but to help our customers achieve that goal. So I'm definitely bullish on our outlook. Definitely technologies like generative AI are once in a lifetime and make us have to think about what else we'll need to do to both support that technology as well as meet our obligations around meeting our carbon goals.
Well, you're a unique company because I don't think there is a single industry sector you do not touch in some way. Correct me if I'm wrong. And therefore, you have additional incentives to be responsive to the sustainability concerns of your customer, of your very large, diverse customer base.
Yeah, that's right. And I think because we're a very innovation-focused company, and a lot of that innovation goes into constantly working on behalf of our customers, it aligns nicely with goals like sustainability. Because it's things that our customers want. They want they want a nice planet to live on, and we want that as well because there's that because that customer focus comes through and kind of the innovation and the focused work that we do around sustainability.
Very grateful to the both of you, Shalini in California and Ron today anyway in New York.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank
All
you.
right, thanks.
Bye.
Well, Annie,
Yeah, we're moving to our next session.
I think I am the one to
Sean Fry.
the next session.
Yeah.
Yes, Sean. Hi, greetings. So it's good to see you all. Kimberly, hi. And Aisha, are you there? Yes, good to see you. Of course, I met you yesterday, I believe. Yes, indeed. Okay, so we have a panel. We're towards the end of the program. This Sean, Kimberly, I know Aisha knows that. This is a 2-day program. We do it not too often, but we do it often enough to understand that it's not something you should do every month. But anyway, we have accumulated a huge amount of knowledge focused on the dimension of AI and also sustainability. And this particular panel on which you have kindly given some of your time is titled Powering Progress while, Managing Commitment to Sustainability During Growth. And so I'm going to briefly introduce you because in the printed program booklet and on the website, your bios are there. But Sean, you are the Director of Business Development and Corporate Affairs at Medicom Group, a Canadian headquartered global manufacturer and distributor of infection control products with a location in Georgia, not far from Atlanta. So this is one of the reasons we're happy to have you. And you have a great deal of experience, government, but also I think you train in law, Toronto, Western Ontario, Oxford graduates. So you bring a unique light to the subject at hand. Kimberly, if I may be allowed, I will introduce you next in turn. Aisha, if you will allow, I will introduce you when your turn comes. So over to you, Sean.
Excellent. I'm not sure if there are slides available for this.
Yes,
but
we received them. We have them. We do.
Perfect.
You
So
can
thank you for that
tell us when to
introduction.
turn.
Yeah,
Sorry?
You can tell us when to turn the pages and the slides.
Yeah.
Are they posted?
Jim is going to host it for a second.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So while we're waiting, I'll just say that we're very happy to have 2 locations in Georgia. So we're in Augusta and Thompson, and I'll probably talk a little bit more about that.
Jim?
Here it goes.
Okay.
Sharing.
There you go. Thank you very much, guys. So as you heard, we're an infection prevention control manufacturing medical device company. We were founded in 1988 by a gentleman named Ronald Rubin, who was a university student who went on to found this company while in undergrad college during the AIDS pandemic, and saw an opportunity to start providing PPE, which everyone became very aware of the need during COVID. But this goes way back to the 1980s, when during the AIDS pandemic, there was a realization that for safety standards, we needed to better protect our frontline healthcare workers and those being exposed to viruses. And while COVID brought this to the fore around the world, there's really 2 strategic markets that we service. There's the everyday frontline healthcare workers, be they nurses, doctors, dentists, all around the world. But then there's the abnormal but semi-regular flare-ups of epidemics or pandemics that have occurred, like AIDS, SARS, H1N1, avian flu, Ebola, and so forth. So we're a very consistent company, and we talk about growth. So we've been around since 1988. We've had double-digit growth every year since inception globally. And there's multiple reasons for that, but it's important. Maybe we slip over, we move over to the next slide. Whoever's controlling it, thank you. So this is just to show you today, we are one of the leading, if not the one of the larger manufacturers of PPE in the world, specifically masks. We have domestic footprints in 16 countries. We sell into over 90 countries. We have 13 manufacturing facilities. We're over 2,000 people. In Georgia specifically, our Thompson facility is relatively new. We moved there in 2021 during, I guess, the midst of the last pandemic, where we have 2,008 square feet. We're well over 100,000 square feet in Augusta, Georgia. We have a number of employees over there doing quite substantial business, largely servicing the North American market. But we initially went into Augusta, Georgia, and that was our first entry into manufacturing back in the mid-90s. And we took the expertise and skill sets from Georgia, and we started spreading it around the world, adding resiliency in the supply chain. So we could go on to the next slide, and we'll start linking us into the sustainability narrative here. So Medicom itself it's a privately held company, but we still care about corporate social responsibility. Today, I'm not going to talk too much about what we do on the community side or on the actual transactional commerce side, but more into the sustainability climate perspective. So if you go to the next slide. Thank you. So here, this is what I want to talk about, and there's a rationale why we're focusing on these issues. So we have been working very hard on waste and life cycle management, as well as carbon footprint and sustainable product development as key areas in the climate world that helps advance our case on the sustainability front. And there's lots of reason for it. We inherently are a disposable product company. How is that sustainable, one might ask? And there's a rationale for that in and of itself. We need to be a disposable product company, because that is the trade-off that we need for safety and security of the frontline healthcare worker, that if you had products for reuse, there's a higher level of infection, a higher level of fatality and so forth, and liability stemming from that. So inherently, we are in the medical healthcare space, and we are a disposable product company that is very cognizant that, disposable products aren't good for, the overall environment. So how do we tackle that, and why do we tackle that? And I'll get into that as we go through the rest of the slides. But on this slide, we're focused largely on these three main areas currently. And we have a waste and life cycle management focus that is set to reduce waste we generate, to lower our impact on the environment. And there are a number of ways that we're doing that. So we've invested in a small company out in British Columbia named Vitacore, and they're our partners in developing recycling facilities, so end-use recycling facilities that capture PPE products, and then puts them, instead of from incineration, into a recycling end-of-life use cycle. So that's one area that we've started moving into, this waste and life cycle area. We've invested in research, and there's a slide on that, so I won't go too deep into it now, but we're investing in research in our product offering and our end-use life cycle products to better capture these, to better capture our resources that we've allocated in the production of our goods. We've also implemented machinery that, this is pretty standard and par for the course, but we've implemented higher efficiency machines that lower scrappage rates. We initially, decades ago, used to make the machines in Augusta, Georgia. We still do. But over time, we've been able to, with specific engineering and work, optimized it to a better position that we have lower scrappage. These have all been very relative important initiatives in that waste and lifetime cycle area. We've also had a significant, tree planting initiative where we work with one tree planted, and in the last couple of years, I think we've planted around 40,000 trees, and we tie that to the amount of packaging that we use. So as we grow our packaging, we plant more trees, and we try to bring that back into a waste and life cycle management kind of system. The next category or pillar that we'll talk about is our carbon footprint. So we're actively addressing, our carbon footprint around the world. One of our strategies, and this is a core strategy that arose initially, in the 1990s when we were first operating in Augusta, Georgia. Many of our multinational Fortune 500 global healthcare companies at the time, all they cared about was price. It was a different world in the 1990s. And they told us they would leave our production facilities in Augusta, Georgia, unless we, offshored to lower labor cost environments like China. So by the late 90s, we did so. We kept our Augusta, Georgian manufacturing, but we transferred technology into a lower labor cost environment, only to find out by 2003 in SARS that the Chinese military police were at our doors, confiscating our facility and breaking our supply chains down. And luckily, we still had some resiliency and manufacturing capabilities over in the United States of America. And from that, we realized that part of our resiliency is part of our added value within the supply chain. And we tried to ensure that we would have redundancies and manufacturing capabilities on the three main continents that we service, to ensure that we have flexibility and surge capacity to accommodate disruptions in the supply chain that might arise both from the epidemics, pandemics, or geopolitical tensions that may arise. And we've seen them all. And as a result, there's an added benefit to that, because when you start manufacturing or keeping manufacturing in the United States, as is the case here, we're in a situation where your carbon footprint is reduced because you're closer to your end use customer. And there's significant advantage in that. We have specific cases in Europe where, year over year, we're trying to reduce our energy consumption. Over in France, in our French facilities, we're too much on a growth mode currently in the United States, but these are all aspirational goals that we're trying to hit. On the carbon footprint, I'll also say that in Canada, we're a beneficiary of a lot of hydroelectricity. So all our manufacturing in Canada is based on hydroelectricity in Quebec and Ontario, which also has like lower carbon footprints. We're working, those are, I guess, scope 1 benefits that we've been working on. We're starting to assess scope 2 carbon footprint savings by assessing our suppliers and working with our suppliers to find ways to lower our overall footprint. And then internally within our corporation, the way we set up our infrastructure, be it like Augusta and Thompson, as well as other facilities, we set up, these are more minor things, but they all have an impact. So we have flexible we have flexible office hours that reduce requirements to work on site. Obviously, if you're in manufacturing, this is less impact, but for more of our corporate jobs, this is very important. It reduces personal travel time. We have electric chargers at our facilities, and overall, it's very important. On the sustainable product development piece, we are a consumable-based company, but we're looking at technologies, and we'll get more into that. We're looking at product offerings that reduce the impact to the environment as we proceed in this area of disposable products. So, if you could switch to the next slide. So here is just, we align our goals with international standards or, nonprofit organizations. We're signatories fairly recently, but we're signatories since 2024 of the UN Global Compact. That represents, the largest corporate sustainable initiative in the world, providing a universal framework for responsible business practices. We utilize EcoVadis as a third-party assessor of where we are as a rating system to evaluate based on a number of criteria outside of just sustainability, as well as labor practices and human rights practices. But we have rankings in North America, in Europe, and in Asia, and we keep on working to move ahead. We're most advanced in places like Europe, where for and we'll talk about on the corporate side why the greatest drive for sustainable practices or some of these requirements are required by our customers. So to enhance our sales, this is a strategic objective of ours to meet higher standards, and the higher standards allows us to participate in RFPs or supplying various European government entities or specific firms, often tied to government firms, but examples would be like Electricité de France, or now it's out of the European Union, but the UK, their National Health Service was the first global, or it was the first health entity, government-driven health entity that signed on to the carbon net zero obligations. So by a certain date, and they signed on to this in 2020. So to do business with them, it's in our best interest to align our practices with their requirements and enhance our sales. So I'll switch to the next slide, please. So finally, this is just kind of an overall area where I wanted to show that we have some products on the sustainability front, like you see gloves. We are working on several things on the sustainability front. So we're standing up. We stood up in France and in North America glove manufacturing facilities. Most glove manufacturing was centralized in Malaysia. 65% of the world's medical nitrile gloves came out of one country. When you add in China and Thailand, you're at over 90% of the world's production. That came to the world's attention during the pandemic when supply chains broke down, and a number of jurisdictions set up new facilities or are in the process of doing so, like in the United States or like in North America, like us, or us in France to try to bring it. Now, the sustainability component is very different in Europe or in North America versus in Asia, where we're implementing non-chlorinated gloves. So there's a lower impact on that front. Our energy sources would be very different than, you know, coal consumption over in Malaysia, where traditionally this stuff would have been produced from. And we're also looking at we're looking at formulations that enhance the biodegradability of the gloves through various mixtures. So we can have an impact specifically at the product level. We do and invest in a lot of research looking at alternatives and trying different products to make our PPE, which are disposable and largely driven by polypropylenes and oil residue products currently. But we have to balance that off against, you know, requirements for long shelf lives or protection of the end users. There's some minor stuff here that I guess we have showing, you know, as part of our drive, we've worked on our packaging and using less inks, and I've included that as well. But overall, that's
quite impressive
presentation. If you have any questions, John.
If you don't mind, Sean, we're going to wait till the end. We have two very related but diverse presentations addressing the topic from a slightly different point of view. Thank you very much. We'll turn next to, in the order of Kimberly. Kimberly, you're next, and allow me to introduce you. Kimberly White is the Chief Sustainability Officer of Cobb County. Cobb County is one of the largest counties in Georgia, over 800,000 inhabitants. And Cobb County has transformed itself really into a very livable, pleasant, dynamic, development-oriented community. I'm not going to recite the very many achievements of Kimberly. They are listed in the program booklet. But Kimberly, you're going to give us a perspective from a county level, and a major one at that, in the United States, in the southern United States, in Georgia. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So I'm not sure if I have slides, but if I don't, it's okay. I can add them.
Ad lib it.
Okay. So
oh, you do have slides.
Okay, good, perfect. So once again, my name is Kimberly White, and I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for Cobb County, Georgia. And I run the Office of Sustainability. Underneath of the Office of Sustainability, we have a couple of different, I would say, divisions. One would be our Keep America Beautiful affiliate, which is called Keep Cobb Beautiful. And we focus on a lot of different things like sustainability efforts, litter prevention, recycling, waste reduction. However, there are three main focus areas that I've been working on over the last year. Our office was a priority and a goal for our chairwoman, Lisa Cupid, last year. And I've been in this role for a little over a year now. I've been with Cobb County for 8 years total. And over the last year, we have been working on a strategic sustainability plan for the county, our EV infrastructure, and then what we call our mini charm center, and that's a center for hard to recycle material. We can move on to the next slide. Why are we moving in this direction, and why have we started to focus a lot more on sustainability in Cobb County and just in the metro Atlanta area as a whole? There are other counties that are in the metro Atlanta area, and all of those counties have also hired within the last year or two sustainability directors and officers in order to really focus on what's at stake. So what you're looking at is a map of the United States. All of the red dots are all of the landfills that are already closed. all of the white or gray dots are all of the landfills that are scheduled to be closed in the next 10 to 15 years. Now, across the United States, about 5 or 6 years ago, we had an average lifespan on landfills of about 62 years. But during the pandemic, that was severely diminished. We, for whatever the reasons were, we were filling up landfills a lot quicker. And so we just did this research within this past year, and across all of the same landfills across the United States, the landfill's lifespan has dropped from 62 to 30 to 50. And so in the best case scenario, we lost 12 years, but in the worst case scenario, we lost a lot more. And in the state of Georgia, we are at the bottom of that range at only 30 years left of landfill space. So why is that important? Because we're needing to look at other ways of being able to handle our waste. We really have to focus on waste mitigation in order to be able to make sure that we are protected going forward into the future. In Cobb County, we don't have any open active landfills. You can move on to the next slide. So what does that mean for us in the county? Well, essentially, it means that we have an integrated systems approach. When we first started our Office of Sustainability, one of the first tasks I had was to pull together a group of individuals that would make up our sustainability committee. That group of individuals came from about 9 different departments. The department that I represent is our Sustainability, Waste, and Beautification Department. But we also had our other departments as Fleet, Community Development, Property, Senior Services and Libraries, Parks, DOT, and our Water Department to all be a part of this integrated approach. Essentially, what we were doing was identifying the areas that we were already doing really good work that we could expand upon, and identify the areas that we needed to do a little bit more in order to get us to our goals. And so as we plan our sustainability strategic plan, these departments helped us get to that starting point of where we want it to be and where we want it to go. So our Sustainability, Waste, and Beautification Department, we do a lot of recycling education, community events, our CHARM Center, so the Center for Hard to Recycle Material. We're also doing solar panels on our closed landfills. So even though our landfills are closed and not open and active, they still could be put to good use. In our Fleet Department, we focus on EV infrastructure and our Make Ready program to make sure that we have the infrastructure in our community for residents and for our county vehicles that are electric vehicles to be able to charge. And then we're also working on direct payment reimbursements, and that was from the federal government. Our Community Development Department was working on the code. And then, of course, the EECBG, which is a energy efficiency community block grant. And so that was the grant that we were able to get in order to help build the sustainability plan and put in the CHARM Center and outfit our county with electric vehicles, charging stations. Our Property Department helps us with recycling in county buildings. They also do a water leak detection program and LED light conversion projects. Senior Services and Libraries, pretty much we run the gamut of educating the community from the youngest to the oldest. So we have an orchard, we have community gardens, we have what we call seed libraries, and then teen competitions at our libraries in order to foster that community engagement. Our Parks Department, we have an arbor forestry program. It lasts for 8 months, and we train people in our county in order to learn how to take care of trees and learn what trees are diseased and what trees can survive. And so it helps us, depending on what department is planting trees, to have more than just a few arborists in our county to be able to identify when trees need to be cared for. They also use a lot of battery operated equipment, especially with trail maintenance, and then our recycling at our sporting events and community centers. We do that with our parks. DOT is coordinating regional EV infrastructure program. They help us with that. They partner a lot with with Fleet. And then our Traffic Management Center and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions through traffic flow. And then our water department they've implemented a water efficiency retrofit program in county buildings. They have the toilet rebate program for residents, actually, and then our waterway cleanup events that we partner with them. And these are just some of the things that we're doing in these 9 different departments that support our sustainability efforts. Next slide. So how do we measure all of this stuff? Because that's a lot of moving pieces and a lot of different departments and moving parts. And one of the ways that we measure this is through the Atlanta Regional Commission. So there's a lot of partnership with Atlanta Regional Commission. And then, of course, there's a program as well that we are a part of as a county government entity. The next slide. And that program is called Green Communities. So if you are a part of county government or you've, been aware of how this works, the Green Communities essentially takes this 3-prong approach, and it looks at our infrastructure, our healthy, livable communities, and then our economy. And it takes all of that and focuses in on a lot of environmental and sustainability and measures. There are about 80 different measures that we have to try to achieve. And in achieving those, you are able to get a different certification. So I believe it starts at silver and then it goes all the way up to platinum. And it is really challenging for counties to get platinum because there are a lot of measures that you have to get in order to get platinum. And counties are really large. As mentioned before, we have almost 800,000 people in our county. And we are the second county to receive platinum status. So I'm very proud of that. We received that about 4 years ago, and we are holding strong with being able to achieve that again this year in our renewal. The other county that has platinum is Gwinnett County, and we are the only 2 counties in the state of Georgia that have that platinum status for our Green Communities initiative. Next slide. So how do we get to this point? How do we become platinum as a government entity in a community? So we have some of the items that, I can't list all 80, but we have some of the items that have helped us get to this level. So our local government buildings, we follow a lead in Energy Star guidelines to help us have a more sustainable building practices. Our ordinances that incentivize efficient outdoor lighting. We have renewable energy projects. We conduct water audits. We develop, adopt, and implement a green space plan. We designate space for community gardens and orchards. This was a very interesting program that we partnered with Keep America Beautiful many years ago, where we had a program called the VISTA, and it was a partnership with AmeriCorps. And then VISTA is an acronym for Volunteers in Service to America. And we identified areas in our community that people were living below the poverty level. And we went in and we planted gardens and orchards there. And then we trained the residents on how to take care of those gardens and orchards so they would have access to fresh fruits and vegetables and herbs within walking distance of where they live. And these gardens are still going to this day, even though our VISTA program has ended. And we're really proud of how well the gardens have done over the years. We also have a no idling policy for all of our fleet vehicles. We implement a countywide recycling program and educational program to go with it. We've developed and implemented a public awareness campaign. And then we also implement innovative projects. And actually, I just finished a conference and an award ceremony where Cobb County was awarded first place for our innovative project called Pop-Up Drop-Off, where we ride around the county and we collect recycling from different community members and groups that maybe don't have access or they're not able to get to the recycling as quickly. And we educate them, and then we collect their recycling for free for them, and we drop it off ourselves to our recycling facility. So it's a way to engage the community more. Next slide. So Cobb County, where sustainability excels. We're really proud of what we have accomplished up to this point, and we're continuing to push forward and push the envelope and continue to find more ways to be more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. That's an ambitious program you've laid out. And it's clearly reflected to anyone who travels through Cobb County. I mean, the quality of the environment is superior. If we can wait, we'll have some questions, of course, for you both. We turn next to Aisha Baldwin. It's a pleasure to see you. Aisha, are you there? Yes, you are indeed. And Aisha is the Sustainability Coordinator and founder at Spelman College. She is a very devoted, dedicated environmental expert, and she has spearheaded quite a number of transformative initiatives. I'll just mention one, food waste for energy program, workforce development, among others. She also was active at the University of California, Davis in waste reduction issues. She's currently an AI manufacturing fellow at the Georgia Institute of Technology and a passionate writer on issues of climate, infrastructure, and innovation. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here. If there are slides, I think there may only be one. I am not a Deloitte expert in creating slides, so it's very basic and straight to the point. So managing commitment to sustainability during growth. This is from a higher education perspective. I define sustainability as avoidance of the depletion of natural resources in order to maintain an ecological balance. And essentially that means how do we measure the amount of resources that it takes to operate the university, the amount of natural resources that it takes to operate the university, and how can we conserve those resources and create systems of circularity so that the resources are also being used wisely. So the first, I'm going to talk about three main parts. The first part is circular systems, which goes back to the statement that I made about making sure that we create systems and use the systems that we have that allow us to to use the resources that we have, is like water, water capturing systems. Number two is workforce development. So training on critical skills, training the students on critical skills that reduce waste amongst the college. So how do we create training programs so that there's not one person on campus knowing how to spot waste, but the entire campus knowing how to spot and reduce waste? And then number three is inventory management. There's a lot of waste that happens throughout our, not just Spelman College, but across the United States in general because of the lack of inventory management. There's so much waste. And for an example, with our facilities and maintenance, the team needing to buy tools every year due to the tools going missing or double buying because the tools needed are not able to be found. So thousands of dollars per year is spent on purchasing new inventory when it's not always necessary. So going back to number one with circular systems, I use the example of the cistern. So Spelman College has a cistern that we do not always use for certain irrigation that we could use, but due to lack of communication there are opportunities that do not always reach their fullest capacity, and money that is being spent on water, city water, when we could be using the cistern, the water that we captured through rain. And that's also a really great benefit of having our college located in the South, where rain capturing is we can utilize that type of technology. So we have a cistern, and an example of how it could be used on our campus is through our garden. So if our garden uses the cistern water, then we can potentially save our institution thousands of dollars per year, based on using rain capturing water. So the second piece around the workforce development, Spelman is a small HBCU, historically Black college university for women, and we have about 2,500 students. And we also have around, I believe, 200 employees. And the idea is, what would it look like if the entire campus knows how to spot waste, and not having that particular skill being relied on by a handful of people? So we created a workforce development program where we are training our students in the Sustainable Spelman office on how to spot and reduce waste. So they're learning about this critical skill that I actually got this idea from when I was working at a manufacturing plant. Frudenberg, NOK, they have systems where that automatically spots waste, and pretty much everyone in the manufacturing plant has a mindset on reducing waste. So the idea is to have this system, have that frame of thinking transferred into higher education. And so having the entire campus, and starting with students, starting with the 15 students, having them have the ability to spot waste and reduce waste through different trainings, lean administration trainings and other trainings, where they're able to get into the mindset of knowing about waste reduction. And then the third one, with the inventory management, I did use the example of tracking inventory within the facilities. This could apply to other departments as well. It could apply to tracking inventory within labs, and better understanding when chemicals need to be purchased, so that labs can use all of the chemicals, and not have we have a lot of chemical waste as well. Waste, and what I mean by that is labs do not always use all of the materials that they buy, all the chemicals that they purchase. But I think that having improved tracking systems where people can understand how we as a campus can work together to know how much chemicals are in the lab, and when do those chemicals need to be used by. And right now, that's not something that we are doing as an institution. So I think that there's room there for improvement. So all these three together essentially are getting into like a better culture of knowing more about waste management and waste reduction. And so a lot of it is just starting with the mindset of better understanding about spotting waste. So I thank you all for attending, and if you have any questions, I would love to answer them.
Thank you, Aisha. On the question of cistern, I would like to refer you to the College of Charleston in Charleston, South Carolina, which has one of the oldest cistern in the US, right in the center of campus in that lovely city of Charleston. Okay, so we have very little time, and I'm trying to find a common thread across the speakers, Sean, Kimberly, and yourself, Aisha. I think the question of waste management and giving back to the community is probably a common theme. I think, Sean, you talked about lowering scrappage. Kimberly, you talked about working with the other units of county government to reduce waste. And of course, Aisha, you have made that one of your priorities. I wonder if you could say a few words about how this sort of goes along with corporate social responsibility and the notion of reducing waste from a corporate point of view of a manufacturing operation in a very sensitive domain, from the point of view of a fast rising large county, and from the point of view of an environmentalist like yourself. So perhaps we go with Sean. I would like to ask Sean many other questions, but we are bound by time here. Go ahead, Sean.
So I'm happy to follow up at another time, anytime. It's a very good question. Like, reducing waste is very important, obviously, to us. And, corporations are ultimately looked at from what are their guiding principles? How do you, I hate to say it, maximize profits? Now, we believe as a corporate entity that maximizing profits has an impact, or you're able to maximize profits by having good rapports with your community, with your employees, with your production capacity. And by reducing waste, there's ancillary benefits that you see aside from trying to maximize profits. Because if you optimize your operations, and it's always a struggle as a manufacturer to optimize operations, but you work in different verticals in different jurisdictions, and you track each jurisdiction against each other, and you try to optimize always, and you'll never get to 100% reduction. But by optimizing, you reduce that waste. There's an ancillary benefit because you have less impact on the environment, but at the same time, you're maximizing your profits, which is one of the core objectives. So you have that ancillary benefit, and then it pays in dividends. I think that as an entity, we will always strive to, optimize our operations, minimize waste, and look for ways to do so, but also look for ways to do so that is amplified in creating a more sustainable environment and minimizing the impact on the broader community. So you talked about our scrappage, but another point that I raised was our tree planting program. So the more kind of end life waste that we have in our packaging, we're kind of penalized by it, if you want to call it a penalized, but we're incentivized by it in some ways, that as we grow or as we're less efficient on our packaging, we plant more trees. So there's also different ways that you could look at it, and that there's a cost to that, but there's also benefit to the broader society, and that's how we kind of operate in that space. I'm sure others would like to jump in on the thread, depending on how much time there is. You're on mute, John.
John, you're on mute.
Apologies. As you grow by leaps and bounds as a community, one of the major counties in the state, and as economic development sets in, are you taking countermeasures to offset carbon effects, environmental wastage, and the like? Do you see it as a balancing effort?
Well, I do, because here's the thing. So part of what I do internally in the county, and then externally as well with our, business community, with our internal and external stakeholders, is sometimes I have to be the voice of reason, and we have to open our mind and understand that sometimes what we think may not be waste could be waste, right? Or that we could handle something in a different way than what we've ever done before. And I think, like, just in general, human beings are creatures of habit. If we've done something one way and we think it's not broke, we don't want to fix it, right? And so, and then I come in and say, you need to fix it. So, so sometimes that could be a little bit of a challenge. However, what I have found is that people are willing to listen. And if they're willing to listen, then you have half the battle won, because essentially what we're doing is making sure that we are making ourselves as sustainable for future generations as possible. And so, especially in a county the size of Cobb County, with no active open landfills. I mean, that in and of itself is, is a situation that warrants immediate action, right? Because we don't have a place to put our items. And just FYI, there are about 45 MSW landfills that are still open and active in the state of Georgia. However, some communities make the decision that they're not going to allow other communities to bring waste to their landfill, which one of the major metro Atlanta communities decided that. And that's their right? They want to hold their landfill for their own residents. So that means that then we need to do everything that we can do to help mitigate our waste and have waste diversion programs so that we're not putting even more waste into landfills that are outside of our control.
I was wondering, having lived in Toronto a little bit, if a metro government approach for certain issues might not be a good idea, but I don't expect you to answer that one. Aisha, you get the parting shot.
So with Spelman College, the corporate social responsibility side, based on our founding, how we were found in our values, I like to say that we have been sustainability in that sense since 1881. We're a historically Black institution, so that's a piece of it. Making sure that people of a certain group who have historically been denied education receives an education. And as we all know, education is the backbone of development in general. If people do not have education, then there's no AI systems that can be created because people just simply do not have the knowledge. We wouldn't be able to develop and grow without education. So, and then educating women, that brings on another aspect of the responsibility side as well. So in that sense, we have been doing that since 1881. And the other side of the waste reduction, I think because we are located in the United States and just the American culture in general, and how as Americans, we just tend to be wasteful. I think that having a culture shift in terms of how we look at like what's classified as waste and what's not waste, I will definitely love to see more conversations around that, and how things that are typically classified as waste, like food waste, that's classified as waste, but how can that then become, a commodity, an asset? So that brings me to like the food waste to energy program. So turning the food waste into biogas and having students work on those types of projects so that their mindset around waste can shift and we can start seeing value in the things that we throw away and send to the landfill. I think that's the bigger part for an education institution, is pushing the limits onto what people can actually, what they think is possible, and creating technologies around what can be possible 50 years, 100 years from now.
Great. Thank you. I wish we had more time. You've raised a lot of issues. They are right on target, but I'm going to basically thank you and apologize for the lack of time to really explore in greater depth what links the three speakers and their concerns. But I hope we have a chance for further interaction down the road in perhaps seminars, conferences, if your time is available. We're now going to end this session and go back to the second axis of our conference, which is more related to artificial intelligence and various models relating to artificial intelligence. Sean, Kimberly, Aisha, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, John. With this, I have an honor of briefly introducing Dr. Anil Menil, our speaker who's here. Anil is Dean of Crummer Graduate School of Business, Rollins College, and former senior advisor to HRH Prince of Wales, looking after sustainable markets. He has a very impressive background, worked with many, many national and international companies, including IBM. And he's here with us to talk about LLMs and the big new world we've been discussing for the last 2 days. Anil, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ani. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to keep this short because I think I have about 20 minutes and 25 minutes or so. What I wanted to do was not so much talk about LLMs, but make the point that everybody's talking about LLMs in the strategic world, in the strategy world. And there is a new emerging domain within that, which probably is more important and probably more significant for companies and competitive advantage. Just by way of context, this is a fascination to me because it's bringing together the three areas that has been the common arc of my career in academia 25 plus years ago, then at IBM. One of the things and one of my early positions there, aside from managing the IBM brand, was managing worldwide market intelligence. So all of the competitive intelligence, market intelligence, product intelligence, and product management worked into me globally. And I go back to that in 2004 or so, when a couple of research fellows and researchers out of Almaden Research Lab came to me and said, would you be our executive sponsor for this new thing that we're playing with over here? And the project name was Web Fountain. And Web Fountain was about web crawlers. And essentially, how do you scrape things in a constant manner how do you check for patterns? And if you really look at it, Web Fountain then evolved over time with this technology into Watson. And now, of course, that ties into AI. So it's kind of interesting for me from there to go to IBM. And as the Deputy Chief Globalization Officer, I was also part of the team that set out our IoT business. But I manage globally a smart cities business, which is connecting IoT in the world of cities and private and smaller communities. The reason I bring that up is it's an evolution of how do you collect data at the edge, and how do you analyze it, and how do you make sense out of it. This was the context that started building up towards what we today call artificial intelligence. But I think I'm not a technical expert in AI. I don't have a computer science background, but I know enough to be dangerous. But I think all the technically qualified people here might also chuckle when people think of AI as being something new. And you may have been talking about it all day, but AI is just an evolution all the way back from information systems, MIS systems. And as we have more intelligence, more computing, more storage, and everything being connected to everything and better algorithms and analytic capabilities, you now call it artificial intelligence or Gen AI or whatever the new version might be. But where I want to speak to is how does this entire domain of artificial intelligence, as we currently conceive it, and particularly talk about it in the LLM context, how does it connect to strategic planning, and how do companies use it, and why is it that many of these companies have struggled in getting AI, all these new technologies adopted inside companies? So I thought it might be useful to go back to history, if you will, and just say, if you think about a company, senior execs, when I was a senior exec at IBM or Cisco or even at the World Economic Forum, I think a senior exec has basically three responsibilities, if you want to call it that. First one is assessing the market landscape and all the trends in your industries, including technology trends, to see that you're future-proofing your company and not getting lost in the new technologies and falling behind. So how do you do that is the first kind of responsibility of a C-level executive. And that takes its form in strategic planning and all scenario planning and everything else that goes on in a company. But the second one, and probably the more important one, is so what? Now, what do you do with it? That's the world that we call competitive strategies. So you've had C.K. Prahlad and everybody else with their core competency theories and every other versions that have evolved from Peter Drucker. But essentially, the whole idea is, given these market landscape, what is our unique differentiation? How do we protect that differentiation? And how do you plan your goals and organize your organizational structure for that? That's your second thing that you do. And the third one, of course, is organizational structure. How do you organize your business? How do you structure your business? And these are the three things that companies do, and they're struggling in today's world as it deals with AI and with all the shifting trends in the global marketplace. So what I wanted to talk about is say AI and LLMs are very useful, but they help you with that first thing. It helps you think through what are the market landscape in an industry, and it exposes your vision. And if you think about a company, what were the three things that most companies are organized around? Again, Peter Drucker talked about the first one. What is the mission of a company? Which is serving customers and creating value and creating a valuable exchange so you get profits in return. That's the first thing that companies do, is defining the business or the theory of the firm. The second thing that Herbert Simon got a Nobel Prize for is to say that most people and most companies have bounded rationalities, that there are limits to your cognitive capacity and your cognitive capability. So you got to chunk it. You got to create span of control in a company. So you create organizational units and reporting relationships and management layers. This is because we didn't have the ability to compute or the ability to analyze or the ability to scan the market. Well, AI has completely turned that on its head, just like manufacturing was turned on its head when we had machines and machinery. Computing now basically takes away the cognitive capability limitations, and now we can call that as less bounded rationalities. Well, what does that mean for the way you organize a company, the way you structure a company, is the second principle that has to be reconsidered. And that's why MBA schools, on an average, are missing the point, because we're still teaching with the traditional assumptions and the traditional definitions while we are working on the margins. And the third one, if you go back to how companies were organized, continues to be organized, how McKinsey's of the world and the BCGs of the world created the entire planning systems, goes back to Jay Galbraith's structure of thinking about how do you organize the company, the organizational theory to organizational design. And there we went even further, where we talked about corporate strategy, business unit strategy, and then product strategy. And we organized companies around that, all based on the limitations of cognitive capacity. This is where AI is transforming and can have the ability to completely change the nature and the look of a company and the size of a company, what it delivers. That's the point I was making in my several articles recently, but also what I wanted to bring here is that LLMs are very useful, but it carries its limitations, not only in computing, and now DeepSeek has basically destroyed that concept by saying you could have done this much more efficiently. And so LLMs are good for competitive and market landscape and analysis at an industry level. But most companies are struggling today, and that's why the adoption is lower, because the questions that a lawyer will ask and the C-suite will ask and the board ask is, are you training somebody else's model with our data and our IP, and how can we protect that? This is where SLMs are being talked about, but they talked about in technical language of small language models. I would rather focus on something that I call specialized domain models. That is focusing on tasks, systems of tasks that we may call supply chain or manufacturing or customer management or customer relationship management or sales process. But how do we create these specialized specialized domain models that controls our IP, our differentiation, and is circumscribed within a company's context? I think there are a few companies, and I know of two at least that I'm working with, and I've heard of others that are in stealth mode, that have already made great progress on the so-called specialized domain models, where they're going into companies and then helping them do things such as creating a BOM for a technical company that has over 3 million different product parts that they have to organize with user manuals that range from 8 pages to 880 pages to 1,600 page technical reports imagine a product specialist trying to put together a BOM for a large company that pulls from multiple of these sources. It usually took them 4 to 6 weeks to get everything done for some complicated BOM that is the request for, in an RFP, or it may take several days to weeks. Now, this company, because of the way they've created their entire specialized domain models and the parameters are defined, they can do it in 5 minutes or less, including an email with an attachment of the BOM. And all that the product specialist has to do is to make sure there are no errors in the general terms that are put together. This is what can change. It's more than a chatbot, which is what everybody's focused on today in marketing and business. But the next evolution is rethinking our ecosystem networks, the way we do our supply chain, our payment processing, and reimagine not hardwiring what we currently do, but just like how DeepGo for DeepMind had done it with Go, rethink the fastest, efficient way of getting our service or our product to the customer, and then coming up maybe with a complete different structure, which may start eliminating some process by thereby eliminating some of the roles and some of the functions that are there in a company. This is the future of competitive strategy, and this is where LLMs and, more importantly, specialized domain models will work. So, Ani, this was a basic thesis that I had, and I want to just kind of lay that out and maybe respond to any questions and elaborate. Hopefully this was clear because I was speaking because you went on mute, so I couldn't see anything. But I didn't use slides. I thought it's better for me to speak rather than using slides on a Zoom call.
Right. Yeah. Anil, that's fascinating, SCMs and the future where AI is going. But my question to you, and you have been in both worlds, academic world as well as business world, and now you are dean of a very prestigious college. The speed with which AI and these related technologies are coming, how does a company, a corporation, absorbs, adopts, and function? Usually in one presentation yesterday, we were told that ideally, there was a time when a new generation of product would take 12 to 18 months, let's say a car, a new model of Toyota or something. But now that has been reduced to, let's say, 6 months or 8 months, okay? But what the future forward of these technologies, especially from services side, how would you react, if, let's say, if you were handling a company like IBM or a small mid-sized company?
No, it's an excellent question and a very important question, because sometimes the examples are products. So you heard examples of how you remember Palm Pilot that was introduced many years ago. It was supposed to replace the laptop, or at that point the computer, and it bombed because most people couldn't do it. Then they came up with a genius strategy of saying, no, it is a complement to your computer, and they remember the sync. Today, the young people on this call will probably not recognize, but Palm Pilot shot up into prominence because they became a syncing device to your computer and reimagined that you don't have to change your behavior, it improves your behavior. So that was why Palm Pilot took off. And of course, the phone, who would have thought iPhone in 2007 or 2006, whenever it was introduced, would revolutionize 7 or 8 industries at the same time. Those are the exceptions, but that's a product. But the fact of the matter is, if you go back to a book that was written many years ago, and I put on my academic hat on, I'll come to the business side in a minute. The academic hat says that it takes about 40 years, 4 decades, for an industry system-wide impact of new technologies. And I always go back and play back where I talk about how the filing cabinet, the office memo, and the telegraph, and then the phone transformed the manufacturing sector in ways that nobody had conceived, because they made office management much easier. But that was about 4 decades. And then, of course, the internet, that all of us technical people here recognize that the email and the internet was created in the 50s. And then in the 80s, some of us who were in academia used to use that complicated way of sending emails from one person to the other. And it was in 1993 with Mosaic that the World Wide Web was created. And then, of course, Google was created, the world changed. But now if you look at it, the way we live today is about the 40th year since Mosaic was founded, or at least the way Mosaic has evolved. I would say AI products, whether it's the LLMs, the chat GPTs of the world, they're doing things on the margins. And the reason why it's in the margins is because we're still trying to use it to the existing form. And to change that, it's going to take some time. So companies will get there, but you need to work at the company's pace because they're designed for stability, not to adopt new things. Big companies are designed to be stable. And all these disruptions, some of them are bad, but even the good ones are treated as disruption and they reject it. And frankly, a lot of the senior executives have lost touch. They've lost touch with the operations. They've lost touch with the new developments, and they're depending on consulting companies to do it, which is why they go slow. And they're asking questions like, how am I protecting my IP, rather than asking the question, how can I leverage my IP to grow even faster? And they're looking at it as cost reduction. So this is a normal, traditional way that a large company does. I actually am much more optimistic that mid-sized companies are the more likely to use it because they don't have an entrenched base of CIOs who are trying to figure out how to protect their jobs, or product managers. They are actually saying, if you can show me a better way of developing this and using it, I'll do it. However, what is happening is we have not shown them a better way. We talk about the promise of LLMs and the promise of these models, and it's hard to understand till you see in real life the speed with which things can be done and improved. And I think until you start showing it, that's not going to happen. And today there's been too much hype around ChatGPT and the $6 trillion that, Sam Altman is going to fund his OpenAI and then the lawsuits. So I think along there, people are just waiting to see. But I think mid-sized companies where the future is. I happen to think that. And by the way, I don't think, and I'll just end one more point, which is creating new leadership and thinking around business around this. That's why McKinsey is creating its own university. That's why Deloitte University is kicking into place. And this is where the top tier, the A-level Harvards and the Stanfords of the world are just going to be fine with the MBA program for a while. But the next tier, including some very good schools, are going to struggle because the MBA program is a business model that is broken. And most schools know it is a broken business model. We are creating a brand new school at Rollins, completely separate from the traditional school, to focus on this. And it's going to be a school of management and leadership and not a school of business. School of business trains you for marketing and finance and operations, but not for running the business and thinking about supply chain ecosystems and how do you manage them differently, horizontal leadership and management structures that are needed. So I think this is going to be another 10 to 15 years, but I do expect a lot of companies will have to use it. Right now, they're using it to cut costs, like Klarna saying, I won't hire anybody. If you're doing it to cut costs, you're looking at it the wrong way. If you're thinking of a new way of doing business, and that's why you don't need those functions, that's the right way. I'm sorry, I don't know if I answered your question, but hopefully it was at least.
What you have answered is that we need a much, much bigger session, and that I can see on John's face. He would have a barrage of questions right towards when we were
Yes,
getting.
I think McKinsey is interested in diversification, given its egregious ethical issues that are not forgotten. But I want to ask you a question because I had the honor of spending an afternoon with Peter Drucker when he was still alive.
You're
And
a lucky
I'm
man.
impressed you cite him because he's become an unknown in American business school. He's the
Yes.
philosophical founder of modern management in many ways, out of his Austrian legal training coming to California. But in any case, you indicated that bounded rationality, the Simon notion, had been overcome to some extent by, I know you're kind of allergic to the notion of artificial intelligence, however we define it. But you got to admit that bounded rationality has led to many mistaken choices on the part of board of directors in choosing the leadership of the CEO. Often the choice is driven by the personality of the candidate. I'm looking, for example, at the case of Tavares, who was president CEO of Stellantis, Fiat, Chrysler, Peugeot, and so on. And he got kicked out by his board. Would there not be a better way, perhaps, to match the profile of leadership candidates to a particular corporation in its evolution and presumed objectives for growth? Or is that
that's a profoundly important point. So let me just take three very quick reactions. First one on Peter Drucker. I read Peter Drucker's book every so often only because I don't think there's not been a single new idea that he has not written about or talked about. period. I mean, I say that not because I'm an old man, but because I have had time to study everybody else. And I'm telling you unequivocally, Peter Drucker is the greatest mind ever in business. And that too, because he never thought of himself as a business guru, but more as a historian and a journalist. So he studied things and he wrote about it and he raised that. So that's the first point. Second point on your bounded rationality. I think this is a very important point. Bounded rationality is not just a cognitive capacity, but also what you're focused on. If you go back again to the theory of the firm, and Peter Drucker was the person who studied General Motors better than most other people, and he said the reason General Motors failed was not because they didn't have a strategic planning unit. It's not because they were not measuring. It is not because they were talking. Same thing with digital equipment. It was the most admired corporation in 1996 by Fortune. 1992, it was dead and acquired. 6 years later, it was not because they turned stupid over those 6 years. It's just because the measures that they were focused on for the business model had already moved on. This is where I think LLMs and SLMs can work. Last point I would make here is the following. If I were, and I do this for myself, I created a custom GPT. And what I did was I took the best thinkers I can imagine, all the way from Peter Drucker to C.K. Prahalad to Tom Bonoma, and I created a ChatGPT saying, I want you to create an avatar of a person that I can bounce my ideas with. And all I do is tell me why my idea is stupid. Why am I thinking differently? And you'll be stunned when I tell you how many times I'm getting things like, you haven't thought about this. You haven't thought about that. Then I have one other one, which is think like Elon Musk and a few others, and saying, now be disruptive and tell me what I should be thinking of. And between the two of it, I get ideas I hadn't thought about. That's cognitive, breaking my cognitive capacity and breaking my bounded rationalities. I would say there's a huge potential for a company to come up as a new form of search companies to tell the board of directors, this is what you're thinking of, but this is what you're missing. And have a AI agent at some point that actually talks back to them saying, you're making the wrong decision. You're hiring for your past and not for your future. I'm just giving that as an example of how AI could be helping board members, because you're only going to see what you see.
Yeah, absolutely. I am dying to create an agent for myself.
Not that hard.
Yeah. Great. Awesome. Well, Anil, we really want to thank you. I'm sorry we were running a little bit late from the previous session. And more so, we could not accommodate you in our day one of the program because of our scheduling challenges,
No worries.
Yeah, and it is for sure that we will close our 2-day program on this note that we would invite you back and give you proper time so John can have basically a good session with you in terms of some of the notions which you have challenged, kind of woke us with what is going to be coming down the pipe.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to do it. I always enjoy this and listening to John. And John, just by way, I have been in discussions with the Peter Drucker Society up in Austria to see if there's a way, but their contract doesn't allow them to get back here. But I am intending to resurrect Peter Drucker, because I think we sometimes forget the base foundations of business, and you forget the fact that Adam Smith, who wrote The Wealth of Nations, also wrote a second book called The Moral Sentiments of Man that you're supposed to read together, which says that capitalism doesn't focus on its local communities. And if the local communities don't thrive, then capitalism will not survive. I mean, the fact of the matter is we've lost the touch with the second book that he wrote when he wrote Adam Smith's Invisible Hand and Wealth of Nations. Sometimes to go back to the basics when you have new technology.
Peter Drucker Center at Rollins would be great. It's
Yeah.
such a lovely campus.
Yep.
I love it.
From your lips to God's ears, John.
Well, with this, I have honor of inviting one of our sponsors from Forward Foresight, Mr. Alex Warner. Alex, over to you.
Ani, I appreciate it, and thank you so much for allowing us to participate in this year's summit. It's been great. I want to thank you personally, and want to thank John and everybody with UIBS that was able to make this program a reality these last 2 days. It's always a privilege of Forward Foresight. We're the Economic Development Partnership in Forsyth County, just in North Metro Atlanta. And we love working with you and your team, and look forward to many years to come and supporting this event. And would love to help anybody that was a partner of this thrive in Metro Atlanta in the state of Georgia altogether. So thank you again, Ani, for allowing us to participate, and thank you to the other sponsors that contributed to make this 2-day event a reality. So Ani, that's short and sweet and all I have to say, and thank you again.
Thank you, Alex. John, with your permission, I would like to close our 15th anniversary event of USA India Business Summit and 30th anniversary of Georgia Tech Global Business Forum. Thank you for your partnership, your support. Special thank to Jim Hoodley, who has been patiently listening and reading all the text and emails behind the virtual program day long. It is not easy. I appreciate that. To our audience who stayed with us throughout the day, we will have an edited version of today's event in about 10 business days available. It will be put on in Georgia Tech Cyber's website or YouTube channel, whatever we have. Thank you.
Yeah.
Please stay tuned for our future events, and wish you all the best in 2025.
It's been great. Look forward to the next.
Definitely.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks, Jim.